Went to the wrong room on a blind date and was picked up by a rich man. Forced into a blind date by her mom, Ranran accidentally got into the wrong car and experienced a true social disaster. Ranran, sorry. I got into the wrong car, I'll get off now. Click. The car door was locked from the inside. Question: what are the steps to marriage? Ranran's answer: 3 steps. Blind date gone wrong, meet the parents, and marry the heir to a wealthy family. From then on, the world lost a cold CEO and gained a devoted husband who dotes on his wife. Chapter 1: Mom's Marriage Pressure Again. At Longton Group, 6:10 p.m., Ranran appeared on time downstairs. Her phone vibrated, and she opened WeChat to find a message from her mom, Bien Shuyi. Ranran, Mr. Wu comes from a good family and doesn't he have the arrogance of a second-generation rich? He has been waiting at your company parking lot for a while just to meet you. He is showing sincerity, so you should at least go meet him. Parking lot 9, black Benz, license plate ends with 38. Hurry. Ranran felt a headache coming on and sighed. Like most people, after graduating from university, she joined a decent listed company based on her skills and became a junior employee. Though her salary wasn't too high, it was enough to support herself without relying on her family. But her parents kept interfering with her life, constantly setting up blind dates for her. They urged her every day, even on the phone and during occasional holidays when she visited home. Ranran was beautiful, slender, with delicate features and fair, translucent skin. Anyone who saw her would think she was a beauty, but she carried an air of aloofness that was impossible to ignore. She always felt that at her age, she should focus on her career, and as for love, what was that? Besides, using a blind date to hastily entrust her life to a man she met only once seemed absurd. Her eyes flickered as she thought, fine, I'll go along with Mom's plan and just tell him directly later. No need to leave him with any hope. Meanwhile, at the highest floor of Longton Group, a tall man in an expensive black suit stepped out of his office and pressed the button for the president's exclusive elevator. His eyebrows were sharp, his nose was high, and his lips were thin and tight. His deep, jet-black eyes were as unfathomable as a bottomless well. Just standing there, his dignified aura seemed to fill the room, exuding a chilling pressure that made people feel as if they were being suffocated. The elevator slowly descended, and his phone vibrated in his pocket. His eyes narrowed slightly as he answered the call. Mr. Fu, Madam is calling. She asked you to bring your girlfriend of 3 months home. Mr. Fu, this matter will eventually be exposed. Shall I help you arrange for someone to attend tonight's family dinner to get through it? No need, I'll explain it personally. Fu Jingshan spoke, his voice deep and cold, his chin unmoving, and his eyelids lowering. On the other end, his assistant, Li Ran, hesitated for a moment before respectfully replying, understood. After hanging up, Li Ran sighed. Looks like the Fu family dinner tonight won't be peaceful. But, after 3 months of misunderstanding, it's time to clear things up. 3 months ago, the US had invited the CEO of the Fu Group to a business seminar, where he unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Liu Ruyan, from his past in China. Liu Ruyan, who had long admired Mr. Fu, took advantage of the opportunity to spread false rumors about their relationship, causing a stir. Knowing that the Fu family was pressing for a marriage, she used this tactic to try to get closer to him. However, Fu Jingshan had blocked the rumors early and clarified that there was nothing between them, and he already had a girlfriend. The news quickly spread back to China, causing a stir in the Fu family. The Fu elders, particularly his parents and grandmother, were eager to meet his girlfriend of 3 months. Tonight's family dinner wasn't just a gathering, it was a full-on matchmaking event. Arriving at the parking lot, Ranran got off the elevator and looked around. After searching for a while, she finally spotted a black Mercedes Maybach at an intersection in the garage and walked toward it. License plate number, JA88888. Ranran paused for a moment. 3/8. No, it was 5/8. Her mom was as unreliable as ever. She couldn't help but grumble in her mind, but quickly walked toward the car, opened the passenger door, and sat inside. She was wearing a pale pink fitted dress, holding the skirt as she sat down. At the same time, the man, sitting in the driver's seat, was absorbed in looking at the chat records in a family group on his phone. When he felt the car door open, Fu Jingshan paused and slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the unfamiliar person in the car. In the dim light inside, The woman's graceful collarbone peeked through the fine fabric of her dress, the retro Chinese-style collar wrapping delicately around her fair neck like a swan's. Her slender figure was outlined by the simple lines of her dress, emphasizing her tall, slender frame. Ranran's face was beautiful, stunning at first glance, and even more exquisite upon closer inspection. With light makeup, her delicate features looked even more refined. Her hair was tied up high, with a few loose curls falling on either side of her face, adding an extra touch of charm. The light hit her dark eyes, making them appear unexpectedly seductive. Fu Jingshan's deep gaze narrowed dangerously. "Who are you?" Ranran glanced at the man before looking away, surprised. She hadn't expected Mr. Wu to be decent looking, even if he was a bit greasy. His features were fine, and he was handsome, with an air of aristocratic elegance that couldn't be concealed. What a pity. She raised an eyebrow. Just looks alone couldn't change her opinion of someone. Besides, she was only here to fulfill her mom's request. She wasn't going to waste time. "Hello, I'm Ranran. I'm here for the blind date." Fu Jingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. "First blind date." Ranran didn't respond to his question but spoke directly. "Mr. Wu, let us not waste each other's time. This is just a farce. How about I take you to dinner as friends instead? No more blind dating, all right?" She couldn't help but feel a sense of relief after speaking her mind. Before she could hear his response, her phone rang. "Sorry, I need to take this call." Chapter 2, A Deep Experience of Social Death. As soon as Ranran opened her phone, her mother's voice came from the other side of the line. "Ranran, Mr. Wu has been waiting for you for 30 minutes. Are you trying to kill me?" "What? Mom, I'm with Mr. Wu right now." "You little brat, still daring to lie. Wait until you come back, I'll teach you a lesson." Beep beep beep. Listening to the busy signal, Ranran's brain finally short-circuited and then realized. No. She didn't just get into the wrong car, did she? A major social death situation. Just thinking about her actions when she got into the car earlier, a red hue instantly spread to the back of her ears. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into right now. How embarrassing. But on the surface, she had to force herself to remain calm. Ranran forced a strained smile and stammered, "Sorry, I got into the wrong car. I'll get out right now." Click. There was a soft sound. The car door was locked from the inside. This made Ranran stop reaching for the door handle. She turned back, furrowing her brows. Her face instantly became cold. "Sir, what does this mean?" Fu Jingshan, with his legs crossed, turned his face, his eyes as dark as ink, the lazy and cold aura around him even more pronounced. "Aren't you going to treat me to dinner?" I mistook you for someone else." Ranran looked at him warily, her expression cold. "Then I'll treat you." The man instantly took the lead, the coldness in his eyes revealing a hint of cunning. He lifted his wrist and glanced at his watch. "Don't misunderstand. My family has been pushing for marriage too." Saying that, Fu Jingshan handed his phone to Ranran. Ranran took the phone and saw the group chat name, "We love each other, a big happy family." "Dad, when are you coming back? Everyone's here, just waiting for you to bring home my daughter-in-law." Mom at Fu Jingshan, "Son, what does your girlfriend like to eat?" "I'll arrange it right away." "Grandma, pics. This." After handing the phone back to Fu Jingshan, Ranran's gaze held a hint of sympathy. "My family thinks I have a girlfriend, so they've been pressuring me. From what I heard you say earlier, that was probably your mother, right? Can you help me out? I'll explain it to her later and clear your name. How about it?" Ranran fell silent for a minute, her lips twitching. "Also, I'll pay you 100,000 for an hour's worth of help." 100,000 for an hour. She makes only 12,000 a month. Ranran's eyes were practically sparkling, but noticing Fu Jingshan staring at her, she cleared her throat and quickly controlled her emotions. However, Ranran couldn't help but be a little confused. Looking at Fu Jingshan, it was clear he wasn't short on money. He drove a Maybach, and he was generous with his words. Yet, here he was, caught up in this matchmaking predicament. Suddenly, Ranran felt a sense of camaraderie, a shared sense of frustration. But this whole pretending to be his girlfriend thing, no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem reliable. After all, meeting the parents is a massive deal and has always been a complex social minefield. Not to mention, parents from rich families are notoriously hard to deal with, right? They have high standards, are sharp-tongued, and are likely hard to please. What if they have a cold, prickly personality? Silence was tonight's response. She waved her sleeve and leapt off the bridge of Cam. Buzz buzz buzz. Her phone vibrated. The screen lit up with an incoming call. It was from his grandma. Fu Jingshan rubbed his temples, pressing the answer button. A loud voice came from the other end of the line immediately. Little brat. You heartless kid. You've got a girlfriend, but you didn't even show her to your grandma, and you haven't been replying to my messages on WeChat. I'm telling you, you better come back right now. I want to meet my granddaughter-in-law. The voice was powerful, filled with a sense of old age and affection. However, the way the old lady was pretending to be angry made Ranran want to burst into laughter. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Har. This grandma seemed a bit different from what she imagined. She was quite adorable, almost childlike. But Ranran didn't expect that her unintentional laugh would attract the full attention of the person on the other end of the line. The car's atmosphere was very enclosed, and any noise was immediately clear. Little brat, is that my granddaughter-in-law beside you? Their voice shifted drastically in a split second, turning from feigned anger to obvious joy. Fu Jingshan glanced at the woman whose smile froze on her face. Without hesitation, he handed her the phone. Grandma, she's here with me. I'll let her talk to you. He glanced at Ranran. Ranran felt like crying. In that instant, she truly wanted to slap herself twice. You brought this upon yourself. Laughing, huh? Look where that got you. Hey, okay. Ranran stiffly took the phone, took a deep breath, and quickly adjusted herself. She gave a faint smile. Grandma, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. We're already in the car. We should be home soon. After chatting briefly, Ranran resentfully hung up the phone. Fu Jingshan admired her ability to get into character one moment and out the next. But now, this was getting interesting. Fu Jingshan glanced at Ranran, his lips curling into a smile. His low voice resonated. I'll take that as a yes. Also, my name is Fu Jingshan, and now I'm your boyfriend. At the Fu residence. The dinner table was already set. The dishes were nearly finished, and the house had been redecorated with care. Grandma, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sat on the sofa with her phone, while a group of people stood behind her. Mom, did you hear that? This girl's voice is really sweet. It's a shame. We should have had a video call earlier so we could see her. Yes. Oh dear, you're all so eager. Don't scare the girl. Grandma took off her glasses, her face lit up with a smile. Don't worry, Mom, this is Jingshan's girlfriend. I'll treat her like my own daughter. Right, dear. Upon hearing this, a beautiful woman took off her apron and approached with a beaming smile. Exactly, Mom. You'll see, this time, we'll definitely have a big, healthy grandson. A handsome middle-aged man joined in, helping arrange the fruit platter on the table. As they spoke, their smiles could hardly be contained, their joy evident. Surrounded by the family, Grandma was bombarded with words of joy. Great-grandson, great-grandson. Chapter 3, Meeting the Parents, Watch Me Act. A few minutes later, the car slowly entered the Fu residence. Looking at the surrounding trees, which resembled a forest, and the contrast with the world just beyond the gate, Ranran was a little surprised. The tall trees surrounded the vast yard, the plants were neatly trimmed, and the flowers and grasses were arranged in an orderly fashion. Although Ranran didn't know much about gardening, she could tell that the simple yet diverse arrangement must have been crafted by a skilled landscape architect. It was a low-key yet exceptionally exquisite residence. Is this where you live? Millimeter. Ranran couldn't help but glance back. The tall buildings that were not far behind could only be partially seen through the gaps in the trees. At the front door of the villa, the entire Fu family was already waiting. As soon as they got out of the car, the couple was immediately the center of attention. Especially the grandmother, whose sharp eyes had locked onto Ranran's delicate figure from the start. Hey, Mom, they are here. Oh, is that our Jingshan's girlfriend. When the family saw Yu Ranran, they were all stunned. Not because of anything else, but because this girl was simply too beautiful. Yu Ranran stood not far away, wearing a pale pink dress, her long hair elegantly styled in an updo, exuding grace and poise. She was the epitome of a classical beauty, with a noble, aloof temperament, a softness that came with femininity, yet an aura of independence and strength. She tightly clung to Fu Jingshan's arm, and when she lifted her head, a gentle, delicate smile appeared on her face. Oh, this girl looks so fresh and pretty. Mom, Jingshan's taste isn't too bad. The grandmother shot a disapproving glance at her son and muttered, "What are you talking about? What do you mean our Jingshan, our Jingshan? She is my granddaughter-in-law, my very own." Seeing the beautiful couple ahead, the grandmother was already so excited she couldn't control herself. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yu Ranran's hand. "Oh, my goodness, I've been waiting for you both for so long, finally, you're here. This girl is really stunning. Girl, I've heard from Jingshan, your name is Ranran, right? Where do you live now? How did you and Jingshan meet?" The grandmother was so excited, she launched into a series of questions. Yu Ranran paused for a moment, not having a chance to respond, when suddenly a deep, somewhat helpless voice cut through the air. "Mom, you were just talking about me, but how could you ask so many questions right away? It's like checking someone's household registration." Fu Hongdar complained, but only received a glare from the grandmother. "She's a girl, for heaven's sake, don't you have any tact?" The grandmother snorted, then reached out to grab Yu Ranran's hand again, smiling brightly. "Don't mind what your uncle says, from now on, you're my granddaughter. My dear granddaughter. Don't worry, it's just like being at home here." Now, Yu Ranran was completely transformed into a little girl meeting her in-laws for the first time. She was shy and bashful, and her acting was so natural. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Fu Jingshan, giving him a playful wink. Fu Jingshan caught the satisfied gleam in her eyes and paused for a moment. His lips curved ever so slightly into a barely noticeable smile. "Oh, right, Ranran, come, let me introduce you. This is Jingshan's mom, and over there is his dad. I'm Jingshan's aunt, and this is his uncle." The family surrounded Yu Ranran, greeting her warmly. However, the host of the event, Fu Jingshan, seemed to have been forgotten. It looked like he wasn't being welcomed much at all. "Who made grandma upset? Let me take care of them for you." A man slightly raised his lips, holding the grandmother's hand. Watching the grandmother pout in mock anger, he chuckled softly. The grandmother gave Yu Ranran a satisfied look before signaling her daughter-in-law, Song Jiame, with her eyes. Song Jiame immediately understood and merged into the crowd, leading everyone into their house while leaving the grandmother alone to talk. "Hey, besides you, little ungrateful one, who else makes me mad? I want a great-grandchild." The grandmother pouted, clearly unhappy. Fu Jingshan sighed deeply in his eyes. "Grandma, I just got back from abroad, not that quickly." The grandmother snorted, "Your excuse has changed in all these years. Anyway, let me say this first, I'm very satisfied with this girl. You can't lose her, you have to keep her. I'm counting on her to give our Fu family a big, fat great-grandchild." The grandmother sent him a warning look, puffing her cheeks as she spoke but kept her gaze on Yu Ranran. Fu Jingshan furrowed his brows. Of course, he understood what his grandmother was thinking, but he just pursed his lips, his expression warm and smiling. "Got it, Grandma." Once inside, the family enthusiastically invited Yu Ranran to sit down. Fu Hongda and the other men were busy in the kitchen, coming in and out with dishes that were quickly placed on the table. The feast was laid out, so plentiful it was overwhelming to the eyes. The grandmother continued to chat intimately with Yu Ranran for a while. Then, it was time to eat. Before sitting down, Fu Jingshan pulled out the chair for her. She softly thanked him as she sat down. Fu Jingshan then pushed the chair forward a little, and Yu Ranran gracefully sat, the two working together in perfect harmony, the positioning just right. Fu Jingshan sat beside her. The grandmother sat across from them, looking on with a satisfied smile. The sky outside had already darkened, and after so long, to be honest, Yu Ranran's stomach was already growling. She picked up her knife and fork and started eating. The chair wasn't fully pushed in, her shoulders were straight, her back perfectly aligned, her chin slightly lowered, and her long eyelashes fluttering. She never bent or lowered her posture to look at her food, even the act of chewing was an expression of her excellent upbringing and manners. The family observed in approval, especially Fu Hongda and Song Jiamei, who exchanged a glance with the grandmother, both of them nodding with deeper satisfaction. After the meal, everyone lingered for a while. The sky outside was already dark, and Fu Jingshan's relatives began to leave one by one. Fu Jingshan stood up to escort them. Yu Ranran, seeing this, also intended to leave, but the grandmother wouldn't let her. "Girl, don't leave, stay with grandma for a little longer." This. "Ranran, can you bear to reject grandma?" Yu Ranran felt a little helpless. Looking at the grandmother's pitiful eyes, how could she bear to say no? But, since Fu Jingshan was there, if she left now without saying goodbye, it felt a little improper. Chapter 4, The Aftereffects of Acting Skills. However, staying here any longer. She was still pondering, when the grandmother pulled out a photo album and began showing the other person embarrassing moments from Fu Jingshan's childhood. "Ranran, look, this is when Jingshan was just 3 years old. And this is from his 6th birthday. That kid was still wearing open crotch pants at that time. He used to follow me around all the time, couldn't shake him off. In the blink of an eye, he's all grown up now." Yu Ranran glanced sideways and saw the young boy in the photo, delicate and refined, with a chubby face that looked like a glutinous rice dumpling. "What a cute little kid. Oh, and there's this one." The grandmother flipped to another page. "Look, this is when he wet the bed for the first time. He was naked, but when we caught him, he didn't say a word. His temper was so stubborn. We scolded him a bit, and he started tearing up." Yu Ranran couldn't help but chuckle. Her gaze sparkled as she smiled slightly, realizing that even a cold and aloof man like Fu Jingshan had such moments in his past. I don't know where he got that stubborn temper from. He's nothing like me, and certainly not like his dad. Luckily, he finally grew up, but still needs someone to look after him." Sigh. As she spoke, the grandmother affectionately took Yu Ranran's hand. The old woman's hand had become rough, but the warmth it carried made Yu Ranran's heart stir slightly. "I'm just an old woman now, with no big wishes. I just hope Jingshan can settle down and live a happy life. And then have a child, so our family can come visit me often. That'll make this old woman happy." Yu Ranran's expression stiffened for a moment. She turned to look at the grandmother, and suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure to have a baby. She was so smart that she understood immediately what the grandmother meant. Unfortunately, she was just a fake girlfriend, and she knew she would likely disappoint the old lady's wishes. "Grandma, what are you talking about? Grandma is so beautiful and elegant. If you hadn't said anything, people would have thought we were mother and daughter." Flattery worked wonders, and the sadness on the grandmother's face disappeared instantly. She smiled broadly. Good, 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 my dear little treasure. Ranran, if that brat Jingshan ever does anything wrong, or if he dares to bully you, just tell grandma, and I'll take care of him for you." "No problem, grandma," Yu Ranran said enthusiastically. After that, they chatted for a while longer, but the grandmother soon began to show signs of fatigue. Yu Ranran looked at the time and seized the opportunity to say, "Grandma, it's getting a bit late, how about you rest for a while?" The grandmother smiled and seemed to understand. "Oh, so Ranran is tired. Liumar, quickly, take Miss Yu to the room on the 2nd floor to rest." Yu Ranran. "Grandma, this isn't really appropriate." What's inappropriate? This is your home, don't be so polite." Without giving Yu Ranran a chance to respond, the grandmother immediately signaled to the servant. "Yu Ranran? Liumar." Liumar froze. If she hadn't seen the grandmother's signal herself, she would have thought she misheard. The room on the 2nd floor was the young master's room, wasn't it? The grandmother was practically sending Miss Yu straight to the young master's bed. No, wait. She was actually sending Miss Yu to the young master's room. But everyone in the Fu family knew that the young master had never allowed anyone to enter his room in all these years. Even as a servant, Liumar could count the number of times she had gone into the room on one hand. Was the old lady really this bold? Didn't she fear the young master coming back and getting angry? However, wasn't he Miss Yu the young master's girlfriend? It probably wasn't an issue, right? Liumar was unsure and almost spoke up to advise her, but the grandmother shot her a warning glance, and she immediately changed her tone. I meant to say, Would Miss Yu like to take a bath before bed? I'll go prepare the bath water for Miss Yu right now. Upon hearing this, the grandmother's gaze softened, and she gave Liu Ma an appreciative look. Yes, a bath before bed is the best. I'll have someone bring you some fresh clothes. You Ranran. She didn't know why, but looking at the grandmother's sincere eyes, she felt like she was the one being outplayed, even though she was the one acting. However, to her surprise, the family was very warm and easygoing. The things she had imagined didn't happen at all. It seemed like this family was quite interesting. Well, since she was here, she might as well stay the night. Who knows, after tomorrow, they might part ways anyway. Miss Yu, please rest well. If you need anything, just call me. Yu Ranran was led to the room that the grandmother had instructed earlier. Liu Ma had already prepared the bath and left the room after greeting her, closing the door behind her. Yu Ranran's eyes scanned the unfamiliar room. The room was decorated with a tasteful touch, mainly in irregular shades of grey. Cold, yet luxurious. In the center of the room was a large double bed, its color complementing the room perfectly. The entire room was spotless, with bright light filling the space, simple yet luxurious. She placed her slippers by the door and walked barefoot into the bathroom. As she immersed herself in the hot water, the day's weariness and tension seemed to melt away in an instant. The warm water flowed over her like smooth satin, enveloping her whole body. Yu Ranran sighed in contentment, leaning back against the side of the bathtub, gently closing her eyes. She wasn't sure how long she had been in there, but eventually, the water began to cool. Reluctantly, she got out of the bath, putting on the robe the grandmother had prepared for her. To be honest, although Yu Ranran was slender, she wasn't short. But the robe was so oversized that it barely covered her chest. But luckily, she was the only one in the room tonight. Not thinking too much about it, Yu Ranran found a blow dryer on the counter outside the bathroom and began to dry her hair. Perhaps it was because she had often tied her hair up, but now her hair fell in loose, large waves over her shoulders like seaweed. Her face, without any makeup, still carried a pink hue from the bath, and her slender neck contrasted with the grey robe she wore. Chapter 5 Take advantage of you. And the pride and sensibility that are in her blood weave a unique charm. It is getting dark. The servants downstairs have already cleaned up the mess on the table. And, according to the old lady's order, no one is allowed to disturb Miss Yu's rest upstairs. So, everyone is almost very careful. Click. The door was opened, which is very sensitive for the villa that has been in silence for a long time. When Mrs. Liu heard the noise, she immediately got up to greet him and saw the handsome man in a black expensive suit and slender figure walked in. The young master is back. Unlike the past, Mrs. Liu always had a faint smile on her face when she spoke today. Yeah. Fu Jingshan responded lightly. After changing his shoes, he did not take off his suit jacket and walked directly into the living room. However, the empty living room made Fu Jingshan's dark eyes move slightly. Sister Liu followed behind him and whispered, "Master, are you looking for Miss Yu?" The old lady said that Miss Yu should stay overnight, and you and Miss Yu will leave together tomorrow morning. Fu Jingshan turned around, looked at Sister Liu, and said lightly, "Is she staying here tonight?" Yes, the old lady likes Miss Yu very much, and Miss Yu can't refuse her kindness. Sister Liu's smile was meaningful, and her tone seemed to contain helplessness. Fu Jingshan understood. It seems that Grandma forced people to stay. Master, it's getting late, and you have to send Miss Yu off tomorrow morning, so why don't you go to bed early? If you don't go to bed early, the old lady's kindness will be wasted. Well, go and get busy. Fu Jingshan said indifferently, then unbuttoned his suit jacket and went upstairs. Mrs. Liu watched his figure disappear at the stairs, smiled meaningfully, and turned to walk towards the old lady's bedroom. His slender fingers had unbuttoned several buttons on his chest, revealing his fair collarbone. Fu Jingshan opened the door of his room as usual. Mrs. Liu was right before. He was a man with a strong sense of territory. Although he didn't come back to this room often, he allowed any stranger to enter his territory without his permission. For example, now. The man's sight fell on the figure in the bathroom without any pause. There was a hint of coolness in his unfathomable eyes. His sight was like a knife blade, tightly grasping the graceful back, and slowly raised his legs and walked towards it. The footsteps stepped on the carpet without any sound. The indifferent face was full of the gloom and coldness of being invaded. However, when he approached the bathroom and saw the familiar back, his deep eyes flickered slightly, and the coldness gradually dissipated. A head of black hair spread on the shoulders like clouds and mist, and the small face, the size of a palm, was flushed because of the mist. Without makeup, her thin lips were like crabapples. The most beautiful woman in the world. These four words flashed in Fu Jingshan's mind. His eyes fell accurately. The bathrobe she was wearing was his. Perhaps it was too large, and it slipped off her shoulders during grooming, leaving a large area of white skin in front of her, and her delicate collarbone floated up and down with her breathing. Fu Jingshan's breathing suddenly tightened, and a hint of darkness and surprise slid across his dark eyes. Then he looked away. He turned around, took off his suit and threw it on the sofa, then raised his arm to unbutton the expensive cuffs on his shirt, bent down and put it aside. When he first met this woman today, he only felt that she seemed to be the only woman who didn't disgust him so much. But he didn't expect that he could be so easily teased by her. The man's eyes were still indifferent, but deep inside, a touch of warmth gradually condensed. It doesn't matter. Even if he can be easily teased by her? Who knows which way to go in the future? In the bathroom, Ranran was cleaning the room, and inexplicably smelled a strange and familiar fragrance, cold and noble. That kind of fragrance. She seemed to have smelled it on someone. Ranran frowned, and seemed to be still confused. But this increasingly real smell made her subconsciously sniff. Want to catch the source of this fragrance. During the action, a few strands of her long hair got into her bathrobe, blocking the scenery that was hidden. The slightly childish action caused Fu Jingshan to laugh lightly, and the extremely low voice gradually spread in the quiet room. The fragrance that was close at hand, and the gentle laugh that just belonged to men, made Ranran stiffen, and she subconsciously looked back. Have you finished washing? Why are you here? Ranran was startled, and her beautiful eyes were full of vigilance and precautions. The man's thin lips raised a playful arc. You took a shower in my bathroom and wore my bathrobe. Now, you ask me why I am here. Ranran was startled, and suddenly met the man's dark eyes. A beautiful little face flushed again, and there was nothing but embarrassment in her eyes. Is this your room? What else? Then what do you think my intention is? Specially, to take advantage of you. This scene now reminded Fu Jingshan of the meaningful smile on Mrs. Liu's face before he went upstairs. It seems that this old lady has been planning for a long time. Ranran paused, her eyes flickered a little, and her sight swept across the big bed outside the house. Unexpectedly understanding the meaning in Ranran's eyes, Fu Jingshan raised his eyebrows. I still have extra bedding, you sleep on the bed at night, and I sleep on the sofa. Then, he swept a meaningful look over a certain part of her body, his voice low and charming. Don't worry, I have no interest in Miss Yu. Ranran was a little surprised. She frowned, followed the man's gaze just now, and looked at a certain part of herself. Then, the next second, the indifferent expression on Ranran's face instantly cracked with an obvious crack. She only felt the anger swirling in her chest, like a volcano that was about to erupt at any time, shaking violently and swallowing everything. Ranran was a little angry. Mr. Fu, you are really shameless. Ranran is not a girl who has never seen the world. There are too many men around her who are top-notch in both wealth and appearance. Unfortunately, after all, she is a woman who is too realistic, and she has long passed the age of knowing young love. In her heart, men are all the same. However, the appearance of Fu Jingshan gave her a headache. Chapter 6. The light is broken. For the first time, I felt that it was so difficult to deal with a person. She tightened her bathrobe, covering her exposed shoulders, and walked out. Fu Jingshan opened the closet in the room, took out a quilt and spread it on the sofa. When he turned around and looked at Ranran again, the teasing was gone, replaced by the gentlemanly and handsome man, just like the first time they met. Then I'll sleep on the sofa. No matter what, he and she are just fake lovers after all. They definitely can't sleep in the same bed. This is in the car, and the two reached a consensus. Rest early, good night. Hearing this, Ranran raised her eyebrows without comment. Although this man is overbearing and unreasonable, he still has a sense of boundaries and propriety. Wouldn't it be hard on yourself to be angry with him like this? Ranran thought about it for a while, and felt much more at ease. Good night. At this time, in another room on the second floor. Their whole family was awake. Fu Hongda and Song Jiarmei were watching the movement in the room on the right through the window with their eyes wide open. The old lady was even more exaggerated. She actually held up a telescope and looked straight at the window of that room. "Mom, we have been watching for such a long time, why is there no movement at all? Oh, this silly boy, it seems that he has taken the quilt to sleep on the sofa. Why is he so stupid? If this goes on, when can I hold my great-grandson?" Song Jiamei was stunned and smiled slightly. "Mom, you are too anxious. We can't rush this matter." "No, I am anxious just looking at it. I have to go and see if this boy is really so stupid." As she said this, the old lady stood up with a look of dissatisfaction and walked towards another room. "Hey, Mom. It's not appropriate for you to go like this. Don't worry, I have my own way." Fu Hongda and Song Jiamei looked at each other, without saying anything, but with smiles on their faces. They understood each other. On the other side, in Yu Ranran's room. At this moment, she was lying on the bed with her mobile phone in her arms, watching videos comfortably. Suddenly, there was only a slight creaking sound. The bedside lamp went out. Their whole room instantly fell into endless darkness. Yu Ranran was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" "The lamp is broken." Fu Jingshan. At this time, he also stood up, looking out the window with a pair of narrow eyes. Outside, the lights were bright. It was obvious that only their room had no electricity. Dong dong dong. There was an untimely knock on the door outside. The bedroom door was opened from the inside. Yu Ranran came out in pajamas. She looked a little depressed. Just then, she wanted to ask someone what was going on. Then she saw the old lady coming over with a glass of milk. "Ranran, Grandma just forgot. Come on, you are still young and it is time for you to grow up. Come, drink a glass of milk before going to bed, R." As she said that, she deliberately glanced at the dark room. Pretending to be confused, she knew the truth and said, "Hey, girl, are you asleep already? It seems that Grandma disturbed you." Yu Ranran rubbed her eyes and shook her head. "I'm not asleep yet, Grandma. Is the light in my room broken? It suddenly went out just now." The old lady paused with her hand holding the milk, and immediately asked with concern, "The light is not on." "Come on, Grandma, take a look." As she said that, she walked into the room. She touched a corner, turned on the electric box, and pushed the gate. Snap! A crisp beating sound. The room instantly returned to its previous brightness. Looking at the slightly opened cup on the bed, the old lady's eyes narrowed with joy. "It seems that my great-grandson is hopeful. Oh, the baby born by Ranran and Jingshan must be the best in the world." However, she was not happy for a second. Then, when her eyes swept across the sofa covered with quilts, the old lady's smiling face wrinkled instantly. "Jingshan, what are you doing?" Fu Jingshan paused, and his handsome face was slightly stiff. Yu Ranran's face also flashed with embarrassment. "Oh no, I didn't expect to be caught on the first night." This time, it was embarrassing. The old lady realized that what she asked just now seemed a bit straightforward, so she coughed and said with a smile, "Ranran, come and talk to Grandma. Is it that you two have a conflict?" Yu Ranran heard this, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her beautiful face. Now, she understood. Before, she used Fu Jingshan's bathroom and slept in Fu Jingshan's room. It was all done intentionally by the old lady. But facing such a loving face, Yu Ranran couldn't have too many emotions. However, these words gave her a new idea. Then, she pretended to be a little aggrieved. "Grandma, we had a quarrel. But I asked him to sleep on the sofa. Grandma, you won't blame me, right?" The old lady heard it and understood immediately. She stared at Fu Jingshan angrily. "You kid, are you bullying our Ranran? You are looking for a fight, you brat." Fu Jingshan pursed his thin lips, raised his feet and walked while saying, "My room is occupied by others, how can I rest? The bed is so big, it's not very crowded." The old lady said this without hesitation. The huge room was silent for a moment. Then, the old lady's gloomy face instantly smiled and waved to Yu Ranran, putting her to sit down. "Ranran, it's very common for young lovers to quarrel, how can Grandma blame you? It's just that, as the saying goes, it takes 1,000 years to be able to ride the same boat, and 100 years to be able to sleep on the same pillow. Jingshan did something wrong, I have already scolded him, just be generous and forgive him, there is nothing that can't be solved by sleeping at night. If there is, then sleep twice. You Ranran. Grandma, is it really okay for you to drive openly? Without help, you Ranran could only cooperate with the man and pretend to be reconciled, and the two of them lay on the bed together. This satisfied the old lady. After sending the old lady away with great difficulty, you Ranran finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that with the old lady watching, it's not appropriate for Fu Jingxian to sleep on the sofa again. It's just. She has never slept with a strange man before. Feeling the strange breath beside her, she instantly had an idea of escaping. Then she did the same, almost subconsciously she stood up. But the man grabbed her arm directly. Fu Jingxian. Yu Ranran was pulled so hard that she almost fell into the man's arms. She blushed, supported the soft bed behind her with one hand, and put one hand on Fu Jingxian's shoulder without time to retract it. Why, do you want to be caught again? The handsome face was within reach, with a warm and harmless expression, but it revealed a strong attraction, exuding a fatal charm, pressing her face. But Yu Ranran looked embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and finally took out a pillow from behind and put it between the two of them. Then let's make 3 rules. You are not allowed to cross the line. Yu Ranran's pretty face turned red. After saying that, she turned around and closed her eyes. Fortunately, she reacted in time and did not let the man see her red face. However, this kind of thing is really too embarrassing. Chapter 7 At a loss. Yu Ranran's mind was working like crazy. She closed her eyes and slept with her back to the man, her heart beating fast. There was still a faint blush on her face, but somehow, maybe it was the relatively cool temperature in the room, or maybe it was because she had been tense all day, which made her slowly slow down her mind. As she thought about it, her thoughts slowly fell into sleep. Fu Jingxian, you bastard, took advantage of me. It's still the first time to sleep with a strange man. Yu Ranran pouted and murmured. However, she didn't know what kind of throbbing this voice brought to Fu Jingxian. Yu Ranran's voice was clear and beautiful. The murmur in her sleep was not as resentful as she imagined, but rather like a dream. Light, trembling, soft and clear, just like acting like a spoiled child. Fu Jingxian paused, his pupils shrank, and he looked at the little woman who had fallen asleep beside him. His heart felt like it was scratched by a cat's claw. The strange numbness was a feeling that Fu Jingxian had never experienced and did not understand. It was really killing me. The hand that tucked the quilt tightened a little more, and gently tucked the woman's side up. The air conditioner was on in the room, and the temperature was very low. The man gently put her hand into the quilt again. Go to sleep. Hum. She responded softly, and the familiar and clear cold fragrance enveloped her. Her hair rubbed against his movements as she nodded. The heartbeat was like a drum. Fu Jingxian closed his eyes, but he couldn't even take a nap because of his heartbeat. It was too fucking. The next day, the light of the morning sun shone through the swaying curtains. Yu Ranran, who was sleeping soundly, vaguely felt a little cold. She curled up almost instinctively. But she didn't expect to touch a hot body. Yu Ranran moved her hands and got closer to the hot body. Who was so kind to arrange such a big hot water bag for her on the bed, so warm. Yu Ranran couldn't help but hug the warmth and rubbed it with her face. But she vaguely smelled a strange yet familiar fragrance, cold and noble. That kind of fragrance. She seemed to have smelled it on someone. Yu Ranran frowned, still confused. But this increasingly real smell made her slowly open her eyes. However, the moment she opened her eyes, all her thoughts became clear. What she was holding was not a hot water bag, but Fu Jingxian. The man seemed to have woken up just a little earlier than her. The light shone on his noble and handsome face, and his messy black hair made him look very charming. At this moment, Fu Jingxian was looking at her. His eyes were so deep that they seemed to be able to suck people in if they were not careful. The two of them were very close, and she seemed to be nestled in his arms. The breath belonging to him surrounded her in the center from all directions. Even when Yu Ranran wanted to retreat, she could smell the unique mint smell on the man. Fu Jingxian's eyes were still dark, somewhat scattered, as if he was not completely awake. Yu Ranran took a breath of cold air in an instant, and without thinking, she bent her knees to separate the two people from being so close. In her clear eyes, vigilance and precautions were fully revealed. It was Yu Ranran's action that made Fu Jingshan's eyes gradually clear. Awake! You rascal! You've crossed the line! Yu Ranran's ears were red, and she whispered angrily, with shame and a hint of anger on her face. Fu Jingshan didn't say anything, and his smiling eyes gently fell below her chin. His eyes were as gentlemanly as they could be, but Yu Ranran could always see another kind of obscure expression in his expression. She lowered her head and saw the skin on her shoulders and chest that was exposed. Her beautiful face was instantly stained with a bit of shyness and panic, and she quickly lifted the quilt to cover herself. She sat up suddenly. She subconsciously stepped back, and suddenly there was nothing behind her, and her body fell back unexpectedly. It's over. This was the only thought in Yu Ranran's mind. Not only will she be seen naked, but she may also fall miserably. Why is it always her who is unlucky? However, the embarrassment of falling to the ground as imagined did not happen. She saw a vague white shadow rushing towards her, and then her waist tightened, and she bumped into a strong and solid chest. After a dizzy spell, she was pulled back to their bed. At the same time, a tall and strong body pressed down on her. A cold and refreshing fragrance instantly enveloped her. Yu Ranran felt as if her face was on fire, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She tightly grasped the man's pajamas, panicking and at a loss. Fu Jingshan looked down at his pajamas that had been torn off for the most part, and his white chest was exposed, and his eyes became even deeper. At the same time, in the restaurant on the first floor, the chef had prepared breakfast. Song Jiamei looked at the empty seats in front of the table and asked, "Husband, go and call Mom, Jingshan Ranran is coming down for breakfast." Fu Hongda responded from a distance. Song Jiamei thought about it, picked up the milk on the table and took a sip. Forget it, I'd better go by myself. She knew her own husband, who was always traveling on an unreliable road. He might have forgotten him at some point. Song Jiamei went all the way to the second floor, but saw the old lady crouching and putting her ear against her son's door to eavesdrop on something. She frowned and walked over. "Mom, what are you doing?" The old lady was startled, covering her chest, and before she could even react, she quickly made a gesture not to speak. However, what she didn't expect was that with this action, her elbow accidentally turned the door handle of the room. Click! With a sound, the bedroom door was opened from the outside. At the door, Song Jiamei was wearing home clothes, and the old lady was still in the posture of eavesdropping with her waist bent. Inside the house, Yu Ranran pulled Fu Jingshan's pajamas, and their whole person was pressed under him. Fu Jingshan's palm was still supporting Yu Ranran's head, and that posture clearly showed that he was about to kiss her at any time. In an unspeakable embarrassment, the old lady was the first to react. She pretended to look around the house, and muttered while looking, "Hey, why is there no one in this room? Where did Jingshan and Ranran go?" As she said, she turned around and left with Song Jiamei, who was shocked. Before leaving, she did not forget to close the door thoughtfully. Chapter 8. Hold the great-grandson now. At 9:30 in the morning, the two of them finished packing and went downstairs for breakfast. The old lady had been waiting impatiently in the restaurant on the first floor. When she saw the two of them coming downstairs together, she smiled like a flower. "Fu Jingshan, Dad, Mom, Grandma." Yu Ranran also shouted, "Uncle, Auntie, Grandma." Fu Hongda and Song Jiamei looked at the two with a smile, nodded, and just as they were about to say something, they were interrupted by a full-bodied voice. "Hey! My dear granddaughter-in-law." The old lady clasped her hands together and responded cheerfully and straightforwardly. Yu Ranran's beautiful face flashed a trace of embarrassment, and she smiled awkwardly. Fu Jingshan, who was ignored by the old lady, just pursed his lips silently. The old lady looked at Yu Ranran's belly with joy, wishing she could stare out her great-grandson. Fu Hongda and Song Jiamei looked at each other, a little helpless, and coughed twice. "Mom." The old lady realized it late and was a little embarrassed. I mean, hurry up, Ranran, Jingshan, go wash your hands, we're about to have dinner," she said, winking at Fu Jingshan. "Oh. Okay." The servant on the side was also very considerate, and took the lead to lead Yu Ranran to the bathroom first. The old lady took advantage of this opportunity to catch Fu Jingshan and whispered, "How about it, brat, can I hold my great-grandson by the end of the year?" "By the end of the year? Doesn't that mean I have to get pregnant now?" Fu Jingshan sat down, picked up the cup on the table, poured himself a glass of water, took a sip with elegant manners, and said lightly, "No." The indifferent temperament made the old lady gasp. "Are you on birth control?" Fu Jingxian's eyebrows did not move. "No." The old lady clenched the teacup in her hand. "Is Ranran not in good health?" "I see, her butt is quite big, she should be easy to give birth to." The man paused with the cup in his hand, and his mouth twitched. "No. Or you?" Fu Jingxian raised his head and glanced at the old man coldly. The old woman pursed her lips. It shouldn't be, she knew her grandson. Every time the physical examination report came out, she was the first to read it. But looking at her grandson's gentle and introverted appearance, he really didn't look like a person without needs. That is, before, they had never. So the old man asked cautiously, "Could it be that you two haven't? There's no rush for this kind of thing. We haven't gotten married yet. Then why don't you propose to me?" Fu Jingxian paused while drinking water, slowly raised his eyelids, and said in a low voice with a bit of surprise, "Propose." The old lady rolled her eyes. "So that's the problem. You've been together for 3 months, you wouldn't have no expression at all, right?" "What expression?" Fu Jingxian raised his eyebrows. "Gift. Diamond ring, necklace." Fu Jingxian frowned. "It seems not. It's really far from the truth." The old lady was so angry that her hands were shaking. If she hadn't been unable to hold a cane at her age, she would have severely taught this rebellious son a lesson. "Is he stubborn?" The old lady forced herself to take a deep breath and continued to ask, "Then you have always dated, right?" Fu Jingxian was silent for a long time and shook his head. "No." "You?" The old lady almost fell backwards in one breath, pointed at Fu Jingxian, and said angrily, "If I were Ranran, let alone marrying you, I would dump you sooner or later." Fu Jingxian's expression did not change, but the hand holding the cup paused for a moment. He and Yu Ranran were originally just a trading relationship. Besides, they have only known each other for a short time. However, I am afraid that after this time, the old lady will identify Yu Ranran. If they want to cover up again in the future, if they still maintain the current indifferent relationship, I am afraid that the old lady will be suspicious. And the points the old lady said sounded like the most normal things between lovers. He didn't even do the most basic things between lovers. Which woman doesn't like romance? You are such a troublesome blockhead. The old lady tried her best to control her temper and put the teacup heavily on the tea table. Fu Jingxian stared at the overflowing tea, leaned on the sofa, and his expression gradually became solemn. The old lady sighed helplessly. She had thought about helping out depending on the situation, but she didn't even know where to start. This time, Ranran was really wronged. "Alas, when can I hold my great-grandson?" Yu Ranran came out after washing her hands at this time, and just heard the old lady's dissatisfied muttering, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across her beautiful face. "Mom, let's eat." Looking at the figure behind her son, Song Meijiao was quite helpless. The old lady was usually very dignified and generous at home, but every time in front of her grandson, she was like a child. The old lady felt regretful, and in the blink of an eye, she caught a glimpse of Yu Ranran walking towards them. The gloomy face instantly smiled, and she waved to Yu Ranran. "Ranran, come on, come, sit next to Grandma, and talk to Grandma." Yu Ranran smiled slightly, nodded, walked over, and sat next to the old lady. The old lady held Yu Ranran's hand intimately. Fu Jingxian was right next to her. The collar of the white shirt was a little open, but it was still neat without a wrinkle. He lowered his head slightly, not knowing what he was thinking, and the corners of his lips seemed to be hooked with a faint arc, adding a bit of laziness to the whole person, with a unique noble air. A gentleman of a wealthy family with a graceful demeanor, calm and introverted. He sat silently throughout the whole process, as if he was just listening to her and the old lady's boring chat. It must be said that his presence was unexpectedly strong, and Yu Ranran could not completely calm down and ignore him. During this time, Fu Jingxian suddenly sat up straight, stretched out his long arms, and picked up a lobster on the plate in front of him with his fair and beautiful hands. His hands were big, but his movements of peeling shrimp were very delicate and elegant. Yu Ranran could not help but look at him sideways, but so that his back was very straight, his hands were supported on his knees, his eyes were lowered, and his attention was focused on his hands. The red shrimp shell was perfectly peeled off along his fingers. Yu Ranran was a little surprised, and she could not imagine that this man was so meticulous. In fact, there are also some rules for peeling shrimp. Most people will only peel the shrimp in a simple and rough way as quickly as possible, although this is fast. However, they cannot taste the essence of the shrimp, and it is easy to get oil on their hands. This man is very smart. Chapter 9, Raising an Ancestor. The old lady couldn't help but look at Fu Jingxian more. This behavior was rare for her. But she didn't want to pay attention to him now. He didn't even control her when she sent him to bed. It's infuriating. She pouted and looked at him with dissatisfaction, then turned around and held Ranran's hand and said with a smile, "Come, Ranran, try this green tea cake. It's made by your aunt who learned the craftsmanship of grandma. It's not bad." "Oh, back then, grandma defeated your grandfather with this green tea cake. Later, this craftsmanship was passed on to your uncle and aunt, and now it has been passed on to Jingxian's generation. This green tea cake is really an ancestral delicacy of our Fu family. However, there is a rule in our family that this green tea cake is only for our own people. It has never been passed on to others. Others want to eat it, but they can't." The old lady said, putting a piece of green tea cake on the plate on Ranran's plate. Blinked at Fu Jingxian, "Is that right?" "Jingxian." Fu Jingxian pursed his thin lips and didn't answer. At the same time, a peeled white lobster was handed to Ranran. Ranran was a little flattered. She stood up slightly and picked up the plate on the table with an elegant movement. During the process, she accidentally touched Fu Jingxian's fingertips, which were a little cold. "Thank you." At the moment when Ranran stood up, the distance between her and the old lady was very close. The old lady's eyes fell on Ranran's neck. There was a not-so-obvious red mark on her fair and delicate skin. A shallow red mark was originally nothing. It's just that Ranran is too white, so white and crystal clear, which makes this red particularly conspicuous. The old lady's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out to hold Ranran's hand. "Hey, Ranran, what's wrong with your neck?" Ranran's face was still a little red because of what the old lady said just now, and now she was even more at a loss when she saw the old lady's meaningful eyes. However, after thinking about it carefully, she immediately realized what was going on. It was left by Fu Jingxian when she accidentally fell in the morning. When she was washing, she also found it and deliberately covered it with her hair. Unexpectedly, it was still found by the old lady. Ranran's beautiful face still couldn't hide the redness. "Grandma, it's not what you think." The old lady's smile became even more intense, like a chrysanthemum. Seeing Ranran's obviously shy look, she laughed and said, "Oh, no, Grandma understands." The ending of the word, understand, was dragged for a long time. "Here is the silver and the silver is 300 taels." Ranran took a deep breath and stopped talking. The old lady then turned her attention to her grandson, and her hand on the armrest of the chair secretly gave him a thumbs up. "Very good, keep it up." She didn't mention any names, but Fu Jingxian's face darkened slightly. She was speechless. "What's that popular saying?" "Shut up." "Hey, Ranran, I heard something in your bag making a sound. Did someone call you?" Song Jiamei carefully noticed Ranran's confusion and changed the subject at the right time. Hearing this, Ranran's shy expression gradually calmed down. "Oh, let me see." She naturally knew who called, but Song Jiamei gave her a way out at the right time. She cancelled Mr. Wu's blind date, and her parents must be furious now. She had to go back later, so. She looked up at Fu Jingxian standing opposite her, and a bit of melancholy flashed across her face. After eating, she sat for a while. It was almost noon. Ranran could no longer stay and finally got up to say goodbye. Fu Jingxian got up and the servant quickly brought his suit jacket over. "I'll take you there." His voice was deep and light as usual. It sounded like a simple sentence, but it was full of a strong meaning that could not be refused. Ranran did not refuse. "What are you thinking about?" As soon as she walked out of the door, Fu Jingxian's low voice sounded. Ranran paused, pursed her lips, exhaled lightly, and said, "My parents called me and urged me to go home, so I'll go with you." Before Ranran finished her words, Fu Jingxian interrupted her indifferently. Obviously, he had already guessed what Ranran was going to say. Ranran's chest choked. "You don't have to show up, I can do it myself. I don't like to owe others, and we agreed before, you help me, I help you, we'll be even." Fu Jingxian's voice was rare coldness for Ranran. She thought for a while and didn't speak. Indeed, if she goes back now, she will inevitably be interrogated. If he is here, it will be much better. At most, just explain it in front of my parents, and save a lot of trouble later. Standing there and thinking for a while, Ranran compromised. Okay, I will explain this matter clearly, and I won't give them a reason to entangle you. Fu Jingxian still had a cold face, but his face was slightly moved when he heard the end. As you wish. Get in the car. Yu's house. The living room was filled with a strong sense of depression. Yu Yangbiao arranged all the matters to the company's assistant. After waiting for Yu Ranran for an afternoon without any result, he went to his room with a gloomy face to rest. Yu Yangbiao's chest rose and fell violently, and he was still angry. Zhuang Qiamai sat beside him and kept comforting him. Look at your stubborn temper. If you don't want to see her, then don't see her. Our Ranran is so good that she can find any boy. Why do you always get so angry? It would have been better if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned it, Yu Yangbia's face fell again. Why do you want me to get angry? Mr. Wu has a good family background and is honest. He is our neighbor across the street. We have been neighbors for several years and know each other well. Ranran will not suffer any loss if she marries him. Do you understand? It's all because of you. What do you mean you only have one precious child in your family? If you don't want to find one, you don't have to find one. Just keep her at home and spoil her. Look at what she has become. How can you raise a daughter? You are raising an ancestor. You dare not even go to such an important blind date. I stood him up this time, and Xiao Wu is still across the street from us. We will see each other every day in the future. How can I face people with my old face? Zhuang Qiamai sat aside and listened to her husband complaining. When she heard the sentence, raising an ancestor, her face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy. She stood up immediately, then pinched Yu Yangbiao's ear and said angrily, Yu Yangbiao. What did you say? Say it again. Chapter 10 Xiao Fu. What do you mean by raising an ancestor? Yu Yangbiao, you are so capable now. You even start to dislike your own daughter. A neighbor can make you lose face. What's the matter? You dislike my daughter today, will you dislike me tomorrow? Yu Yangbiao saw that his wife's face was not right, and immediately begged for mercy. Wife, I was wrong, I just said it casually, how dare I? Zhuang Qiamai was still angry. Humph, just said it casually. You obviously did it on purpose. You dare to dislike my daughter, at most. I won't live with you anymore. Yu Yangbiao's face turned from blue to white, and then from white to blue, with a smile on his face, which was uglier than crying. Frustrated, wife, I was really wrong. I really just said it casually. I don't believe you. Don't even think about getting in bed tonight. However, at this moment, the roar of a car sounded from outside the window. Fu Jingxian had parked the car outside the Yu family villa. When he heard the engine sound outside, Yu Yangbiao breathed a sigh of relief, and stood up from the sofa in the room and rushed out, as if he was running for his life. Oh, Ranran is back. At this time, Yu Ranran happened to open the car door and got out of the car from the back seat. Yu Yangbiao's eyes immediately swept over the car where Yu Ranran was sitting, and his eyebrows immediately frowned. The latest model of Rolls-Royce. Something's wrong? Then, a man in a black suit, with a straight figure and an extraordinary temperament, followed him down. The cold and noble aura came straight at him with a strong sense of oppression. His intuition after decades of business told him that. Yu Yangbiao was stunned. The daughter he had raised for more than 20 years actually came back with a young man? Is the sun rising from the west? Oh, our Ranran has a good eye. Look at the young man, how handsome he is. Yu Yangbiao frowned. What's the use of being handsome? Whether it's a monster or a god, you have to take a photo to know. Zhuang Qiamai snorted coldly, said nothing, and went into their house. At this time, the large living room was bright and clean, and the lights set off each other, making it look more luxurious and bright. The bright white light could even see the tiny dust, wandering in the tranquility. Yu Yangbiao and Zhuang Qiamai sat on the sofa, and Yu Ranran and Fu Jingxian sat opposite. Who is this? Before Yu Ranran took the initiative to confess, Zhuang Qiamai couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. A while ago, she was still worried about her daughter's marriage. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, her daughter actually brought a male friend home. This was too sudden. Zhuang Qiamai was surprised and confused. Her daughter had never had many relationships since she was a child. Although she was beautiful, she was still too naive in terms of feelings. Because, in her memory, her daughter had never said a few words to the opposite sex, let alone a man sending her home. She was worried about this matter at the beginning. And now? Could it be that her daughter broke up with Mr. Wu because of him? Zhuang Qiamai didn't sleep well all night because of this matter. However, now, after seeing the young man in front of her, she finally felt relieved. He has a handsome face and a slender figure. Gentle and elegant, a good-looking man. Although he is not as sensible and well-behaved as the son of the Wu family, he has a noble aura that ordinary people cannot match. This child is definitely not an ordinary person. Zhuang Qiamai and Yu Yangbiao are both in the business world. Their eyes are more venomous than ordinary people. Yu Ranran closed her eyes helplessly. Her mother was too anxious. Why did she interrogate her right away? How should she explain this later? Fu Jingshan's dark eyes were filled with unfathomable wisdom. He seemed to notice Yu Ranran's embarrassment at the moment. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He politely extended his hand and spoke first. Uncle, Aunt, I'm Ranran's friend, my name is Fu Jingshan. The man sat with his back straight, his narrow eyes were far and deep, his eyebrows were three-dimensional and his features were clear, handsome and noble. Especially, his noble aura made people feel sad, his cold and noble aura seemed to flow out from his body, exuding a breathtaking pressure. Yu Yangbia sat on the sofa, calm, and didn't say anything. He has been in the business world for many years. Emotions are never revealed. But he was muttering in his heart. Friend? This kid has extraordinary momentum, and he is not an ordinary person at first glance. And there is the Rolls Royce at the door. This hand, even he can't compare. However, this matter is too strange. He doesn't believe it. My daughter has never had a boyfriend since she was a child. How come he brought someone home after just a few days? And it was before and after the blind date. No, he still had to test it out. He raised his eyes and glanced at Fu Jingshan, but saw his daughter shyly lowered her head and occasionally looked at him shyly. He choked and almost had a mouthful of blood in his throat. After a pause, Yu Yangbia smiled and said, "Oh, Xiao Fu. Don't be so formal. Coming here is the same as coming to your own home. Oh, by the way, the nanny at home has cooked the meal. Have you not eaten lunch yet? Let's talk while we eat." Compared with the family banquet of the Fu family, the dishes on the Yu family table are slightly more homely. However, the taste is not bad at all. Yu Ranran sat next to Fu Jingshan. She sat there in silence, as if she was just listening to his boring chat with his parents. Looking at Fu Jingshan again, the collar of his white shirt was a little open, but still neat and without a wrinkle. He sat on the chair, his head slightly lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. The corner of his lips seemed to be hooked with a faint arc. The whole person added a bit of laziness, with a unique noble air. A noble son of a wealthy family with a graceful demeanor, calm and restrained. Yu Yangbiao and Zhuang Qiamai looked at each other, with satisfaction in their eyes. Then, Zhuang Qiamai turned her head and smiled at Fu Jingshan and asked, "Xiao Fu, what is your job now?" Fu Jingshan frowned. "Management team, I think I am the director." His voice was very gentle, clear and low. "Management team? Director?" These two words made Yu Yangbia slightly startled, and then frowned even tighter. "Oh, what company are you working for now?" Yu Yangbiao on the side finally asked. The living room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop clearly. Longton Group. Oh. As soon as Fu Jingshan said this, Yu Yangbia's face was calm. But a hint of surprise flashed through his heart. However, this surprise was fleeting, and he returned to his usual calmness. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Chapter 11 New Oolong. This guy actually works in the same company as my daughter? Could it be that he was really not the person his daughter had hired to deal with him, urging her to get married? Are they really in love? Yu Yangbia was filled with doubts. However, one thing that is worth affirming is that since this guy can serve as a director in Longton Group, he must be quite capable. Yu Yangbiao has been in the business world for many years and he also runs an internet technology company. Therefore, I have done a lot of research on this type of company. Longton Group. That is the top internet technology company in the entire H-country wealth rankings. It has the best scientific and technological research in the world. Even the old groups that have been in the business world for decades can only look up to them. Not only that, I heard that the family behind this group is even more terrifying. Its financial resources are even richer than that of a country. Therefore, those who can work in Longton Group are already the elites in this society. In today's era, many people regard it as an honor to be able to work at Longton. It is no exaggeration to say that there is no citizen who does not yearn for Longton Group, which ranks first among the world's internet technology groups. Just being able to get in is already very good. Not to mention, he could be promoted to a higher rank in Longton. Just think about it. Being able to stand out in the huge Longton Group with tens of thousands of employees is as difficult as completing a completely impossible challenge. Thinking of this, Yu Yangbiao's eyes flashed. Moreover, as soon as Fu Jingxian entered the door, he noticed that this boy had a dignity and elegance that ordinary people could not match. This kind of inhuman temperament can never be faked. A child who can develop this kind of temperament must be from a wealthy family or a family of scholars. At this moment, his mind has changed. What a test, what a temptation. All of them were thrown behind Yu Yangbiao. Now he finally admired his daughter's vision. Although the young master of the Wu family is well behaved and docile, he is an honest man after all. Among many rich second generations, he can only be considered an honest one. He wanted his daughter to marry him because he was afraid that Ranran would be bullied. And now, standing in front of him at this moment is an extremely good son-in-law. Moreover, its future is limitless, and it will naturally become clear which is more important. Yu Yangbiao's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. He looked at Fu Jingxian lovingly, and even reached out to put some food into the man's bowl. Not bad, really good. When Zhuang Xiaomai saw her husband's behavior, she smiled. They looked at each other and understood what was going on. We then chatted about some simple things, and by the time we finished lunch, several hours had passed quickly. On the other side, in the kitchen, Zhuang Xiaomai was putting the dishes used in lunch into the dishwasher one by one, while also packing up other things. The nanny also cleaned the living room. Yu Ranran, who was following Zhuang Xiaomai, looked absent-minded. While she handed the dishes and chopsticks to her mother, she turned her head from time to look towards the living room. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. I don't know what happened to Fu Jingxian. Dad deliberately sent her away. Did he see something? Still, it shouldn't be like this. On their way here, Yu Ranran discussed with Fu Jingxian that they should pretend to be friends or colleagues. This way, when the time comes to explain, I will have a reason to make my parents believe me. In order to avoid being exposed, he also told Fu Jingxian his personal information, where he worked, and information about his friends. Make sure nothing goes wrong. But she was still very panicked. I always feel uneasy when I'm not around to watch over you. But her mother kept staring at her. What should she do? Ranran, help mom pass that square plate over to me. Ranran, help mommy throw the chili in this small dish into the trash can. Ranran, remember to tie the rope around the trash can later, or it will get bugs. Ranran, can you hear your mother talking to you? Yu Ranran turned a deaf ear to him but continued to move her hands. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That should be fine, right? She believed in Fu Jingxian. Just now at the dinner table, she almost couldn't stand her parents' barrage of questions, but this man was so calm and composed from beginning to end. But, what if there is always a chance of something happening? Seeing her dad's expression when she walked in, Yu Ranran's eyes flashed, and suddenly she seemed to have thought of something, and she stood up from her chair. The plate that I was about to wash also fell into the sink. Broken. She was so focused on how to prevent her parents from noticing the floor that she forgot what it meant to bring her friend home. If she didn't go out and explain now, I'm afraid it would cause a bigger misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Yu Ranran could no longer sit still. She wiped the foam on her hands onto her apron twice and wanted to go out. Hey, where are you going? Zhuang Qiamai shouted and pulled her daughter back in time. Look at you kid, I called you several times just now, but you didn't even hear me. Yu Ranran was extremely anxious at the moment, and responded casually, Mom, I'll go get some food for Dad and Xiao Fu. Zhuang Qiamai stopped her and said, Sister Liu is in the living room. You stay here and help Mom. How can this be possible? If she doesn't say anything, she won't be able to clear herself even if she jumps into the Yellow River. She had clearly promised him before that after this incident, her family would not harass him again. What is going on in this situation? No, she must go out and take a look. Explain the situation clearly. Seeing her daughter's eyes constantly drifting towards the living room, Zhuang Qiamai felt both angry and amused. Why, are you afraid that your father will eat him? Seeing that her thoughts were revealed by her mother, Ranran's eyes flickered but she said nothing. Just stay here with your mother and don't go anywhere. Just let your father talk to Xiaofu. Having said that, Zhuang Qiamai closed the kitchen door and continued with the work in her hands as if in a huff. Seeing that her mother was a little angry, Ranran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Mom. She was obviously as anxious as an ant on hot oil, but she couldn't escape. This feeling is really, really terrible. Fu Jingshan, next, it's up to you. You must not let my parents misunderstand. In the living room, Yu Yangbia looked at Fu Jingshan lovingly and patted his shoulder gently. Xiaofu, you are a good child. I am relieved to leave my daughter to you. Uncle can see that you really like Ranran. From now on, you should get along well with Ranran. If you encounter any problems, come back to Uncle. If Ranran dares to bully you, Uncle will help you vent your anger. Chapter 12. The explanation is not clear. There was a hint of helpless smile in Fu Jingshan's eyes, but he still nodded. Don't worry, Uncle. I will take good care of Ranran. Yu Yangbia nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. Okay, Xiaofu, I feel relieved now that you said that. He lowered his head and took a sip of tea, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, really good. This young man is neither arrogant nor impetuous, but humble and polite. Not only does he have potential, but he also has good character. The most important thing is that this boy likes his girl. The two are currently still in the same company. Isn't this just a natural thing? For the first time in his life, Yu Yangbia felt that his concern for his daughter's major life events was somewhat unnecessary. Judging from my daughter's vision, it seems to be very good. Well, after all, over the years, many boys have pursued his Ranran, and some of them come from powerful backgrounds. Although they were rich, he frowned when he saw how philandering they were. None of them are sincere. A boy of this age, doesn't he understand? I always feel that there are too many choices, and I'm too lazy to bother with things that can be bought with money. He was young once, but to be honest, at his age, he no longer has the ignorant drive for love that he had when he was young. Yes, there is only the dullness of life and the daily necessities of life. It's not like I haven't seen the marital status of people around me. People at their age now feel that marriage is never perfect. No matter how many vows of love you make and how passionate your love is, after going through the trivialities of marriage, it will just be like that. It all depends on the couple living in harmony. Therefore, his requirements for the future son-in-law are not actually high. He just hopes that his daughter will marry a serious, responsible man. That's enough. Now look at it this way. Hey, Ranran's vision is no less than his back then. Yu Yangbia glanced at Fu Jingshan again. His eyes were filtered through the lens of his father-in-law. The young man sitting on the sofa was wearing a clean, expensive white shirt with two exquisite and elegant silver cuffs on his cuffs. He looked gentle, graceful, and extraordinary. Perfect, very perfect. The more Yu Yangbia looked, the more satisfied he became. I picked up the teacup and took a sip with joy. Today's tea is particularly fragrant. On the other side, their work in the kitchen is almost done. Ranran was finally liberated. Because she was worried that the relationship between Fu Jingshan and herself would be misunderstood, and she had not yet explained the blind date clearly to her parents. So, I was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. However, when she hurriedly came out of the kitchen, she saw this scene. Her usually stern, cold and capable father. At this moment, she changed her previous indifference and sat on the sofa chatting and laughing with Fu Jingshan. Depth of field, come and taste the tea your uncle made for you. Is it fragrant? Depth of field, come here, this orange is good, try it. Depth of field, uncle, I would like to ask you for advice in the field of science and technology. Ranran's face turned dark. The woman's intuition told her that the scene before her was too weird. Definitely not a good thing. She just went to the kitchen to help her mother with chores, so why did her father become so intimate with Fu Jingshan? Could it be that? Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Her parents must have misunderstood the relationship between her and Fu Jingshan. This is bad. What should I do? Yu Yangbia was still chatting with Fu Jingshan. When he looked up, he saw Yu Ranran had come out. He smiled and said, "My daughter, you are here. Come on, sit down. You and Jingshan can chat for a while. You two are familiar with each other, so you have a deep relationship, right?" As he spoke, he raised his head and glanced at his wife who had also come over. Deep feelings. Yu Ranran rolled her eyes at her father and didn't care about anything else. She took her father and mother's hands and walked straight into the inner room. Fu Jingshan was sitting in the living room, watching Yu Ranran's action, his lips slightly curled, but his eyes deepened. "Look at you, kid. How rude of you. Depth of field is still in the living room, what are you doing?" Zhuang Qiamai rolled her eyes at her daughter, somewhat unhappy. Yu Ranran pouted and turned to look at her father with an anxious look on her face. "Dad, what did you and Jingshan say in the living room just now?" Yu Yangbia was also confused by his daughter's behavior, until he saw the anxious look on Yu Ranran's face, and he instantly understood. "Good job. My daughter has grown up. She is no longer his obedient and sensible little girl. I also learned to protect an outsider. Fu Jingshan hasn't become his son-in-law yet. She is so anxious. It's just, quite speechless." Yu Yangbia suddenly felt a sense of distress. He cleared his throat twice and said unnaturally, "Look at you, kid. Why are you so anxious? Dad just had a chat with Depth of Field, don't worry. Mom and Dad are both sensible people. Since you have made your own choice, Mom and Dad will naturally not force you to go on a blind date. Just be good to Jingshan. Dad bless you, R. Heir, look how nervous you are. Didn't Mom tell you before? Your father was just worried, so he talked to Jingshan, and as a result, your father and I are very satisfied." Zhuang Qiamai followed suit. Heir. Looking at the two of them singing the same tune, Yu Ranran was completely speechless. "What? Mom and Dad, you misunderstood. Jingshan and I are just friends. I didn't go on the blind date last time because he had a last-minute appointment and I helped him out. I came with him this time simply to explain this matter." Yu Ranran explained anxiously, her words stumbling. Coupled with the evasiveness in their eyes, Yu Yangbia and Zhuang Qiamei's expressions became even more complicated. Because, in their eyes, it was obvious to their daughter that this was a shy gesture. "Good job. The cabbage from my own garden is trying to push up against the pig from another garden. No, another cabbage. Who can feel happy after seeing this?" Yu Yangbia couldn't help but feel a sense of suffocation in his heart. But after thinking about it again, he realized that Fu Jingshan was indeed much better than all the young people he had ever met. No wonder my daughter tried every possible way to avoid blind dates, and even directly cancelled the meeting with Mr. Wu. Alas, girls are really out of control when they grow up. She has even gotten married yet. If I really marry him in the future, I don't know what will happen. Oh, forget it, we will be a family sooner or later, so don't worry about it. After calming down, he forced a smile. "My girl, we know about this. Don't worry, we will never interfere with the relationship between you and Jingshan. You guys are fine, R." Chapter 13 The Perfect Son-in-Law. Yu Ranran became even more anxious when she saw that her parents clearly didn't listen at all. However, she didn't notice at all that the more she explained, the more her parents would misunderstand her. Okay, Depth of Field is still in the living room. You're pulling us out like this, what the hell?" Zhuang Qiamai pulled her daughter out without caring that her daughter wanted to say something. "No, Mom, I'm serious. Did you guys listen to me?" Fu Jingshan in the living room obviously heard the noise in the room, so he stood up. "Come on, Ranran, have a chat with Jingshan." Yu Yangbia looked up at the watch on his wrist. It was almost afternoon and there was still some time before dinner. "Oh, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Uncle and you hit it off right away, and I couldn't help but want to chat with you for a while. I guess I took up a lot of your time, didn't I? Don't complain about your uncle nagging, R." Fu Jingshan glanced sideways, his eyes swept over Yu Ranran, whose face was slightly red, and a dark and deep luster flashed in his dark eyes. He chuckled, "It's okay, uncle." After chatting for a while, Fu Jingshan got up and said goodbye, citing work as an excuse. When Yu Yangbia heard this, he couldn't help showing some regret on his face. "I see. Since you have work to do, we can't keep you here. Come and visit us more often in the future." That's right, depth of field, treat this place as your own home and come often in the future. Auntie will also make delicious food for you. Fu Jingshan curled his lips, okay. You family garden. The two walked out along the garden. Yu Ranran had been holding it in for a whole day and finally had the chance to ask. Are you okay? My parents didn't make things difficult for you. Fu Jingshan curled his thin lips slightly and glanced at Yu Ranran, who lowered her head, his eyes flickering. No, don't worry. Oh. But your father seems to be concerned about our relationship. Fu Jingshan's low voice sounded above her head, but he didn't finish it in time. Yu Ranran's face turned a little redder, looking a little unnatural. His tone was a little stuttering. This. I'm so sorry. I wanted to explain everything to my parents today, but I didn't expect. I'm sorry to trouble you. The man lowered his eyes, looked at the fluffy black hair on top of his head, and resisted the urge to reach out and rub it. For a moment, he suddenly felt that the girl seemed very similar to a cat he had raised before. That's right, very well behaved. His dark eyes were fixed on Yu Ranran's slightly red face, and there was a hint of ambiguous light in his eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice low and elegant. No problem. I heard your conversation, too. Yu Ranran was slightly surprised, but then her beautiful eyes showed understanding. The living room is so small that he couldn't have heard everything, but even a wise and intelligent person like him couldn't have failed to understand. Sorry, I'm not usually in the habit of eavesdropping on other people. It's just that after what happened today, your parents might misunderstand our relationship. But it doesn't matter. If you need help in the future, just come to me. As he spoke, he handed a business card with a bank card inside to Yu Ranran. Yu Ranran was stunned. By the time she realized what the man meant, Fu Jingshan had already gotten in the car. Watching the extremely luxurious Rolls-Royce driving out of the Yu family compound. Turning over the back and looking at the bank card with the password still written on it, Yu Ranran couldn't feel happy at all. What do you mean by rescue? Fraud. Naturally, she would not take the man's words, if you need help, just come to me, to heart. Because they had been together for so long, she knew nothing about his work except his name and where he lived. Could it be possible that he really let her find his house? Snort. Forget it, let us talk about the future later. Anyway, after today, my parents should be able to calm down a little from now on. At this time, Mrs. Liu, who had finished her work at home and was watering the flowers in the garden, saw Yu Ranran looking at the car with reluctance on her face and smiled. She has been in the Yu family for at least 20 years. I have watched Yu Ranran grow up since she was a child. This is the first time I see her bringing her boyfriend back. Look. What a perfect match. Look at Ranran's reluctant expression. Oh, she is really getting old. It's wonderful to see this young man falling in love. Mrs. Liu, with a smile on her face like an aunt, finished watering the flowers and walked away with a smile. In the bedroom, Yu Yangbia stood on the balcony, secretly watching the movements in the garden downstairs. Only when he saw the Rolls-Royce slowly driving out of the garden did he turn around and go back to his room. Old Yu, what do you think? How's the boy? Yu Yangbia couldn't hide the smile on his face. Not bad, it's really good. Zhuang Qiamai rolled her eyes and said, can't you change your words? I've heard you say this today and my ears are getting calluses. Just now, she deliberately sent her daughter away just to let Lao Yu and Fu Jingshan spend some time together. Seeing her daughter's completely absent-minded look, Zhuang Qiamai became more and more curious. My daughter, who has never been in love for more than 20 years, has always had very high requirements for her spouse and even looks down on Xiao Wu from our neighbor's family. But she was able to take a boy home on her own initiative. How capable is this boy? He has made his own daughter completely infatuated with him. Yu Yangbia saw through his wife's worries at a glance. Look at you, you're overthinking it, aren't you? This guy is really good. Zhuang Qiamai didn't understand. However, the only thing that is worth affirming is that her husband has always had a good position in the business world. In all these years, I have never seen him praise anyone so sincerely. I guess this young man shouldn't be too bad. Even so, she still said with some confusion, I just heard Jingshan say that he is the director of Longton Group. I've heard a little bit about Longton Group. It's indeed a good company. However, even if Fu Jingshan is young and promising, has outstanding abilities, and comes from a good family, Why do I still think that Xiao Wu next door is better? He knows everything about me, and he is honest and has no bad intentions. Having said that, Yu Yangbia smiled mysteriously, waved to Zhuang Qianmei, and leaned over to whisper something in her ear. As she spoke, Zhuang Qianmei's eyes widened. He was so surprised that even his voice changed. What? You mean? Jingshan is the son of the family behind Longton Group. Yu Yangbia sat down on the sofa slowly, his expression somewhat deep. That's right. I can't. How did you know that? Yu Yangbia glanced at Zhuang Qianmei, his expression becoming serious. Let me ask you, do you know the last name of that young man? Surname is Fu. Zhuang Qianmei thought for a moment and answered. Chapter 14. What? The Crown Prince of the Fu family. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhuang Qianmei was stunned for a moment. She murmured to herself, Fu, could it be that? As she spoke, she suddenly looked at Yu Yangbia. Old Yu, are you saying that he is the prince of the Fu group who can make the whole Kyoto tremble with just a stomp of his foot? Yu Yangbia nodded. It's him. I once thought that if it was a coincidence, there are indeed many young people in Kyoto who own Rolls Royces, so it's not surprising. At most, it can only prove that this young man has a wealthy family, but it's not surprising that there are so many people with wealthy families who like or pursue our Ranran. But, just now I had a deep conversation with him about the development of internet technology, and I found that this young man is really a hidden talent. His talent and insights are the best I've ever seen. Not to mention people of his age, even at my age, there are very few who are so outstanding, so far-sighted, and so far-sighted. Plus he said his last name is Fu. Think about it carefully. In this capital city, how many people with the last name Fu, who have a wealthy family and are well known, are there? I was just thinking about this question, and I thought about it very carefully. As a result, I found that although there are many people with the surname Fu, I can't think of anyone who can be more talented and more temperamental than the prince of the Fu group, except for that family. So, he must be the future heir of the Fu family, Fu Jingshan. Fu Jingshan. Zhuang Qianmei murmured, I didn't expect that he was actually Fu Jingshan. If we say that Longton Group is one of the most desirable groups for young people in the world, then, the Fu family behind it is the family with the most concentrated power and wealth in the entire world, without a doubt. It almost controls the financial lifeline of the entire country. From small items like necessities to large items like the stock market, trading is almost everywhere. This made the other major families gnash their teeth in hatred. I wish I could keep a close eye on it 24 hours a day to find out its mistakes and omissions, in an attempt to make this huge family pay the slightest price. However, such a giant dragon that almost monopolizes the market is not like other companies and families. It frequently appears in front of the public and has extremely high popularity and recognition. On the contrary, it couldn't be more low-key. To date, there may still be many people who have never even heard of the name of the Fu family. It can be seen how low-key the Fu family is. The reason why Zhuang Qianmei and Yu Yangbia know about this family is all thanks to their own family. Zhuang Qianmei and her husband were both born into financial families. They both have good backgrounds and their families are also famous local families in Kyoto. Especially Zhuang Qianmei, who has been influenced by her family since childhood, although she does not have a strong financial acumen as Yu Yangbia. In addition, she became a full-time housewife after marriage and has not worked for decades. However, for her, who graduated from finance, even though she has not been in contact with this area for a long time, she still maintains a high degree of sensitivity to things and people in this area. Even some of the company's top executives may not know these secrets about the Fu family. They only learned about them by chance through internal family members. In addition, Yu Yangbia has been engaged in this industry for decades, so it is not surprising that he has found out more in-depth rumors. However, what shocked them the most was this powerful and influential Prince Fu, who only appeared in rumors. He was actually taken home by his own daughter like this? Moreover, is it possible for him to become his son-in-law? Zhuang Qianmei's dreaminess seems unreal. Old Yu, do you know? Some time ago, when I was having afternoon tea with the wife of a businessman, she was still complaining to me that the cooperation with Fu's company had not been successful and the attitude of Fu's company was extremely cold. She refused to give even a cent. Today, the heir of the Fu family that Mrs. Sheng mentioned was brought home by my daughter. Why do I suddenly feel like I don't recognize our daughter anymore? Looking at his wife's still shocked expression, Yu Yangbia smiled calmly. Look at what you said. You don't even look at whose daughter this is. She's mine. Hearing Yu Yangbia's smug response, Zhuang Qianmai finally came back to her senses from the unreality and snorted in dissatisfaction. No matter how powerful my daughter is, she is still my daughter. Nestled beside her husband, Zhuang Qianmai sighed with emotion. Old Yu, I never thought that our daughter could really find us a rich husband. Yu Yangbia smiled warmly. My daughter has grown up and knows what she wants. Perhaps we should also relax a little when it comes to our daughter's marriage. It's also good to give young people some freedom. Yu Yangbia's words were full of meaning. Zhuang Qianmai glared at him coquettishly. You are the only one who has so many tricks. Har har har. Who makes me the backbone of our Madam Yu? I don't trust you, you old man. Night. After the family had dinner, Yu Ranran went straight into her little room and never came out. No matter how Zhuang Qianmai called out, she didn't respond. Ranran, you have to get along well with depth of field. Don't worry, your parents support you. What progress have you made now? Come out and talk to mom. Don't always lock yourself in the room. Didn't you dislike your father and depth of field for talking too much today? Then you can talk to your parents and say some sweet words. Zhuang Qianmai stood at the door of Yu Ranran's room, knocked, and talked for a long time, but there was no sound from inside. Zhuang Qianmai was somewhat unwilling. Before, she didn't know Fu Jingxun's identity, so she didn't ask much. Now, after listening to what her husband said, she was still somewhat curious and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to chat with her daughter to learn more about the Fu family. In this way, when you tell others about it later, you will also feel proud. Especially in front of that group of socialites, it was even more incredible. But who would have thought that since they sat down to eat, whenever she asked about Fu Jingxun, her daughter would talk about other things and avoid answering. This made Zhuang Qianmai very anxious. He was fine this morning, why did he become unhappy in the evening? Hey, wife, what are you doing? Yu Yangbiao had just finished washing the dishes and came out of the kitchen when he saw Zhuang Qianmai standing in front of his daughter's room, saying something. I could only hear it clearly when I got closer. Yu Yangbiao was somewhat helpless. Didn't we agree on this morning? Why are you asking these questions now? Zhuang Qianmai was a little unhappy. I am just concerned about my daughter. When Jingchuan came home this morning, I didn't talk to him much. Now there are only 3 of us left, and I want to get to know my daughter better. Chapter 15: A Harmonious Family. Look at you, you're anxious again, aren't you? Yu Yangbia put his arm around his wife's shoulders and coaxed her. Young people nowadays like to have their own independent space. You ask too many questions and it annoys them. Besides, have you forgotten about Master Wu? Didn't you teach me before? You say you should be open-minded and progressive, but why is it that it doesn't work when it comes to you? Zhuang Qianmai moved her lips and wanted to say something, but Yu Yangbia had already hugged her and sat on the sofa without saying anything. You, if you have time, why don't you talk to me? What can I say to you? Zhuang Qianmai was a little unhappy and rolled her eyes, but even though she said that, she still snuggled into her husband's arms. But he occasionally glanced towards Yu Ranran's room and sighed. This child. Yu Ranran's room. The soft moonlight shone in through the window and fell on the bed. Yu Ranran hugged the quilt and watched short videos. The colorful colors on the screen were reflected in her pupils. But her expression was not as diverse and wonderful as shown in the video. Instead, it was full of helplessness and emptiness. After browsing for a while, Yu Ranran rubbed her eyes, put down her phone, and wrapped herself in the quilt. But I tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. She glanced to the side and saw the dark night sky dotted with stars. At this moment, the room was so quiet that she could even clearly hear her own shallow breathing. But her sensitive heart was not as calm as she appeared to be. Last night, she was in the same room with a strange man for the first time. The other party is a strong, profound and mysterious man. It would be a lie to say I don't feel anything. But, Yu Ranran always told herself deep down that this was just a transaction. There are only interests, no feelings. Now, the most important thing is to think about how to continue to please my parents after today. Just now at the dinner table, although mom and dad pretended not to care, they were secretly very concerned about her relationship status. But Yu Ranran had no intention of responding. Alas, the road ahead will be difficult. Forget it. No matter how much I think about it, it's useless. I still have to go to work tomorrow. Go to bed early. Yu Ranran lay down, just turned over and closed her eyes, and then she heard a crisp alert tone from her cell phone. She was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and finally took the phone and opened it. At this point, the only people who could send her messages were either work or some important friends. WeChat reminder, Sui Yu Nyan Hua invites you to join the auspicious family. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. 3 consecutive WeChat notification tones rang out. Ranran was stunned for a moment. What was going on? At this time, in the group chat of auspicious family, messages were flashing like fireworks. Song Jiame at Ranran, welcome Ranran baby fireworks +3. Fu Hongda at Ranran, Ranran is finally here. We have been waiting for her for a long time. Grandma, oh, my granddaughter-in-law, my little darling, you miss me so much. Kiss +3. Fu Siruo at Ranran, yeah, I have a sister-in-law. Welcome, welcome. Smiley face. Fu Siruo, sister-in-law, when are you getting married? I want to become an aunt as soon as possible, so that I want to be the youngest in this family. Fu Siruo, when the time comes, I will also experience the feeling of urging others to do their homework. Zigusi at Fu Siruo, angry face, have you finished your homework? Fu Siruo, oh no, Shui-kun has been discovered. Crying. Zigusi, if you don't do your homework, I'll ask your dad to spank you. Fu Siruo, cracked mom, be careful about the occasion, my sister-in-law is still in the group. You can't hit me. Fu Siruo, otherwise I will sue my brother. Fu Siruo, you abuse children. Zigusi, unable to bear it any longer, I will count to 3. Zigusi, 3. Zigusi, 2. Fu Siruo, sticking out tongue, let us go, if you don't leave now you'll get beaten. Fu Siruo, sister-in-law, please don't be afraid. Although my mother looks fierce, she is actually fierce in real life. Zigusi, Fu. Sai. Ruo. Fu Siruo, the last sentence. The last sentence. Fu Siruo, sister-in-law, believe me, choosing my brother is definitely a wise choice. Fu Siruo, she has a good figure and good looks. When she has a baby in the future, her IQ will definitely be top-notch. Fu Siruo, it's over, mom is coming with a rolling pin. Fu Siruo, oh my god, mom, you have such a cruel heart. I am really your daughter. Fu Siruo, how could you do this? Zigusi, Fu. Sai. Ruo. Open the door for me. Zigusi, look at what you post in your group. Zigusi, you are so young and don't learn well. Zigusi, still making babies. Zigusi, if you have the guts, just open the door for me. Zigusi, let me teach you well. Zigusi, what is IQ crushing? Fu Siruo, playing dead. Fu Siruo, the user you are calling is offline. Please call again later. Fu Siruo, this naughty girl, doesn't do her homework properly, but she makes up stories all the time. There was a faint smile on Ranran's lips. He slid his fingers gently across the phone, flipping through the chat history. This family is really interesting. She was completely immersed in the relaxed and pleasant chat atmosphere of the Fu family. The gloomy mood just now was also swept away. Grandma at, who said that? I think Siruo is right. My little darling Ranran, don't worry. Our Jingshan has nothing but abdominal muscles, a good figure, and a good appearance. Grandma, the baby you and he have will definitely be great. Fu Hongda, covering his face, mom, can we be more tactful in our words? Fu Hongda, Ranran is still a girl. Grandma, angry, what do you know? This is called being honest. Song Jiame, smiling face, mom is right, Ranran baby, don't worry, you are just like my own daughter. Song Jiame, our family has nothing but a lot of money. Song Jiame, from now on, when you marry Jingshan, the financial power of our family will be yours. Song Jiame, in addition to handing over the salary every month, during the Chinese New Year and other festivals, let him use the New Year's money to buy you some gifts. Song Jiame, Valentine's Day, Chinese Valentine's Day, Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival. I have to buy it for every festival. Song Jiame, gifts plus red envelopes. Song Jiame at Fu Hongda, husband, don't you agree? Fu Hongda, cracked are this. Song Jiame, death smile face her. Song Jiame, husband, do you have any problem? Fu Hongda, wiping sweat, no. No. Chapter 16, Don't be a salted fish. Watching her uncle and aunt flirting with each other through the screen, Ranran curled her lips slightly. His fingers also started tapping on the screen. Ranran, thank you, uncle and aunt Tilda. Ranran, thank you grandma and my family for the blessing and welcome Tilda. Ranran, Jingshan and I will work hard together. Songjiame, come on, baby Ranran. Songjiame, if you encounter any difficulties, you can tell us, your uncle and I will do our best to help you. Fu Hongda, I agree with this statement. Smiling face. Grandma, and me. Grandma, Ranran, grandma is also your strongest supporter. Songjiame, covering her mouth and laughing yes, and our mom too. Ranran, kiss thank you for the support from my family. Ranran, uncle, aunt, grandma, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm going to sleep first. We can talk later. Grandma, okay, Ranran, go to sleep. Songjiame, good night, Ranran. Fu Hongda, good night Ranran. Fu Siruo, good night, sister-in-law. Fu Siruo, I love you. Fu Siruo, don't forget to give birth to a nephew for me Tilda. Zigusi, angry. Fu Siruo, okay, stop, I know my mom is angry again. Fu Siruo, every time she sends this expression, I know that I am going to be in trouble again. Fu Siruo, family, I am going to sleep too, by Tilda. Zigusi, hey, this child. Zigusi, smiley face rose good night Ranran Tilda. The night is getting deeper. Ranran turned over and hugged the quilt. The gloom just now has been completely surrounded by the warmth of the Fu family. For the first time, Ranran felt warmth outside of home. Very nice. However, it also made her feel a little guilty deep in her heart. She knew that what was between her and him was fake after all. This beautiful misunderstanding must eventually be explained and exposed. By then. This warmth is so precious that she doesn't want to miss it. But, if it's not yours, you're destined to lose it. Ranran closed her eyes. She didn't want to think about these things for the time being. Let this precious and short-lived warmth last for a few more days. The next morning, Ranran got up early. Today is a very important day for her. Ranran belongs to Group 1 of the Operations Department and is mainly responsible for the marketing and planning of technology products. Just last month, their group received a notice from Zhao Deng, the head of their operations group. Responsible for a comprehensive and innovative promotion and project planning for a brand new technological watch. For this matter, the operations manager with a beer belly who was idle all day long actually held an internal meeting. In a few months, the group will parachute in a new operations director. Every one of you, please pay attention. I worked hard to snatch this project from Group 2 and Group 3. Not only is this a rare opportunity, but the prize money is also generous. If you do it well, not only will each of you get a nice bonus. Also, the new operations director will be able to impress our team. I have sent all the information about this project to your personal email addresses. Now, I need each of you to give me a promotional version of this project and a relatively creative plan. Half a month later, it was sent to my personal mailbox. I checked it myself and picked out a few good ones and sent them to their vice president for review. Finally, we will select the best version from among you and present it at the business meeting with Qinglan Group next month. And, most likely, it was said by the person who originally designed it. This honor is already very impressive. I hope that each of you will take me seriously. Zhao Deng talks without any hesitation, never puts in any effort at work, and then uses the credit to lick the boss's ass. Ranran was too lazy to pay attention. She didn't want this unique honor. However, as a newcomer who has been in the group for less than a year, for the annual promotion opportunity within the group 3 months later, Ranran needs a chance to show herself. Each department of Longtan Group holds a relative promotion assessment every year. And in this building with tens of thousands of employees, there is only one vacancy in each department. One can imagine how cruel and fierce the competition is. Although Ranran comes from a well-off family, she doesn't want to just be a lazy person at the best age of her youth. On the contrary, she wanted to prove herself to her parents with her personal strength. Even if she is alone, she will be single until death. You can live a good life too. Give them peace of mind. 9:20 a.m. Ranran got out of the car quickly and neatly. He parked his little Audi in the garage. Da. She was wearing high heels and a stylish and elegant suit. Dark blue 3/4 wide leg pants, and a dark blue and light yellow striped women's shirt on the upper body. The large bow tie with the same color stripes at the collar hangs naturally in front of the chest, showing elegance and intellectuality. Her tall and slender figure fully supports the aura of elegance, intelligence, shrewdness, and capability. A face that is stunning at first glance, with the usual coldness that keeps people at a distance, a pair of starry eyes looking around indifferently, without any ripples, and even with a hint of coldness. The return rate is 100%. 27th floor, Operations Department. Because it's not time to go to work yet, almost everyone looks relaxed and at ease. Celebrities, parties, delicious food, gossip between colleagues, all kinds of small talk and jokes are heard everywhere, and when mixed together, it seems like a low and noisy noise. But when Ranran pushed open the half-closed door and walked in, many people still looked at her. "Hey, look, who is that? You don't even know her?" "No way. Haven't seen you many times. You look quite unfamiliar." "Her name is Ranran, and she's in Operations Group 1. "Oh, no wonder, they are in the same group." "Hey, see, one group, another group, why are all the beauties in one group? It's so unfair." "Why, you like him? You want to pursue him? TSK, look at what you said, who doesn't love beautiful women? Hey, aren't you in the same group? Brother understands you. Wait, the plan of the operations team is about to come out. I'll help you get it after the meeting this morning. As expected of you, my brother. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No big deal. Still the same place. No problem." At 9:30 in the morning, Operations Manager Zhao Deng pushed open the door and walked in. The walking posture is still so greasy. Chapter 17 Zhao Deng. He was wearing a suit that was obviously ill-fitting, with a belt and shirt tightly wrapped around his round belly, and he walked with his feet turned outward. He just stood at the door of the department, coughed a few times and announced loudly, "Operations Team 1, come to the Fenghe conference room for a meeting now. Hurry up, I want to see all of you in 5 minutes. I have something very important to announce today. One by one, if I don't arrange it, you really won't move. Do you really treat the company as an amusement park? Hurry up." Having said that, he pushed the door open and walked out again. Everyone was stunned, and then there was a burst of mournful cries. A day's plan begins in the morning. It was a beautiful day, but we ended up having a meeting right away. The partner is Zhao Deng, who is so greasy, troublesome, and talks for 4 or 5 hours in a meeting. No one would be happy about this, right? Moreover, among the supervisors of the 3 operation groups, Zhao Deng is the one who likes to hold meetings the most. Morning meeting, afternoon meeting, evening meeting. Hold big meetings for small matters and small meetings for big matters. The only pleasure for a person who does not do any work all day and has no ability at all is to attend meetings and enjoy the sense of existence among the strange looks given to him by people of the same age. Here, Ranran had just sat down at her workstation. As a newcomer in the operations department, although her status is new, she has a lot of experience in this area. After hearing what Zhao Deng said, he stood up, picked up the water cup skillfully, went to the water dispenser, filled it with water, and then put a few mints into the small bag. Lan Qianqian, who was standing by, also came over with a water cup and said with a smile, "Not bad, Ranran, you already have the temperament of a veteran employee." Ranran lowered her eyes and curled her lips slightly. "Don't you understand his temper? It's called a meeting, but by the time he finished his long opening speech, I was afraid that my throat would be so dry that it would smoke before he even felt thirsty." Lan Qianqian smiled slightly and moved closer to Ranran. "I heard that the new director from the group might have to come early." Ranran raised her eyebrows and put a small piece of mint candy into her mouth. "So what?" Lan Qianqian's expression gradually became serious. "Ranran, do you know that a new official has 3 things to do when he takes office? You know, my second uncle is in the Human Resources Department. He got a little gossip that the future operations director of our department is a female master's degree graduate who has returned from overseas. She's well educated, good looking, and has a great figure. Most importantly, she seems to have some relationship with the president of our group." Ranran had no expression on her face. Oh. She has never been interested in these gossips. Seeing Ranran was about to leave, Lan Qianqian hurriedly followed. "Hey, Ranran, please listen to me. These are not the main point. The main point is that this parachuted female operations director is not someone to be trifled with. His father is also an investor in the group. It's obvious that he has a prominent background. Besides, look at him, does Zhao Deng look like someone who would work hard? You don't know him yet. He became a junior supervisor in our group thanks to his uncle who was the group's HR manager. With his level of skill, he still wants to review our plans. Ranran paused and glanced sideways. So, you suspect that this project was deliberately set up by the new female director who came from overseas to embarrass us? Lan Qianqian's expression was firm. No, it's not doubt, it's absolute and certain. She wanted to achieve two goals this way. First, she wanted to test the overall strength of the group in the name of a planning proposal. If a group is incompetent, or if the proposals they submit are selected but not that outstanding, what do you think she will do? Ranran pondered for a moment, looking for trouble with Zhao Deng. Lan Qianqian smiled, snapped her fingers, and said admiringly, "You are worthy of being a top student in the finance department of a prestigious university. Your brain is still so sharp." Ranran pursed her lips helplessly and said nothing. That Zhao Deng is just a useless person. He is much more famous in the company than the other two managers. Everyone knows that Zhao Deng is only a junior college graduate, and he barely studied a major similar to marketing in college. If it weren't for his second uncle, based on his ability, he would never have been able to hold this position in his life. Well, now his second uncle is under investigation for his unclean private life, which just gives him a handle. Who else can he find if not him? So, this is the second purpose. By controlling Zhao Deng, we can control the entire operations department. Although Zhao Deng is a useless person, he knows a lot. Once she has Zhao Deng in her hands, she will definitely make an example of him. By then, our group will become the living victims. Hey, our female director of the Sea Turtle is really not simple. Before you see the person, you've seen his methods. However, Zhao Deng is definitely not stupid. You see, he is more anxious than anyone else about this plan. I heard from the marketing department that Zhao Deng never worked overtime before. He would leave at the appointed time. Now, I stay up until 12 o'clock every day and don't go home. It's become a strange thing in the company. So, this time, we are all in this together. If I want to avoid surgery, this plan. Lan Qianqian smiled, but glanced at Ranran meaningfully. Ranran walked in front with a normal look on her face, and followed everyone into the meeting room. I just let it go. Well, it seems that what I just said was all in vain. It's really like listening to your words. Not a single useful word. It makes me worry. Lan Qianqian followed behind and stomped her feet in anger. Nearly 100 people were sitting in a large crowd in the conference room. Hey, Zhao Deng said that the proposal submitted last month will be finalized this month. Is that true? Oh, it has nothing to do with me anyway. If you ask me, this Zhao Deng is a piece of shit. He actually chose the group's new product this year as the marketing topic. Doesn't he know this is the hardest one to make? Isn't this just to make things difficult for us? That is. Our operations team is indeed doing the publicity work, but the main planning force is still on the planning team. Zhao Deng is really bad at assigning tasks. Now that you mention this, I have a question. Doesn't Zhao Deng usually hold meetings? Besides, he always talks about nonsense in meetings, either badmouthing the boss, gossiping about co-workers, or bragging about his own abilities. Looking at his usual style, does he look like someone who can come up with such high quality and difficult questions? Chapter 18 Found You. Hey, you guys think, could it be that Zhao Deng is almost 30 and has suddenly become wise? Shit, what are you thinking? With his brain, is he capable of coming up with such a profound question? 2. Oh, never mind. It's just a one-time plan anyway. It's obvious that this kind of thing won't happen to me. I didn't have any hope at all. No matter what trouble Zhao Deng causes, it has nothing to do with me. That is. Employees in the department were talking about this business sharing session. Ranran lowered her eyes, still distracted. That day, the man handed her a bank card, but she didn't look at it carefully. Later I found out that he actually gave her money, and there was 10 million in the card. Seeing such a huge sum of money, Ranran pursed her lips. Forget it, I'll find a chance to return it to him. The commission issue was just a coincidence. Later, they met each other's parents and they owed each other nothing. At this time, a colleague named Meng Siki suddenly came over. Ranran, how is the planning and preparation going? I heard that those who are selected in this planning meeting can personally present their own plans at the business meeting. As she spoke, Meng Siki suddenly lowered her voice. Besides, I heard, there are many senior executives from the group present at this business meeting. The chairman of our group might be here too. Meng Siki's eyes were shining and her little face was red. Yu Ranran glanced sideways. She had also heard of the chairman of Longtan Group. It is said that this position has been vacant since the previous director of Longtan Group passed away due to old age. It wasn't until last year that someone came back to power. However, I heard that the newly appointed group director is not very old. He is very handsome, but has an extremely cold personality. He is decisive and ruthless in doing things. When she first joined the company, she always heard complaints from her colleagues. Although the new director relaxed the restrictions on employees in rules and regulations to a certain extent after taking office. However, the personal performance indicators of employees have been improved significantly. At the same time, each department began to implement the last in first out system. Employees who fail to meet the performance indicators at the end of the month will be reassigned by the Human Resources Department or persuaded to resign. The company is in a state of panic. Hey, Siki, I clearly heard you complaining about the new chairman a few days ago. Why did you change your tune today? Just because of your looks. You haven't seen him. What if he's not, as the rumors say, a short, ugly, fat guy? Xu Yui came over smelling gossip. Meng Siki's expression changed, and she said unhappily, I just said it casually. Anyway, I didn't hold out any hope this time. Having said that, she turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly she seemed to remember something. He looked at Xu Yui with some sarcasm. By the way, Yui, why do I remember that your performance this month was not very good? You better take it easy, otherwise, I'm afraid our group will be missing a gossipy person. After saying this, he glanced at Xu Yui and then sat back in his seat. Xu Yui curled her lips and shrugged innocently. Seeing that there was no more gossip to listen to, she stood up with some boredom. However, before leaving, he patted Yu Ranran's shoulder meaningfully. Don't listen to them. Our new director is not the type to make a big splash upon taking office. It would be such a pity if we don't seize this opportunity. After saying that, Xu Yui sat back in his seat in a somewhat nonchalant manner. Yu Ranran glanced at Xu Yui, who was immersed in his own affairs. His eyes flickered. She is right. Everyone in the company thought that the new director was just acting on a whim. The system was relaxed, but performance was strictly enforced. Little do people know that relaxing the system is to give employees more personal space. The purpose of strictly enforcing performance is to achieve results. The previous systems were all under unified management. Everyone is not in the mood, just finish the work honestly. But this time, it's different. When work is no longer constrained by many systems, the only thing you can rely on is your own brain. If no one said it, no one would believe that such a man who is proficient in management is only in his 20s. It's really excellent and amazing. Longtan Group, 30th floor. Li Ran stood in front of Fu Jingshan and reported. Mr. Fu, the business negotiation meeting with Qinglan Company has been arranged this afternoon. Several senior executives of Qinglan Company were arranged to stay in their hotel by our people the night before yesterday. Their people are very happy with our arrangement. This cooperation is foolproof. The man sat alone in the huge office. The sunlight outside the window silently outlined his outstanding facial features, making him look dignified, calm, and elegant. He lowered his head slightly, pursed his thin lips, and a faint curve appeared at the corners of his lips. His slender fingers kept tapping on the computer, and his precious and exquisite silver cuff sparkled with his movements. After finishing the report, Li Ran did not leave. Instead, he immediately took out another document. By the way, Mr. Fu, I have another document here, would you like to take a look? The man paused for a moment, raised his eyes, and glanced at the cover of the document. Planning a plan. He just glanced at it and then lowered his eyes to look at the computer in front of him. Tell them I don't need the operations team's plan. Li Ran paused for a moment and spoke with some difficulty, but, Miss Liu. You mean, I still have to listen to her? A clear and low voice sounded slowly, with a hint of coldness in it, which made Li Ran tense his body involuntarily. Yes. By the way, last time I asked you to look up the information of an employee named Yu Ranran, how was it going? Fu Jingxian took the American coffee on the table and took a sip. Seeing this, Li Ran quickly lowered his jaw and said respectfully, "Boss Fu, I have already checked it out. This is Ranran's information." Li Ran handed over a black file book with both hands. The man took it and flipped it over with his fingers. He glanced around casually and his gaze paused on Ranran's name. Because under the name, it was clearly written Ranran, Operations Group 1. The man's eyes flickered. It turned out that he was from Operations Group. Next, open the resume at the back. In the upper right corner is a beautiful and stunning 1-inch photo. In the photo, the girl looked obviously younger than she does now. The delicate facial features are stunning when you look closely. A neat ponytail with slightly curled hair hanging on both sides adds a bit of spirit. Time of joining, 1.5 years. The man looked at the words above, and his eyes darkened a little. The slender white fingers slid slowly across the paper. In the photo, Ranran's occasional smile caught his eyes several times, and her occasional feminine demeanor subtly hooked his heart. Chapter 19: The Woman the President Likes. Turns out you are here. There was a hint of interest in his tone, as if he had finally caught his favorite prey. Li Ran. Li Ran immediately said respectfully, "Mr. Fu, bring over the proposal that the operations team just submitted." Li Ran followed behind him, his face full of disbelief. Did he see it wrong? Why did he feel that Mr. Fu seemed to be smiling just now? What is going on? Didn't he, his CEO, always dislike Miss Liu Ruyan? Otherwise, when I was abroad, I wouldn't have been so. A man's heart is as unfathomable as the sea. Li Ran couldn't figure it out and felt that there was no solution, so he had to hand over the documents obediently. Mr. Fu, this time the topic was entirely set by Miss Liu. Ms. Liu said that she might be parachuted in early next month and was worried that she would not be able to familiarize herself with the department environment and employees' abilities, so she arranged this question in advance to test the planning ability of the operations department. Currently, there are 220 employees in the operations team, all of whom are involved in the planning of this project. I gave it to you. It has already been screened by the operation planning department. The planning team leader selected 30 submissions that she thought were pretty good. Li Ran was explaining, but he saw the man made a gesture to keep quiet, so he immediately shut up. Well, our CEO has spoken. Li Ran still stood behind him, not daring to speak or move, but he couldn't control his eyes. You know, the president is a legendary figure in the entire internet technology industry. Generally speaking, he will never regret what he said. He is a man of his word. Today, what is going on? Could it be that it's not related to Miss Liu, but to Ranran, who made Mr. Fu specially look up his information? Li Ran also paid some attention to it when he was investigating Ranran. The girl graduated from a prestigious university and her education and background don't seem to be bad. She is so beautiful, and her abilities. Li Ran also specifically asked an acquaintance in the operation group and learned that Ranran was in the same group. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, her abilities were not outstanding. Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Neither outstanding nor the last one. A girl with a relatively low sense of presence. Thinking of this, Li Ran's eyebrows jumped. Could it be? Is their CEO interested in this girl? Want to know more specifically? Li Ran had some guesses in his mind. However, he would not comment further on this matter until it was confirmed. Fu Jingxian didn't say anything, staring closely at the information in his hand, but soon, when he saw Ranran's copy, his deep eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing this, Li Ran quickly retracted his jaw. Look at their president, his expression doesn't seem right. Could it be that this girl's abilities were ridiculously incompetent? Is the president disappointed? No way. Didn't they say that Ranran is an okay girl? Thinking of this, Li Ran moved closer and took a closer look. But the more I looked at it, the space between his brows seemed to be much more relaxed than before. Moreover, soon, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he really underestimated this girl. As for the current version of the plan, although it cannot be said to be first-rate, it is definitely excellent. Whether it is the conception, layout, or even the implementation, every step is very precise and ingenious. You know, there are thousands of plans in this world, but planning for internet technology is the most difficult. Precisely because of the innovation and changes of the times. Consumers are aesthetically fatigued, and they will not buy if there is no absolutely eye-catching design. Generally speaking, many people will put some thought into the design in order to capture the psychology of consumers. For example, exaggerated painting style, posters, and slogans. The medicine remains the same, just a new soup. This kind of opportunistic approach may work once or twice. Over time, consumers will develop a sense of rejection. The trouble is not worth it. And Ranran was able to perfectly avoid this minefield and design a completely new field. It's really awesome. What is generally? In his opinion, Ranran is definitely a genius among geniuses, right? No wonder the president likes it so much. Who wouldn't he like such a spiritual girl? Then, right after that, this thought just came to his mind. Fu Jingshan slammed the planning book shut. Their voice was indifferent and she said to him, "Have you finished reading it? If you have, go to the operations team and inform them that the plan for this afternoon's business meeting has been finalized, and Ranrans will be used." Li Ran, "Yes, President." Fu Jingshan pressed the elevator button and walked into the rest area on the top floor. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the smile slowly blossomed, like a peerless Arctic ice flower. On the other side, in her conference room. "Hey, why hasn't Zhao Deng come yet?" "That's right. It's been half an hour. He made us rush here, but now he has gone to relax somewhere. Old swan, this is too much torment. Who should we choose to attend the business matchmaking meeting this afternoon? Just give me some honest advice. I'm almost dying of pain from him dragging it on like this." "That's what I mean." Ranran sat in the back, watching short videos out of boredom. "I could hear complaints from people all around me, one after another. Oh, forget it, it's just a meeting anyway. You still have hope. We are not a planning team. We have the opportunity to contact the terminal every day. We are just an operation. Why do we care so much? Look at what you said. Although this sharing session is not important, the promotion assessment will begin in 3 months. Moreover, the requirements for promotion are quite difficult. One must have received special honors within the group or department. Besides, isn't this plan an opportunity? Look, there are so many people discussing this up front. I heard the competition is very fierce. Oh, I don't have any hope anyway. I would like to, but I don't have the ability to do it, so I can only give up. Hey, but I think Jin Jijia from our group has some hope. I was a planning major before, but because of family reasons, I chose operations by mistake. Although the profession is not related to my job, my performance has always been high. Besides, I heard that Jin Jijia won a national gold medal for her planning when she was in college. She's really impressive. And during my 4 years at university, I received a lot of scholarships. Although his family was well off, he didn't rely on them and spent his entire college years easily using his own scholarship. Chapter 20. This is a talent. So amazing? That's it. It seems that she is the only one who can plan this time. Yes. At this moment, in the corridor outside the meeting room, there was a sound of footsteps coming from far away. Just as this person was about to step into the conference room, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Manager Zhao. Stay." At this moment, Zhao Deng was holding documents, with his eyes lowered and a heavy expression on his face. He seemed to be distracted. He was startled when someone called him like that, and his drowsy mind immediately came to. He looked back subconsciously, with anger on his face due to being rude. However, when he saw who was coming, his face froze. He immediately put on a flattering smile. It turns out to be Special Assistant Li. What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about?" Li Ran took out a list and handed it to Zhao Deng. "This is the plan selected at yesterday's meeting. Take a look. If there are no problems, go and announce it when we meet." Zhao Deng was stunned for a moment. The plan selected at yesterday's meeting? Has today's plan been chosen long ago? What does Special Assistant Li mean by this? Does he want to make a temporary replacement? Zhao Deng took the roster with doubt, and sure enough, at the top, in the column for the final candidate, he saw that Jin Jijia's name was originally written, but now it was changed to Ranran. Zhao Deng's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Li Ran in disbelief. "Assistant Li, could this be a mistake?" He remembered Ranran's plan. They had discussed this in their previous meeting, and everyone in the planning and operations groups agreed that Ranran's idea was good, but too advanced. Moreover, she also wrote about the future direction of internet technology in her plan, which everyone found ridiculous. She is just a young girl who has just started out. How many years has she only been working? Do you dare to predict the direction of the market? Where does that leave those bigwigs who have been in the business world for many years? It's simply out of this world. Compared with Ranran's radical approach, Jin Jijia's plan is much more stable. Although the idea is not very novel, it is practical and reliable, and you can tell at first glance that he is a practical person. Moreover, it can be seen from the plan that Jin Jijia has a very solid foundation in planning. In every aspect, she seems to be much better than Ranran. But now, do you want to make a temporary substitution? Moreover, it was Special Assistant Lee who came in person. What is going on? Oh, that's it. Your plan yesterday did follow the process, and was selected by the planning and operations teams together and submitted. However, you also know the importance of this business meeting, so President Fu deliberately looked at the plan you selected, felt dissatisfied, and made a new decision and gave the order. Manager Zhao, do you think the president's order could be wrong? Zhao Deng. The CEO made the decision himself. In other words, the president did not choose Jin Jijia, but chose Ranran instead. Why? Although Zhao Deng was a fool, he certainly understood the importance of this business meeting to him. Moreover, Jin Jijia's uncle is the leader of the planning group in Longtan Group. To be honest, Jin Penghai did have some selfish motives in the selection of this plan. I am more partial to my niece. But from an objective point of view, Jin Jijia's plan is indeed more secure. So, of course Zhao Deng was happy to do this favor and gave this opportunity to Jin Jijia. More importantly, if he can take this opportunity to gain Jin Penghai's support, things will go more smoothly in the company in the future. Moreover, the group will soon parachute in a female director of operations. He is not someone you can easily mess with. Especially for Zhao Deng, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He could feel that this business matchmaking meeting was a difficult problem thrown to him by the other party. If he can't catch it, his life will be difficult in the future. If things go wrong, you may even lose your official position. In Zhao Deng's impression, Ranran's presence is really low. Although it looks good, it is very quiet. He had also looked at the performance report, which was above average. But Jin Jijia is much more outstanding. Not only does he rank first in performance every month, but more importantly, he has studied planning before. After all, he is a professional and can tell at a glance what is unimportant. But now, Zhao Deng was stunned. His originally arranged plan was disrupted. He also felt an indescribable complexity in his heart. Li Ran, who was standing by, saw through Zhao Deng's concerns at a glance. He smiled and said, "Okay, Manager Zhao, you are also a veteran of the company. If you have any questions about the president's decision, you can go to the Human Resources Department and ask them in person. They will give you an answer. Have questions about the president's decision? Do I need to ask the HR department? What kind of joke is this? At best, he is just a small supervisor in a department. How dare he question the president's decision? He still cherishes his life." After Li Ran finished speaking, he saw that Zhao Deng looked frightened, so he smiled and stretched out a hand, patting his shoulder very affectionately. "Don't be afraid. I just want to remind you that Ranran is not an ordinary employee. She is actually very outstanding, and the president thinks highly of her." Li Ran spoke in a low voice, stopping at the point. Of course, these words came from his heart. Ranran is really outstanding, and what's more, maybe the president really likes this girl. It's not bad for him to add fuel to the fire. Once these words were spoken, even a fool would understand. Zhao Deng suddenly understood. My mind becomes clear instantly. I see. He said that others may not understand Ranran, but he knows her very well. Although Ranran has good innovative ability, she has always been a low-key person. Besides, the planning scheme for this time has clearly been finalized. The president suddenly changed his mind. He had never heard anyone in the planning team say that the president would personally interfere in the planning department's affairs. It turns out that she is the one favored by the president. Could it be that she and the president are? Zhao Deng thought for a moment. Yes, although Ranran is low-key, she is recognized by everyone as a beauty. It's just too cold and not very talkative. So, it's not easy to notice her. Never mind. No matter what, since the president has spoken personally, it will definitely not do any harm to establish a good relationship with you, Ranran. What's more, he has a good relationship with you, Ranran, which is equivalent to having the support of the president. He strongly supports you, Ranran. When the time comes, the president will look at hard work instead of merit. No matter how difficult it is for the new female director of operations, she wouldn't dare to touch the president's people, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Deng's face was instantly filled with a smile. Chapter 21: A New Turn. Thank you for your advice, Assistant Lee. I understand now. I'll announce the selection results right away. Don't worry, I know what to do. He reacted quickly and took over the conversation very naturally. Li Ran nodded. The two exchanged a few words of greeting and Li Ran turned and left. And here, at the entrance of her conference room, squeak! The door was pushed open from the outside. At this moment, the huge conference room was filled with countless complaints and insults, but the employees sitting closer to the front saw Zhao Deng from afar and then they quieted down. Zhao Deng walked up slowly holding the list and folder. There was no longer any trace of the anxiety I had when I saw him in the morning. There was even a relaxed and comfortable smile on his lips. He totally ignored the employees below who were about to go crazy. What's going on? Look at your watches. What time is it? We agreed to have a meeting at 10 a.m. It's already 11:30 in the afternoon. What on earth is Zhao Deng doing? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the supervisor? Calm down, calm down. Didn't we already know about Zhao Deng's character? It's been like this for a while. Let's just play it badly anyway. We definitely won't be included in this planning. In the crowd, two male colleagues were discussing with their heads down. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind. Of course you have no chance, because the candidate for this election must be Arjidya. When the two heard the voice, they turned around subconsciously, only to see a woman in hot clothes and with a delicate face sitting behind them with a look of disdain. Gigi, what are you talking about, Tilda? How bad would it be if others heard it? Hearing her words, a pretty woman next to Guan Bingji blushed slightly, lowered her eyes, and gently put her hands around her shoulders, and the hair hanging in front of her was moved behind her shoulders. A faint fragrance emanated from her neck, and the posture of gently shaking her hair was very natural and elegant. Attracted the attention of a group of men. Some men's eyes widened. The big wavy milk tea-colored hair glowed under the bright light, and the golden thread of her skirt glowed. Her fair skin, delicate face, and curvy and enchanting figure were pure yet full of charm and temptation. The first impression this kind of woman gives to men is that they want to hold her in their arms and use all means to make her shed her innocence little by little and show her truest side. Just thinking about it makes me feel extremely excited. Guan Bingji came up to Jin Jijie and said with a smile. What? Our Jijie is so beautiful, how could she not be the best candidate? Look around, among all the female colleagues in our company, is there anyone who is prettier and more capable than you? Do you know that because you have been the sales champion for 2 consecutive months, many people are lining up to ask me for your contact information? Jijie, you are the star of the company now. Whenever you mention the operations department, everyone knows your famous name. Strong ability, good figure, beautiful face, and graduated from a prestigious university. Before Guan Bingji finished speaking, Jin Jijie glanced at her coquettishly. Pretending to be angry, stop talking, it's really not worth mentioning. There are many people who are better than me. I dare not pretend to be a big shot. Although she said this, Jin Jijie glanced around and indeed saw that many men were looking in her direction intentionally or unintentionally. She curled her lips and smiled, and said coquettishly, look for yourself, I think the handsome guy just now was looking at you. No way, with a beauty like you around, which man would care about me? Although Guan Bingji was saying this, he couldn't help but look forward. Sure enough, when Guan Bingji saw a handsome man opposite her looking at her, she smiled. Unexpectedly, there is such a handsome man in their group. It seems that she will not return empty-handed today. Just as he was thinking, Guan Bingji glanced at Zhao Deng who had pushed open the door and walked in, and his eyes widened in surprise. Jijie, look, Zhao Deng is here. What? Zhao Deng is here. Guan Bingji's words made many people turn their heads to look. Sure enough, he saw Zhao Deng standing on the stage. The curses came one after another like a surging wave. Zhao Deng adjusted the microphone in front of him and cleared his throat. In an instant, the sound from the microphone drowned out the sound in the conference room. It became extremely quiet. Everyone is waiting for the final result of the planning scheme. Zhao Deng didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. Okay, let me announce the final candidates and results of this planning. I know everyone is concerned about this issue. Guan Bingji shook Jin Zhijie's hand, looking a little excited. Although I know it's you, I'm still a little excited. Don't worry, I'll cheer for you when your name is called. Stop it. Jin Zhijie curled her lips. Although she said that, she couldn't hide the smugness in her expression. At the same time, the girls who were sitting side by side with Yu Ranran looked at Guan Bingji and Jin Zhijie in front of them with a very disdainful look. Look at how proud they are. Aren't they just related people? What's there to be proud of? TSK, everyone knows that Guan Bingji is a good father. Even if her performance is at the bottom, her father, who is a man of the world, will do everything he can to keep her and not let her be eliminated. That's why she dared to hang out with Jin Zhijie so openly. Moreover, he is bullying us Ranran so openly. If you ask me, that Jin Zhijie is not a good person either. Who doesn't know her? Sure. Lan Qianqian made a gesture to keep quiet. He curled his lips and smiled lazily. Sister, there are some things that you just need to understand in your heart, there is no need to speak them out. But there is only one spot this time, and it was snatched away by Jin Zhijie. What's so good about her plan? It's obvious that the planning team deliberately protected Jin Zhijie. Do they understand planning? That is. I'm just standing up for Ranran. They are blind and can't tell whether a plan is good or bad, so they let such a good idea go to waste. Lan Qianqian stroked her hair lazily and lowered her eyes slightly. That's not necessarily true. I have a feeling that this matter won't be so easy to decide. Let's wait and see, maybe there will be a turn for the better. Hey, what's the chance of a turnaround? Everyone knows that Zhao Deng is as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He is eager to use this matter to curry favor with the planning team. Chapter 22 The Woman Behind the President. How could I possibly give the opportunity to Ranran? It doesn't matter. If there's no chance this time, there's always next time. Our Ranran is so outstanding. Gold will always shine, right, Ranran? Several sisters who had a good relationship with Yu Ranran were all speaking up for her. Only Yu Ranran herself has a calm heart. Although she also wanted this opportunity because it determined whether she could be promoted smoothly in the future. However, she would never cause trouble for herself. Now that we understand Zhao Deng's situation and position, the opportunity this time must belong to Jin Zhijie. No matter how much she thought about it, it was useless. It only adds to your troubles. However, at this moment, the WeChat notification sounded. Ding ding ding. One sound after another, it was very lively. Yu Ranran came back to her senses and opened her phone with a stunned look. The chat group of Auspicious Family was very lively, and some people were tagging themselves. Song Jiamei at Yu Ranran baby Ranran, it's noon, have you eaten? Song Jiamei, are you tired this morning? Song Jiamei, is work going well? Yu Ranran couldn't help laughing out loud when she was interrupted by the chat group. They are so funny. The atmosphere in the group is really too warm and harmonious. Although he said he disliked it. But Yu Ranran could clearly feel that they cared about each other. It's really loving. On the other side, the assistant's office. After Yu Ranran replied in the group chat of Auspicious Family, Li Ran immediately received a private WeChat message from Mrs. Fu on his mobile phone. Old lady, Xiao Li, where is Fu Jingshan, that rebellious son? Old lady, I sent her messages but she didn't reply, and she didn't answer my calls. What on earth does she want to do? Old lady, are you trying to piss me off to death? Li Ran was a little surprised when he saw the message pop-up window. Madam Fu. How did you find him here? But Li Ran looked through the chat records carefully and couldn't find anything unusual. The president's schedule is fixed. The old lady should know everything. Li Ran, madam, the president's schedule for today is as follows: a meeting at 10 a.m., a business meeting at 11 a.m., and a meeting with Qinglan Company in the afternoon. Chapter 23 Jin Zhijie's Little Thoughts. Old lady, I mean, has he met anyone today? Old lady, especially girls, or which girl are you talking about? Li Ran reacted instantly. My family had been urging me to go on a blind date again, probably because they wanted the president to go on another blind date. No, he definitely couldn't tell the truth, otherwise if the old lady found out, she wouldn't know how to question his CEO. Li Ran, expression, suddenly enlightened madam, I suddenly remembered. Li Ran, today, the president specially asked me to retrieve the information of a young girl from the company's operations team. Li Ran, I've seen the picture of that girl, she's pretty. Li Ran, today the president praised her for her good plan. Li Ran, I'll send it to you. As Li Ran spoke, he clicked on the WeChat chat picture. Did he remember to save you Ranran's photo? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find it. As a result, Li Ran's fingers trembled and he casually sent a photo. By the time he discovered it and withdrew in time, it was too late. Because, at this moment, the photo was clearly displayed on the old lady's mobile phone. The girl in the photo has a hot body and is wearing a short tube top skirt. Her figure and face are both top-notch. It was Jin Jijie. On the other side, Li Ran didn't feel anything. If you send the wrong photo, just withdraw it in time and send it again. However, when he found Ranran's photo and sent it to her, he found that he had been blocked by the old lady. Li Ran. Did he do something wrong? Why is the old lady so angry today? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Forget it, I'll just tell the president when he comes back. To avoid problems. Thinking of this, Li Ran didn't take it to heart. Keep working. But the old lady. The battle has just begun. Fu's house. In the living room. Several people sat on the sofa and the atmosphere was serious. The old lady sat in the middle, looking even uglier. I knew this rebellious son was up to no good. I thought he just ignored Ranran, but I didn't expect that he would just find a new love. What? You've been with that girl for a few months, and you're tired of her? Are you looking for another woman? Look at this, look at this, is this reasonable? Here, take a look at the photos for yourselves. The girl in the photo is obviously not a good person. It's really shameful to do such a thing. Fu Hongda and Song Jiamei looked at each other, both more or less suspicious. Logically speaking, they understand their son. It is absolutely impossible to do such a thing. Moreover, he and Ranran are doing very well now, and they can see that their son really likes Ranran this time. But now, Song Jiamei sat next to the old lady and patted her on the back. Mom, don't get excited. I always feel that something is wrong about this matter. Don't you understand your grandson? He couldn't possibly do such a thing. The old lady still had a cold face. This photo was sent to me by Li Ran. He is the most capable assistant beside Jingshan. Jingshan has always kept him by his side for so many years. I don't need to tell you much about his role, right? It's impossible for him to lie, so you don't have to say anything. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Song Jiamei and her husband looked at each other, both feeling helpless. Watch the old lady stand up and do what she said. It was not until the old lady had packed up and was ready to go out that the two of them became panicked. Mom, where are you going? Song Jiamei helped the old lady into the car. Fu Hongda helped the old lady pack up all the dishes she had cooked today and handed them to the driver. The old lady said with a straight face, why not go? Can't I go see my granddaughter-in-law? She hasn't eaten yet. I'll bring her food. Having said that, he closed the car door, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The two looked at each other and then sighed. There was some sadness between Song Jiamei's brows. Husband, you said our son wouldn't really. Fu Hongda snorted coldly, wife, don't worry, that boy doesn't dare. I can see that he really likes Ranran. Besides, if he can really do such a thing, let alone Ranran, I can't let him off so easily. Song Jiamei nodded, and her complexion improved a lot. Fu Hongda took off his coat naturally and put it on Song Jiamei. Wife, the weather is cold recently and you are weak, so don't stand at the door. Come in. Seeing that Song Jiamei seemed to be worried, he smiled and continued, don't worry, I asked the driver to drive slowly. Mom, it's okay. There will be someone to pick you up when you get to the company. After hearing this, Song Jiamei finally felt relieved. He smiled with relief. Hubby, you are still more careful. Fu Hongda smiled triumphantly and hugged Song Jiamei in his arms. Of course. I can't let my wife, such a beautiful woman, run the whole household all by herself, right? Song Jiamei smiled coquettishly, and the two of them hugged each other and went back to their house. On the other side, in the Fenghe conference room, Zhao Deng continued speaking. His expression showed no emotion and his voice was flat. After discussion and decision by the company's top management, I announced that the final candidates and plans for this business matchmaking meeting are. Everyone pricked up their ears at that moment. In fact, everyone knew the result of this meeting because it was just half a month before the meeting. Jin Jijia's father, Jin Penghai, was vaguely inciting the people around him. Of course, everyone knows the relationship between Jin Penghai and Jin Jijia, father and daughter. But it has never been pointed out. As the leader of the planning team, Jin Penghai wants to give this opportunity to his daughter. It makes sense. Besides, Jin Jijia's abilities in the company are not bad. The performance is outstanding every month and the planning is also top-notch. Everyone is saying that if Jin Jijia had not chosen the operations department, she would be the head of the planning department now. Join forces with Dad. Therefore, everyone silently acknowledged this fact. It seems that Jin Jijia really deserves the title. However, her arrogance made people feel very uncomfortable. To be honest, although Jin Jijia is indeed very capable, it is a different matter when compared with true geniuses and masters. Just because he relies on his father, he is particularly arrogant in the department. Many people also dislike her. If she really gets the quota this time, Jin Jijia's tail will probably be all the way to the sky in the future. Chapter 24, Ahead of Capital. So, almost at this moment, everyone in the conference room raised their eyes and looked at Zhao Deng, who was standing in the middle of the conference room, with anticipation in their eyes. At the conference room table, Zhao Deng continued speaking. His expression was different from his previous anxiety and anger. It was now a bit leisurely and even complacent. His eyes swept across the audience calmly, and he said, "I am a person who has principles in doing things. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Everyone knows this. So, I will remember this planning proposal, no matter whether it is new or old employees, as long as they have contributed to the company. Participants will also receive prizes. I will give each person a 100 yuan red envelope in a little while. I hope everyone will keep up the good work. Of course, we have rewards and punishments. I have also read all the plans submitted this time. Among them, there are also those who like to fish in troubled waters. I don't want to criticize anyone by name here, I just want to tell these people. I don't care how you got into this company, or what position you held before, but as long as you come to me, you must listen to me. Although I am not a high-ranking official, at best I am just a manager. Yes, I know you all say that in private. I don't care, as long as you can do your job well. But if someone takes advantage of the situation." Having said that, he deliberately paused and glanced towards the position of the people below. There was a hint of indifference in his eyes, and he said meaningfully, "I'm sorry, Longting doesn't support idlers, so you are not welcome here." TSK, why is Zhao Deng pretending to be so serious? Don't think we don't know. Didn't he get the position of manager thanks to his father's HR manager? Why are you showing off now? Guan Bingji spoke with contempt, not taking Zhao Deng's words to heart at all. In her eyes, Zhao Deng looked just like a clown. Jin Jijia frowned. Why do I feel like Zhao Deng is acting weird today? Guan Bingji glanced sideways. Is there ever a day when he doesn't blame me? He is just like that. He is the only one who thinks he is the protagonist. He always likes to talk about these random things during meetings. It is so boring. Jin Jijia shook her head. No, what I mean is, have you noticed that Zhao Deng is particularly confident today? Guan Bingji sneered. Are you confident? Where does he get the confidence from? It's just a dying fish. No matter how confident you are, what can you do? Isn't it because your father has you under his thumb? You were like a pug yesterday. So he's acting so majestic today. He's just trying to cover up his false self-esteem. Ignore him. Indeed, Guan Bingji was right. In their eyes, Zhao Deng is a waste who is not even worth of ours. His only use now is to support Jin Jijia. Otherwise, even Jin Penghai wouldn't even look at him. Jin Jijia's eyes flashed, but she said nothing. It's better this way. However, after Guan Bingji finished speaking, Zhao Deng continued speaking. Okay, let's get back to the topic. After discussion and decision by the group, the best candidate for this planning proposal will be selected as Jin Jijie's chest was held high, as if she was ready to stand up at any time and walk to the podium to receive the honor that belonged only to her. However, the next second, she heard Zhao Deng say, "You! Ran! Ran!" Suddenly, almost the whole place was silent. There was complete silence. Guan Bingji was smiling and ready to stand up to congratulate Jin Jijie. But suddenly I heard this sentence. Suddenly, he was choked, his mouth opened wide and he couldn't utter a word. His eyes were staring blankly at the scene in front of him, and even his black pupils shook violently. Jin Jijie's reaction was even more direct, and her expression became extremely ugly. The documents in my hand fell to the ground. "You Ranran? The final champion is you Ranran? How is this possible? Ranran, what's going on? Why did Zhao Deng announce that you Ranran was the final candidate? Didn't your father tell him before?" Jin Jijie was extremely cold. I also want to know why he said that. Even if she is not the champion this time. But why? It will be you Ranran. That woman who has nothing good in other than her good looks. A straw bag, a vase, not as good as her in any way. Why? In the back seat, the colleague who had been lamenting about you Ranran before, however, after hearing what Zhao Deng said, I was so shocked that even my fingers began to tremble. I have no idea what my mood was at that moment. Excited, shocked, or incredulous. They couldn't believe it, but the audience at the scene gave the most direct reaction. There was a loud noise. There was an uproar. There were shocks, surprises, but also calmness, no surprises at all. You Ranran. It's actually her? Due to the huge response, Zhao Deng even had to stand up to maintain order. "Everyone, please be quiet. The results have been announced. We will not waste your time for this meeting. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting." Having said that, he was the first to walk out of the meeting room. Fuck, what happened to Zhao Deng today? Whether it's a meeting or a conversation, everything is going very smoothly today. That's right, this isn't the most exciting thing. I was already prepared today, waiting for him to announce Jin Jijie. I didn't expect that he would give the spot to you Ranran. That's right, this is a big piece of news that will shake the world. This is so exciting. I will definitely share it with the group as soon as I get back. Hey, what are you talking about? Har har, I'm talking about Zhao Deng. Oh, I know this one. It's your smart manager. Which one got promoted by connections? How did he bully you today? Hey, you guessed wrong today. I am shocked today. Our smart manager actually didn't stand behind the capital to flatter Jin Jijie. Do you remember the person I mentioned before who planned the plan? Yeah, remember. Isn't her father Jin Penghai the leader of the planning team? I heard that her father spent a lot of money to bribe Zhao Deng and gave the quota to Jin Jijie. Although they didn't say anything about this, they were actually discussing it privately in their small group. The conversation was lively. Chapter 25 Awesome. Yes. But guess what? Zhao Deng didn't listen to Jin Penghai, but gave the spot to you Ranran in public. Fuck. When did Zhao Deng become so tough? That's right, this is the first time I've seen him like this. Hey, do you think this could be the case? What's going on? Several people asked the question together. Everyone knows that Zhao Deng is a jerk who only became a manager through connections, right? That's why everyone is so casual with Zhao Deng. I think he's an idiot, and I mock him both privately and publicly. I think Zhao Deng is definitely not stupid. I guess he is fed up with this kind of treatment, so he wants to fight a comeback, right? Oh, then this turnaround is going to be hard to come by. After all, there were quite a few people in the operations team who relied on his connections. Yes, Zhao Deng is tough, but if he doesn't have a backer, he will probably be in trouble soon. But when it came to this, everyone was stunned. Backstage? This means Zhao Deng has a backer. Yeah, why didn't they think of it? Just wait and eat melon. This is going to be interesting. At the operations team's workstation. After announcing the results, Zhao Deng returned to his workstation and continued working. His usual schedule is quite leisurely, in fact, because he got in through connections. The group also knows that he is not very reliable, so they usually don't assign tasks to him. Then, Zhao Deng became a figurehead of operations in name only. Zhao Deng knew it clearly in his heart. So he always arranges things for himself and holds meetings frequently to pretend that he is very busy, trying to save a little of that pitiful self-esteem. Later, employees returned to their workstations one after another. However, when he looked at Zhao Deng's workstation again, there was less contempt in his eyes and more curiosity and admiration. Zhao Deng naturally also saw the looks they gave him, and felt somewhat complicated. In the past, he tried desperately to disguise himself, hoping to gain the respect of his employees through strong suppression. But unexpectedly, it backfired. However, this time, Zhao Deng, you come out here. It's Jin Penghai. At this moment, he was standing at the door of the operations team with his hands on his hips. His eyes were blazing with fire as he looked at Zhao Deng coldly. Before Zhao Deng had time to think about it, he heard the voice and looked up. In addition to Jin Penghai, standing beside him were Jin Zhijie and Guan Bingji, whose eyes were already a little red. Zhao Deng was not surprised to see this scene. He had already guessed that Jin Zhijie and Guan Bingji would be the first to report him. Before this, Jin Penghai gave him a red envelope worth 2,000 yuan in an attempt to win him over. Although he said nice words, the look in his eyes reminded Zhao Deng all the time. Jin Penghai looked down on him. This is undoubtedly trampling on his dignity. Jin Penghai really underestimated himself by thinking that he could get rid of him with just 2,000 yuan. However, Jin Penghai probably didn't know that in the eyes of others, he, Zhao Deng, was a complete loser. A lonely person who relies on connections to get to the top. However, he is not completely useless. Zhao Deng. So he stood up, walked to the door, and looked at Jin Penghai. What's the matter? Jin Penghai was about to explode with anger. Jin Zhijie kept wiping tears beside him. How could Jin Penghai sit still and watch his daughter being wronged? He instantly got angry and came to find Zhao Deng without caring about anything. Zhao Deng, stop pretending to be stupid. What did you say when you collected my money yesterday? Make sure this is done. What's the result? You changed your face instantly during the meeting today, Zhao Deng. Did I give you face? That's what makes you so arrogant. Jin Penghai pointed at Zhao Deng, full of anger. I'm telling you, I don't care how you handle this matter, you must return the quota that belongs to our Zhijie to her. Besides, isn't our Zhijie's performance in the operations team good enough? Do you understand management? Zhao Deng, if you really don't have the ability, I don't mind talking to the group's personnel department and getting a suitable candidate to replace you. Stop you from eating for nothing here and wasting public resources. Jin Penghai dared to say this because he thought he had understood Zhao Deng's psychology. Because, every time a conflict occurred before, as long as Jin Penghai mentioned that he would report him for dereliction of duty to the group's human resources department, Zhao Deng would basically look at him with a look of panic. Then begged him not to tell the group's top management. Finally, he just needs to say some nice and soft words to induce Zhao Deng to do what he wants him to do. Thinking of this, Jin Penghai became more confident. Because he was sure that in the next second, Zhao Deng would look terrified. However, he guessed wrong. Zhao Deng not only did not show any sign of being threatened, but instead, he took out an envelope from his bag with a calm face. He handed it to Jin Penghai and smiled. Oh, is this what you are talking about? For you. Don't worry, I didn't touch a penny. Your wax seal is still there. Hearing this, Jin Penghai was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that Zhao Deng would say that. Moreover, the act of giving money, to put it bluntly, is something that is not decent enough. But now, being exposed so blatantly by Zhao Deng, Jin Penghai still felt a little embarrassed. However, just when he was about to lose his temper, Zhao Deng said something calmly. Team leader Jin, if you are not satisfied with the result, you can go and ask the general manager's office. Ask them why they asked me to reserve this spot for you Ranran instead of your daughter. After saying this, Zhao Deng did not stay any longer and returned to his workstation to work. He waved his hand as he walked away. Team leader Jin, I advise you to do some serious work during working hours. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll have a headache during next month's performance review. Zhao Deng's movements were very natural. If it wasn't the first time that the operations team saw him do this. I guess people thought that Zhao Deng was a person who could handle things with ease. Wow, I didn't realize Zhao Deng is so handsome. Did I misunderstand him before? Fuck, I actually had the same idea as you. Handsome. I declare that from now on, Zhao Deng has been removed from my blacklist. That's right. Although Zhao Deng seemed to be a nice guy before, maybe he was coerced by Jin Penghai. I never thought that the group's management could be so chaotic. Chapter 26. Ranran is unhappy. The other side. Fu Jingchuan finished his morning meeting as usual and returned to the office. Mr. Fu, you're back. The man sat back in his chair, leaned back lazily, and tugged at the tie on his chest. That posture is incredibly handsome. Li Ran's eyes were a little vague. After thinking for a while, he stepped forward and said, Mr. Fu, the old lady just called and asked about your schedule today. The old lady seemed to be in a bad mood. She said she hoped you could call her back after you are done with your work. The man still lowered his head and said slowly, Okay, I understand. You go and get busy first. Yes. After processing the documents, the man picked up his phone. The moment he unlocked it, he suddenly saw countless group messages on the lock screen. Click to view. The man was stunned immediately. In group chat. Grandma at Fu Jingshan, what happened to Ranran today? Grandma, she seems a little unhappy. Song Jiamei at Fu Jingshan, are you giving Ranran too much work? Fu Hongda at Fu Jingshan, you little brat, if you dare to make things difficult for Ranran, I'll make you pay. Fu Siruo, my brother actually bullied my sister-in-law. Fu Siruo, brother, you are single because of your own strength. Zigusi at Fu Siruo, you little brat, what do you know? Zigusi, angry. Seeing that she couldn't contact Fu Jingshan in the group, the old lady deliberately chatted with him privately. Grandma, you little rascal, how did you bully Ranran again? Grandma, voice call missed. Grandma, voice call missed. Grandma, voice call missed. Grandma, you little rascal, you even dare not answer your grandma's call, right? Grandma, do you really think there is no one behind Ranran? Grandma, if you really dare to bully her, you're dead, you little brat. Fu Jingshan. He just went to a meeting. WeChat just exploded. Fu Jingshan flipped through the chat records and looked at the chat records between Yu Ranran and her family. His eyes darkened. Is she unhappy? Could it be about the planning? Li Ran, didn't he do it well? Li Ran. A man's voice rang out in the office. Boss Fu. Li Ran heard the voice and walked in immediately. Call Yu Ranran to my office later. Yes. Li Ran said respectfully. After saying this, Li Ran wanted to walk out as usual, but was stopped by the man behind him. What did you say to my grandma just now? Li Ran's body suddenly paused and his pupils shrank. Then he slowly looked back, tensed his body, and put on a respectful smile. Nothing, Mr. Fu. Since you like to tell the truth so much, you will be in charge of the project next month. Mr. Fu. Li Ran's face suddenly turned gloomy, and his smile was uglier than crying. The man was cold as ice, his eyes slightly raised. If you can't do it well, your position as special assistant should be replaced. Li Ran. It's really a tie. Madam, you are really my lucky star. Operations Group. Ever since Zhao Deng was replaced this morning, Jin Penghai also moved quickly. He quickly found his relatives in the Human Resources Department and reported Zhao Deng. To be honest, Jin Penghai is so angry now. The fact that Zhao Deng said this morning must mean that someone is supporting him behind the scenes. This Zhao Deng, when working with him, acted like a decent person. He turned his back on me afterwards. Okay, didn't you tell me to ask the general manager's office? Then I'll ask. I want to see, with your bad reputation like Zhao Deng, who dares to support you behind the scenes. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you act tough. Speaking of being tough, I can only be tougher than you. Cousin, that Zhao Deng is so arrogant. You're relying on someone to back you up, and now you're so arrogant that you even ignore me. Jin Herguang patted Jin Penghai on the shoulder with a righteous look on his face. Don't worry, cousin, I'll take care of it. We are all one family, so let's not talk about different things. Jin Penghai smiled and squinted his eyes. Then I won't be polite to my cousin. After this incident, I will definitely treat my cousin to a meal. Enjoy a feast. Okay. After seeing Jin Penghai off, a colleague in the personnel office who had a good relationship with Jin Herguang couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Guang, do you really want to help him? Didn't they say that Zhao Deng has a big boss backing him up? Can we move this person? Jin Herguang sneered. Big boss's support. Now everyone in the company knows that Zhao Deng is no good at all. If he hadn't relied on his father to get to the top, would he be the head of the operations team now? If it were in the past, I would definitely not be able to touch him, because his father is now the head of the human resources department. Now, no matter how powerful that old man was before, he has been tampered with and lost his position now. The position of head of the HR department is vacant right now, and who knows, maybe I will be the next one. This old man has used his power to intimidate me before. Now, it's his son's turn. When the man heard it, he suddenly understood. I told you. Jin Herguang has never gotten involved with the people of the Jin family. Especially his good-for-nothing cousin, who was only brought in because of his family's strong connections. After working for 3 or 4 years, I finally got a position as a team leader. Although I became a team leader, my salary didn't increase much. The employees working under him all get paid more than him. This Jin Panghai just has a title, yet he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out that this is the reason. Xiao Guang, you are really smart. Not only did you get your revenge, but you also did a favor. Jin Herguang smiled. His eyes were much darker. Zhao Deng. Let us wait and see. Operations Group. Guan Bingji and Jin Zhijie were both defeated by Zhao Deng. I'm so angry that I don't know where to vent it. But Ranran was surrounded by people, and others were congratulating her. Congratulations, Ranran, you finally got the spot this time. We were just talking about this. Given your level, it would be such a shame if you really can't get it. That's right. Ranran, I think your plan is the best. I wish you a successful business seminar. Hey, you just got the spot and you're already bragging about it. Then your ability to flatter is really good. As everyone was talking, they suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. It was Guan Bingji and Jin Zhijie standing by. When everyone saw the two men, their expressions changed and they looked at each other. It was obvious that the kindness in their eyes disappeared in an instant. Chapter 27. The President is looking for you. Guan Bingji glanced at everyone coldly, then set his sights on Ranran, who was sitting in her seat at the moment. The girl was wearing dark blue 3/4 wide leg pants and a dark blue and light yellow striped shirt. The large bow tie with the same stripes at the collar hung naturally in front of her chest, showing her elegance and intelligence. Her tall and slender figure fully supports the aura of elegance, intelligence, shrewdness and capability. A face that is stunning at first glance, with the usual coldness that keeps people at a distance, a pair of starry eyes looking around indifferently, without any ripples, and even with a hint of coldness. Deserted, elegant, and noble. It was as if the girl was a princess of the nobility. Once you open your mouth, you can kill everything in seconds. The more Guan Bingji looked at her, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the more jealous he became. Damn it, how come this woman has such a seductive face? No wonder she got the spot this time. Most likely he had some private deal with Zhao Deng, right? Thinking of this, she spoke coldly. Hey, you Ranran, I never realized before that you are so vain. Isn't it just one spot? If you really want it, why don't you just talk to our Zhijie? Our Zhijie is so generous, she will definitely give it to you, but you used this method to get this opportunity. You Ranran, aren't you afraid that others will stab you in the back? This is how I got this opportunity. These few words swept through the entire office like a tornado. Those who originally had no intention of watching the fun also looked over at this moment. What's going on? What Guan Bingji means is that you Ranran used some tricks to get this spot. No way. If that is the case. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes towards you Ranran changed. From the excitement just now to the suspicion now, some people even have a hint of disgust in their eyes. Yin Jinjing was anxious when she saw this. You, don't talk nonsense. You Ranran, received this place by relying on her own strength. Har ha har ha. I'm dying of laughter. There's actually a stutterer among them. The people in Guan Bingji's camp laughed out loud without any concealment. Yin Jinjing, you usually seem very quiet in the company, but I didn't expect you to be like this when you open your mouth. Oh my, what kind of person is you Ranran? She has actually fallen to the point where she needs a stutterer to speak for her. It didn't matter to Yin Jinjing what she said. But when Xu Yuyi, who was in the same group with her and had a good relationship with her, heard what she said, she rushed over, dragged the person who said it over, and gave him a severe lesson. But before she could make a move, there was a loud bang. You Ranran, who was originally sitting in front of the computer, stood up lazily, with one hand in her trouser pocket, looking coldly at the person who had just spoken, and raised the corner of her mouth coldly. Who do you say is the stutterer? Is a person who got into the company through connections qualified to speak? I remember you. You should have entered Longting 3 years ago, right? The people in your team are now supervisors. Why are you still following them and licking their asses after 3 years? Isn't this a bit unreasonable? Could it be that your ability is really extremely poor? Ranran's voice was very pleasant, with a slow and cold tone that caught everyone's attention almost as soon as she opened her mouth. After hearing Ranran's words, the man's face turned red, his hands clenched, and he wanted to say something else. However, Jin Jijia reached out to stop her, with a look of pretended arrogance on her face. There's no need to waste time talking to someone who wants to impersonate me. Want to impersonate her? Soon someone grasped the key point of Jin Jijia's words, and an uproar broke out again. What does Jin Jijia mean by this? Could it be, is it possible that Ranran really wants to imitate Jin Jijia? Yeah, what does that mean? Anyway, I think it's more likely that Ranran made some moves to change the spot to hers. Think about it, didn't everyone say it before? The spot had already been decided for Jin Jijia. I'm not saying this to help Jin Jijia. What I mean is that since it's an internally decided spot, it means that no one except Jin Jijia can take it away. Then how did Ranran convince Zhao Deng to take this spot? Yeah, that makes sense. That's right. If Ranran didn't do anything, then how did she get this spot? Oh my god, when I think about it, I'm a little scared. What method did Ranran use? TSK, what else can we do? Besides her beauty, what else is there about Ranran that is worthy of Zhao Deng changing her place? Such a guess seemed to be confirmed, and everyone began to look at each other in surprise. The audience's perception suddenly all tilted towards Jin Jijia. If that's the case, then Ranran is really shameless. That's really shameless, okay? It's just a quoter, does she have to do this? Hey, didn't they just say that? Ranran is just jealous of Jin Jijia. Seeing how outstanding she is, I want to take away everything that belongs to her. Use Jin Jijia's halo to package myself. But, no matter how you package it, a person's temperament and ability cannot be imitated. No matter what, Jin Jijia is a daughter of a wealthy family. How can someone like her imitate her? That is. The booing continued, growing louder and more arrogant. Yin Jinjing looked at the condemning looks directed at Ranran, which made her feel extremely uneasy. The saddest thing in this world is that you have achieved it through your own sweat and hard work, but still being denied and suppressed by everyone. Why? Ranran is very beautiful, but is there anything wrong with being beautiful? Just because you are beautiful, do you deserve to be envied? Just because you are beautiful, can you be slandered at will? Does being beautiful mean you have to bear all the blame and insults? Why? Ranran. Not only Yin Jinjing, but also Xu Yuyi, who usually looked mean, looked at Ranran's delicate profile with a worried look on his face. However, at this moment, Liran came over with a stack of documents. Operations Group 1, Ranran, the president wants to see you. Boom. Liran's voice instantly diverted everyone's attention. Oh my god, that's the president's special assistant, Liran. He's so handsome. Chapter 28, Game Within a Game. Yes, I heard that he has been with the president for many years. Not only is he extremely capable, but he can also be seen at many business meetings of the group. You know, they all say that Liran's status in the group has far exceeded that of an ordinary assistant. Of course. Whoever can become her girlfriend. You'll just be daydreaming. Hey, what did he say just now? Looking for you, Ranran. It is said that the president wants to see you, Ranran, about something. What? President? Are you going to look for you, Ranran, in person? Everyone just watched you, Ranran, stand up from her seat. Follow Liran all the way to the private elevator. TSK, I think it's probably because you, Ranran herself was exposed, so the president wants to fire her. Guan Bingji said this in a sarcastic tone. Gigi. Jin Jijia started pretending to be weak again. Jijia, you are just too kind. Look at what Ranran has done to you. Who asked her to collude with Zhao Deng and take away your place? She is calmer. Guanbing said with disdain. Also, those people who just spoke up for Ranran are fence-sitters who believe everything they hear. Be careful that the general manager's office will come after them. Guan Bingji said this deliberately, and the others didn't want to cause trouble. After hearing this, they all felt bored and returned to their workstations. Soon, the news that Yu Ranran was taken away by Li Ran personally spread to everyone in the office. Especially on the planning team side, Jin Penghai was extremely happy. TSK, I thought Yu Ranran was so powerful. Aren't you being invited to have tea now? Jin Penghai sneered, that's right, don't you see who my cousin is? With just one word from him, Yu Ranran will be in trouble. I'm just waiting for Yu Ranran to be fired. Not only that, I also want her to have a hard time in the entire industry. When a colleague nearby heard this, he smiled flatteringly, and then diligently served tea and water to Jin Penghai. Brother Jin, calm down. Come, have some tea. Oh, who told you Ranran to be so blind and offend you? She'll have a good time this time. Jin Penghai curled his lips proudly, that's right. She must pay the price for what she did. The other side. The elevator entrance exclusively for the president. Yu Ranran remained silent all the way. But I was muttering in my heart. Why does Longtung's president want to see her? Could it be, it's really because of the project that Guan Bingji and Jin Jijia talked about? However, on this side, the cell phone in Li Ran's pocket rang first. President. Okay, got it. Li Ran's voice was respectful yet calm. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Yu Ranran and said, Ms. Yu, the president said that due to time constraints, our business meeting with Qinglan has been moved forward. In 10 minutes. We have all looked at your proposal, it is very good. Can I talk later? Yu Ranran was stunned for a second, then became indifferent. Can. There was confidence in his voice. Very good, let's go then. Meeting room. People from Qinglan Company have arrived. Li Ran smiled and introduced Yu Ranran to Qinglan's people. This is our operations group planning director, Yu Ranran. Yu Ranran. The people from Qinglan Company immediately stood up, smiled, and extended their hands to Yu Ranran. Hello, Director Yu. In such a delicate situation, Yu Ranran didn't even have time to have any eye contact with Li Ran. I had no choice but to bite the bullet and return the gift. There were 3 people who were in contact with Longtung this time. 2 of them are slightly older men, and the other is a girl who is about the same age as Yu Ranran. She is very beautiful, and her eyes are staring at Yu Ranran. Yu Ranran met her gaze fearlessly and introduced herself confidently. Hello, my name is Yu Ranran. Shinzahan. The girl raised her eyebrows, with some doubt in her eyes. Longtung is the largest technology group in country Z. I believe that Longtung will be able to successfully win this agreement. Certainly. Yu Ranran smiled confidently. There was inexplicably an invisible smoke of gunpowder spreading between the 2 of them. Before we could finish chatting, we heard footsteps outside the door. Then the door was pushed open. 3 more people walked in slowly. This time there are 3 women and 2 men. But they are obviously older than Yu Ranran. Unlike Qinglan, Yu Ranran could clearly feel that there was a fierce murderous aura in these people. I'm sorry, everyone. Mr. Fu said that he may have a meeting right now and cannot come for the time being, so our director Yu will introduce this business matchmaking meeting to everyone. Seeing that everyone was present, Li Ran went straight to the point. He didn't consider the shadow area in Yu Ranran's heart at all. Fortunately, when Yu Ranran was young, she often stayed in her father's company for a whole day. She has also been exposed to many processes and business meetings, and over the long term, she has more or less understood some of them. I'm afraid that the business matchmaking meeting announced to the public this time is actually the company that just came here to compete with them for the contract of Qinglan Company. Whoever has the better plan will be the final winner. No wonder Lan Qianqian said before that President Longtung's sweetheart was vicious. For a meeting of this scale, let alone the company's planning team, it would probably take the company's top elites with deep background and understanding of the core and underlying logic of the business to write something like this. This is not something that rookies like Zhao Deng and Jin Penghai can access. If things go wrong, all the blame will fall on Zhao Deng. At that time, this sweetheart will take advantage of this weakness to completely control Zhao Deng. Zhao Deng was at fault first, so even if he wanted to resist, there was nothing he could do. Either he obeys and lets others control him, or he quits this industry forever. The price was too high. However, even if Zhao Deng chose to surrender, the final outcome would probably be that he would be used and then killed for some random reason. Ended up with nothing. Ranran's eyes flickered. Although she was unwilling to get involved in this dispute, she would never allow herself to become a victim of this power struggle. Since this is a great opportunity right now, why should she give it up? Sure enough, after Ranran said this, Jiaming Company on the opposite side could no longer sit still, especially the two women sitting in the middle. Although they were dressed very seductively, their eyes exuded cold, murderous intent. Chapter 29 Qinglan. I still say the same thing, as the head of Qinglan Company, I, Jiaming, cannot compare to Longteng's wealth and success. But we are petite, and that has its advantages. Although it is small, it has all the necessary parts. We strive for excellence and are very professional, especially in network technology. I believe that our Jiaming's plan will not disappoint your company. With that, the woman stood up first and adjusted herself in her seat. She began to present her plan. I believe that in the next decade, global internet technology will still face the following three problems. First, technological innovation needs to be improved. Second, it is not fully integrated with the real economy. Third, how to seek stability in instability in this great era. This is the global environment, which we cannot change. But in the small environment, there is still a lot we can do. Especially in our industry, if we want to innovate and use it more widely among the public, then we must learn to educate the public. When I say educate people, I mean using various marketing methods, advertising, or using some subtle details to constantly tell them that they are now in an era of highly developed information. We must learn to keep pace with the times, because our ultimate goal is to convert more people into our available resources. Just like the concept of this technological watch designed by your company. Your watches are a very innovative concept. I believe that through vigorous publicity, you will definitely get more and better resources. After the introduction, Jiaming became more and more excited, even passionate. But the people of Qinglan always had frowns on their faces. He didn't seem to be moved at all. How about it, Mr. Liu, what do you think? The woman just introduced is obviously very confident in her abilities. Now, the question is even more direct. The manager of Qinglan Group is also a veteran and has been in the workplace for many years. He naturally understood that he couldn't hurt the relationship by showing off, so he was just trying to play it safe and smooth it over. However, at this moment, a man older than Liu Honglan frowned. His voice was cold, considering it. You guys at Jiaming just made this thing, and you want me to pay for it. Don't you even do the most basic thing, to check our user base and the people who will benefit from it before making a plan? Our high-tech watch is designed more for elderly users and children. It's useful for preventing people from getting lost, and can help more people avoid getting lost, by sending their location in times of danger. You guys, you didn't come up with a plan, that's fine, but now you can even make such a basic mistake. Come, teach me how to make a child who is less than 10 years old and an old man in his 80s feel the advancement of the times and the development of science and technology. Technology, if it's not used in real life, it's a bunch of shit. Having said this, the older man was visibly agitated, his pupils seeming to emanate excitement and regret that did not belong to the moment. Ranran captured this moment keenly. If she remembered correctly, she had specially investigated the senior management of Qinglan Company for this plan. It shows above that the chairman of Qinglan Company is named Ku Wenwen. He is already 60 years old this year. Logically speaking, at such an old age, he should have retired behind the scenes. However, he still holds this position, and the information found shows that Ku Wenwen has 2 sons and a daughter. 13 years ago, my daughter and Yingying died in a car accident. 6 years ago, my eldest son unfortunately passed away in a fire, leaving only my youngest son by his side. However, things did not go as planned. The only youngest son also fell ill with advanced gastric cancer. His wife remarried and left behind a child. This child was Ku Wenwen's only hope. However, 3 years ago, this child also went missing due to the nanny's poor supervision and has not been returned to date. Moreover, Ranran also learned that Qinglan Company was not previously called Qinglan, but Yulong Electronic Information Company, Limited. The legal representative of this company was previously his youngest son. Ever since his relatives left him one after another, he became completely hopeless and even wanted to die. The old man couldn't sleep or eat just thinking about the little granddaughter who hadn't been found. Countless people were sent to search for it, but to no avail. 3 years have passed, and the old man still feels very guilty about what happened before. Later, in order to make up for the guilt in his heart, the old man simply changed the electronic information company into a technology company. Started making anti-lost watches. Facts have proved that the old man is still as good as ever. After the anti-lost watch was released, its price once fell below the original price. Qinglan Company also became famous overnight. However, even if he became famous, as long as the company did not go public, it would still be just a small company with not particularly good prospects. Therefore, Qinglan Company began to announce it to the public and seek partners. The old man's financial strategic layout is also admirable. Require companies that want to cooperate with us to first submit a good planning proposal, and use the layout and conception of the proposal to witness the character of the partner. From this point of view, this method is much more reliable than sitting in the office and chatting with the person in charge for an afternoon. Ranran looked at the information in her hand and had another idea in mind. Although she didn't know why the company chose her proposal as the final version. However, as long as the task is given to her, she will definitely fulfill it. Successfully win this cooperation. After the old man finished speaking, the woman's face turned pale instantly. She looked through the information in her hand and finally lowered her head in despair when she found that there was no information about the development history of Qinglan Company. Unexpectedly, she had prepared for this cooperation for so long, but ended up losing money in such a place. Thinking of this, she glared at her companion fiercely. The person she stared at also looked very innocent. When she was sorting out the information, she clearly said that Qinglan was just a minor character and that she could handle them by just looking up some information. I didn't expect that at this moment. I would still blame myself. I really don't know what they are thinking. Jiaming has finished the introduction. It should have been Ranran's turn, but the old man didn't want to listen. He also noticed the contentious attitude of Jiaming Company. It feels like they don't take Qinglan seriously at all. Ranran and Ranran looked at each other. Chapter 30. The CEO has always had a good eye. Mr. Ku, please wait a moment. Ranran stood up and walked straight to the center of the conference room. Turn on the computer and upload the information. That posture seemed to indicate that he wanted to continue the introduction. But the old man didn't want to listen. He didn't even raise his eyelids. He stood up and was about to walk out. When Ranran saw this scene, he was about to stop it, but received a signal from Ranran's eyes. Stood aside. The old man snorted coldly, "Don't think that I will cooperate with you just because of these little tricks. It's a sheer waste of my time to continue discussing this with a bunch of idiots like you." As he said this, he was about to open the door of the conference room. However, Ranran's voice was heard coming from behind. Just because others don't understand Qinglan's products doesn't mean I don't understand them either. As far as I know, the GPS anti-lost watch currently promoted by Qinglan is an electronic product that can perform satellite positioning, call functions, etc. If it is just GPS positioning, I believe most people will not be unfamiliar with it. In this era of highly developed technology, mobile phones with GPS positioning functions have long been popular. However, the GPS anti-lost watch developed by Qinglan Technology Group is a technological means specifically for children. As long as you wear this watch, your specific location can be accurately located no matter where you are in the world. In addition, the GPS anti-lost watch has a special device that keeps in touch with satellites in space. The satellites can transmit this information to the electronic watch at any time, so no matter where you are, you can experience the satellite's precise positioning function. With this kind of technology, it can be said that it is not an exaggeration to say that it has a small search and rescue function. After Ranran finished speaking, Mr. Ku paused with his arm resting on the door handle. Then he turned around and looked at Ranran on the stage. There was a hint of shock and surprise in his pupils. The people following Mr. Ku also had shocked expressions on their faces. Unexpectedly, this seemingly inconspicuous girl could know their company's products so well. Of course, the reactions of the old man and his companions naturally did not escape the eyes of Ranran and Jiaming. Ranran looked at Ranran on the stage and nodded unconsciously. There was no longer the secret scrutiny and worry in his eyes. He knew that the woman was capable, but he was still very shocked when he heard the president say that Miss Yu would preside over the meeting. After all, Qinglan is a very important partner for the entire company. It is very likely that Longting's technology will have a qualitative leap. Moreover, not only that, the most important thing is that Li Ran has never seen a president take the initiative to care about an employee he met by chance, and the purpose he pursues is obvious. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, and even wondered for the first time whether the president's decision was too hasty. He came here out of curiosity and purpose of judging this woman. After just a few minutes of getting along, he knew that this woman's temperament, quality and ability were all superior. There is a reason why the president chose her. On the other hand, the popular people in Gemming Company were all green with envy. They never imagined that they would miss the duck that was right in front of their mouths. Instead, it flew into someone else's mouth. The woman who represented Gemming on stage to present the plan was Gemming's current operations creative director, Bing Wani. In the eyes of her, a veteran who has been in the workplace for 3 or 4 years, Ranran is just a child who has not grown up. My interpersonal and plan-making abilities are very weak. What qualifications do you have to come here and compete with her? The most infuriating thing is that this girl is also the operations director. At such a young age, he is actually on equal footing with her. Is it true that there is no one in such a large group as Longton? Thinking of this, she simply sat down again. She just didn't believe it. She wanted to see how capable Ranran was. Can we really take down this tough nut to crack Qinglan? Ranran didn't care about that and continued to introduce it seriously. So, this electronic watch phone uses the dual positioning functions of GPS satellite positioning and GPRS wireless network positioning. In areas where GPS satellite signals are poor, as long as there is a stable mobile network signal, we can also accurately grasp the geographical location of the child. In addition, Qinglan's main purpose has always been to simplify things. We designed the mobile phone into a watch style, which is not only novel in appearance and easy to carry, but also not easy to lose. People can check the location at any time through text messages, mobile phone internet access, computer internet access and other forms, which well protects the safety of vulnerable groups such as the elderly and children. In addition, in special circumstances, parents can also select any area as the alarm range. As long as the child wears an electronic watch or mobile phone and enters or walks out of the range, they will receive a reminder text message. It also has an SOS one-touch emergency call function. Once the child feels that they are in an emergency, they can press a button and the phone will automatically call the parents even if they don't speak. Everything that happens around the child can be heard clearly by the parents on the other end of the phone. This is especially important for parents who are always concerned about their children's safety. Finally, let me summarize the products developed by Qinglan this time. The advent of the GPS anti-lost watch has realized the cross-time and space care of parents for their children and children for the elderly. The GPS anti-lost watch can not only locate children and the elderly, but can also be applied to travel, driving, and investigation. It is a wearable product related to location services. Par. As soon as Ranran finished speaking, loud applause broke out. It was Mr. Ku. At this moment, he was sitting in his seat, his previous contempt gone, his eyes filled with admiration and disbelief. Little girl, you are amazing. Even my grandfather didn't remember so many functions of this watch, but you can understand it so comprehensively. Ranran smiled and said, Mr. Ku, you are too kind. Since you want to have an in-depth technical discussion with Qinglan, how can you not even understand such basic things? Ranran said this neither humbly nor arrogantly. Mr. Ku smiled and nodded in approval. This is actually absolutely true. It's like a soldier going to the battlefield without a sword. What kind of battle is that? The business world is like a battlefield, and no one will fight unprepared. What's more, today is such an important occasion. With Qinglan's technology, Gemming's people should be more aware of how their company's profits will grow once they get this technology. But they still lost. You see, the success or failure of life is often hidden in the details. Whoever has their will win. Chapter 31 Miss Yu shows her power. After hearing what Ranran said, the people in Gemming all looked unhappy. Bing Wani was even more green. She sneered and curled her lips. Yes, Director, you did a lot of preparation in advance. But what good will it do if we do more preparation in advance? Isn't it the plan that you finally look at? Ms. Yu, I hope you won't always learn from those people to take shortcuts. It was unclear who Bing Wani was trying to be sarcastic with, but Ranran was not angry after hearing this. Only those who cannot eat grapes will deliberately say that the grapes are sour to seek psychological comfort. She smiled and looked at Mr. Ku beside her. Mr. Ku, the above is my analysis of the product. Below is my specific plan for the product. Please take a look. Ranran opened the PPT that she had prepared earlier. This is the solution I finally chose after combining the performance of the products. There are 3 options. The first is to set up a lost children prevention fund and distribute them free of charge to children in remote mountainous areas. Secondly, we can work with the film industry to shoot a movie about preventing lost children, and then embed our watch ads in it to achieve the desired publicity effect. Third, we vigorously use publicity methods to achieve our publicity goals. These are the publicity plans I made. Mr. Ku, I know the ultimate purpose of your making watches, so the watches must be used on the right people. If someone doesn't understand it at all, it would be a waste if they used it. What do you think, Director Bing? Ranran looked at Bing Wani indifferently. Bing Wani's expression became even uglier than before. You? Good, very good. Mr. Ku's eyes were full of admiration. What's your name, kid? The old man looked at Ranran with kindness. Ranran. Okay, from now on, I'll call you Ranran, okay. Ranran smiled and said, as long as Mr. Ku is happy, you can call me anything you want. Good boy. I didn't expect that after going around in circles for so long, I would finally meet someone who understands Qinglan product development. Longting is indeed the largest technology group in the world today. Okay, since Miss Yu is so sincere, let's sign the contract with Longteng. Mr. Ku. When Bing Wani heard this, she was completely panicked. What's going on? How come the old man wants to sign an agreement with Longteng right after the introduction? How could it be so fast? Shut up. Bing Wani, are you worthy of your company? You are still the director of operations. Do you know the basic logic of operations? It's user-based. You don't even know the user attributes of our Qinglan, and you still want to cooperate with us Qinglan. Dream on. The girl standing next to the old man said this with a look of disdain on her face. Bing Wani's sore spot was touched, and she saw that she had no right to speak anymore. I could only leave in anger. Afterwards, Mr. Ku happily signed an agreement with Li Ran. He talked to Ranran for a long time before leaving reluctantly. Before leaving, he left Ranran's phone number and told her that he would chat with him more when he was free. Ranran felt very sympathetic towards this lonely old man. She had already done a lot of research on Qinglan. But the more she investigated, the more surprised she was. She had never expected that such a creative technology company had such a sad story behind it. Ku Wenwen is almost 60 years old. At this age, it should be time for him to enjoy family happiness, right? However, for the sake of his son and grandson, he took up the responsibility and took the step of preventing them from getting lost. He chooses this industry to make up for the regrets and losses in his heart, right? Ranran sighed and came back to her senses. Ms. Yu, the president said he is waiting for you in the office. Li Ran reminded from the side. Ranran frowned. This mysterious President Longteng had said at the previous business meeting that he had something to do and would be here right away. But when the meeting was over and the contract was signed, he still hadn't shown up. Moreover, he asked Li Ran to call himself the operations director. Isn't he the female director of operations, the sea turtle girl who will be here later? I heard that she is the president's sweetheart. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Ranran kept thinking along the way, this isn't right. If she is really his sweetheart, then why would he give the position that originally belonged to that sea turtle girl to herself? He also hosted the entire meeting by himself. Could it be that he is using someone else's knife to kill someone? The president doesn't like that sea turtle girl at all, so why does he want to use him as a shield? But why did the president choose me? Ranran was absolutely sure that she and this president had never met before. I can't figure it out. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. She wanted to see what this mysterious president was up to. Ranran was brought into the office by Li Ran. Ms. Yu, please wait a moment, the president will be here soon. You're using the same rhetoric again, Assistant Li, excuse me, does your CEO have kidney deficiency or is he suffering from frequent urination and urgency and inability to urinate completely? Or is it hemorrhoids? Why are you squatting on the toilet? I'm afraid I'll have to sit here and wait for the whole afternoon. Look, it's already 11:30 in the morning and I want to get off work on time. Li Ran, my little ancestor, the president is outside now. Ranran, you don't want to live, but I still want to live. The atmosphere was extremely awkward. Ranran was about to say something when the sound of shoes soles hitting the floor echoed in the empty corridor, and rhythmically reached Ranran's ears step by step. She was stunned for a moment and looked towards the source of the sound. It was the door to the office. Outside the door? She raised an eyebrow. Next second. Squeak. Another door in the office was pushed open. A tall and slender figure walked out. From dim to bright, the tall and slender silhouette gradually came into the eyes of the two. It was a young and handsome face. He has delicate black eyebrows, a high nose bridge, thin lips slightly pursed, and dark eyes that are deep and unfathomable. The bright light in the office shone onto his angular face, dazzling and scorching. His noble air made people feel sad. The cold and noble aura seemed to flow out from his body, giving off a captivating oppressive force. Centerbow's tightly pursed lips slightly curled up, and in an instant it seemed that all the flowers in the world lost their color. Ranran sat inside, looking through the glass at the man standing at the door. The moment her eyes met his from afar in the air, her heart felt like it was struck by lightning, contracting, twitching, beating, and deafening. Chapter 32. Life is unpredictable. The big intestine is wrapped in the small intestine. It's not because the other person is as handsome as a god. It's not because the other person's handsome and tall figure is perfect like a work of art created by God. It was not because she fell in love with this man at first sight and created a spark of love like in an idol drama. But because this extremely handsome man is no other than him. It was yesterday and the day before yesterday that the man abducted her into his car, and then, without any resistance from her, took her home to meet his parents. At night, Mimi hugged me to sleep, and secretly took advantage of me, the big pigs who Fu Jingshan. I percent Hashat. Ranran was dumbfounded. At this moment, no psychological activities can represent her complex inner world. If I had to describe it, that's probably something like this. It's actually him? It's actually her? How could it be him? Ranran held her forehead helplessly. What a narrow road the enemy meets. At this moment, all the puzzled questions in my mind were finally understood. Why did he say that before? Also give yourself a bank card. It turns out that when he said at his home that day that he was in the same company as me, he really was lying. But where is the director? How come he became the president in the blink of an eye? Moreover, when I thought about the past, after Zhu Qian left, I actually secretly missed him when I was feeling down at night. It turned out that he was actually his boss. Maybe you have seen it before, even if you look up or down. I was the only one still here, adding to the sensationalism. It felt like my fantasy was suddenly shattered, and then I returned to reality from the clouds. When she thought of this, Ranran's face turned red like a piece of charcoal burned by fire. The atmosphere was unspeakably awkward. Ran, who was standing by, so that Ranran, who was so arrogant just now, was now looking around with her head down. Miss Yu, what are you looking for? Because of Ran's sudden greeting, Ranran was frightened and accidentally hit her knee on the coffee table. She almost cried because of the pain. Then, what Ran saw was this scene. The girl's eyes were misty and her face was as red as a ripe apple. It was completely like the shy look of a girlfriend meeting her boyfriend. No. Ran appropriately ignored her. Look how excited this child is. I can't speak anymore. Then a cold and clear voice sounded. Ran, please go out first. Yes. Before leaving, Ran turned back to glance at Ranran. His expression clearly said, "Come on, I'm rooting for you." Ranran. As soon as Ran left, Fu Jingshan and Ranran were the only ones left in the living room. There was a subtle throbbing in the atmosphere. Fu Jingshan's suit was draped over his arm, and he was wearing a white, expensive shirt with two exquisite and elegant silver cuffs on his cuffs. He looked gentle, graceful, and extraordinary. His dark eyes were fixed on Ranran's face, which was quickly hiding, and there was a gleam of ambiguous meaning in his eyes. It was still the same delicate and fair little face, but what she was wearing today? Dark blue 3/4 wide leg pants, and a dark blue and light yellow striped women's shirt on the upper body. The large bow tie with the same color stripes at the collar hangs naturally in front of the chest, showing elegance and intellectuality. Her tall and slender figure fully supports the aura of elegance, intelligence, shrewdness, and capability. She was wearing high heels and a fashionable and elegant suit, with her usual coldness that kept people at a distance. Her starry eyes looked around indifferently, without any waves, and even with a hint of coldness. This was in stark contrast to the well-behaved and docile boy who had gone home with him the previous 2 days. Moreover, since she was wearing a shirt today with a belt tied behind her waist, her slender waist was clearly outlined, which was barely perceptible. The light in Fu Jingshan's black eyes gradually dimmed. Unexpectedly, the usually obedient little lamb also has such a side. Ranran lowered her eyes and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Fu, is there something you want me to do today?" Every word was filled with businesslike honesty. Fu Jingshan calmly withdrew his gaze and pushed the document in his hand over. Recently, the overall performance of the planning group and the operation group has been poor. I plan to merge the 2 departments and arrange for the Human Resources Department to assess and rank them and lay off some employees with the lowest performance. What do you think about this? Ranran was silent for a moment. His eyes scanned the names on the document. The names of several people have been marked with red circles. And these people are indeed at the bottom of the department in terms of performance and ability. But that's not the point. The only person who is qualified to discuss this issue with the president is the question of whether the department staff should stay or go. Shouldn't it be a position above department head or director? Is he hinting at himself? But why do you want to promote yourself suddenly? Isn't this position reserved for his sweetheart? Is he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife by doing this? Fu Jingshan seemed to see the hesitation and doubt in Ranran's eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke, his voice low and elegant. Her father had always been a good partner of Longton. Later, he invested in Longton through a project and became a shareholder of Longton. Ranran was slightly surprised, but then her beautiful eyes showed understanding. Is he explaining this to himself? But why should I explain it to her? I blurt out the doubts in my mind. So what is your relationship with her? As soon as she said this, she felt something was even more wrong. Why does this tone sound like that of a wife questioning her husband? Damn. What she obviously wanted to ask was, why did you let me take her place? As a result, when I thought of something else, I just blurted it out. Fu Jingshan lowered his eyes and glanced at her indifferently, then stood up, strode to her, took her wrist and walked all the way to the lounge. Rushing all the way to Fu Jingshan's room, Ranran was forced to sit on the bed. Fu Jingshan, what are you doing? Ranran was a little angry. She was used to Fu Jingshan's gentle manner, so she couldn't accept his current arrogance. Moreover, was it possible that she had said something wrong just now? Made him misunderstand. Lie down on the bed. Ranran couldn't catch her breath and stared at him, too angry to speak. It was a pity that she had previously thought that he was a gentleman with an elegant demeanor and a handsome appearance. It was not until she was pushed onto the bed and her clothes were lifted up domineeringly that she screamed out. Fu Jingshan, don't come over here. We've only known each other for a few days, you can't force yourself on me. Chapter 33 Promotion and Salary Increase, Director Yu. Use force? Fu Jingshan's thin lips were a little cold. This word is quite fresh. But it's also interesting coming from the mouth of this usually weak and lovely woman. A faint light floated in his black jade eyes. His warm hands pressed on her dishonest body, and his eyes slowly moved to her slender left leg, pushing up her trouser leg. The black eyes were gradually filled with an obscure light. It was clearly a slender, white, crystal-clear body, but a purple bruise ruined all their beauty. He frowned slightly, took out the ointment, and moved his thin lips slightly. You're just going to use force now. Then, do you know what true force is? Ranran was unable to dispel her anger. You rascal. Bandit. Not only did you use force on me, you were also a bandit. You are obviously the president of Longton, but you lied to my parents and said you were the director. It's fine if you teased me. You're using me to kill someone else, letting me take the place of your beloved. I thought you were a gentleman. Don't force me. If you come over here again, I will tell Grandma. Grandma. Before Ranran could finish her words, she suddenly felt a chill on her left knee, accompanied by a slight pain. She paused, as if she realized something. A layer of red clouds suddenly appeared on her angry face. She bit her lips and buried her face in the quilt. It turned out that she had misunderstood him. The man's fingertips were slightly cool, but his movements were very gentle. The milky ointment gradually spread over the bruise. A faint scent of medicine gradually floated in the air. Yu Ranran tightly grasped the thin blanket beneath her and never looked up. Why don't you say anything? Weren't you quite talkative just now? Huh. Don't move. The warm palm made Yu Ranran's nerves tense. Her body stiffened, and Fu Jingshan's voice sounded behind her ears again. Wait until the ointment dries before getting up. Yu Ranran didn't move any further, and soon after, a muffled sound slowly began to sound. I'm sorry, I just misunderstood you. A low chuckle came from the air, and after a moment there was a rustling sound, and Fu Jingshan stood up straight. Use force. Bandit. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. Do you still want to tell Grandma? Feel sorry. Yu Ranran was extremely embarrassed, her little face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she could only apologize awkwardly. I never thought in my life that someone would use these two words to describe me. Yu Ranran bit her lip in extreme embarrassment, and her voice became increasingly muffled. This is also the first time I've described someone like this. First time. Should I feel honored? Anyway, I'm sorry. Realizing that the man's hand around her waist had left and he stood up from the bed, Yu Ranran breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and carefully lowered her trouser legs. When she turned around, she saw the tall and majestic figure of a man standing behind her. It's too insincere to just say an apology. So, what do you want to do? Yu Ranran looked up at him, questioning with a puzzled look. Fu Jingshan stared at her with his dark eyes, and said lightly. You are a smart woman. It shouldn't be hard for you to figure out that Grandma wants me to pursue you. Yu Ranran's eyes flickered slightly, and a hint of embarrassment finally flashed across her pretty face. I think, maybe you made her wait too long. Besides, I think what she wants most is a lively and lovely great-grandson. Fu Jingshan curled his lips and continued to look down at her. Yes, very clever. But pursuing you is my personal choice. Not just any woman can have my child. Although those words were meant to warm people's hearts, the hidden arrogance and deep meaning in them made Yu Ranran's heart tremble slightly, and then she turned away in panic. She had never thought that such a noble and modest man would say such arrogant and unruly words. Mr. Fu, are you always so direct in pursuing women? I have only pursued you. Yu Ranran held her forehead helplessly. We have only known each other for 3 days at most. Don't you think it's too hasty, Mr. Fu? I trust my vision. Besides, in these 3 days, we slept in the same bed one night and had a deep communication, right? The indifferent expression on Yu Ranran's face finally showed an obvious crack. After a long moment, she smiled bitterly. But, I learned from the company that you have a foreign classmate whom you have known for 6 years, and I heard that you like each other very much. In 6 years, all you have gained is such a shallow layer of trust. You and I are just casual acquaintances. Why do you trust that I am your choice? Fu Jingshan raised his eyebrows slightly, who told me that I like her. And he leaned over her again, moving closer to her and curling his lips slightly. You compare yourself with a scheming green tea girl with an absolute purpose. Yu Ranran was surprised again, blinked slightly, and finally laughed out loud. I'm sorry, this is really my fault. Fu Jingshan looked at her bright smile, his eyes sparkling. Why are you laughing? It seems that I really don't know you very well. I really didn't expect that someone as gentle and low-key as you with extraordinary temperament could say such words. It really doesn't match your appearance. Ms. Yu, when it comes to human affairs, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Are you sure you only look at the appearance of a person? Yu Ranran raised her eyebrows, but the smile on her lips was not as obvious as before. Mr. Fu, so, maybe we are really not suitable for each other. I really don't know you. I can't even see through your surface attributes, how can I know your essential attributes? Fu Jingshan paused for a moment, then approached her and looked into Yu Ranran's eyes with some mischief. Really? Ms. Yu, you haven't been in love for more than 20 years, have you? Is it because you can't see clearly, or you are embarrassed to see? Of course, Miss Yu, you always have the right to choose. However, I hope you understand, Miss Yu, that the rights you have are invalid with me. Seeing Yu Ranran's dark face, Fu Jingshan curled his lips mischievously. Of course, I didn't expect you to agree to me now. It's my decision to pursue you, and I don't like to be influenced by others in my decision. I welcome Miss Yu to examine my essential attributes at any time. Fu Jingshan paused for a moment, as if waiting for Yu Ranran to adapt, and then spoke again indifferently. Also, there is one more thing. Yu Ranran took a deep breath, looked straight into his eyes, and tried to calm herself down. What? Do you have any objections to your new position, Creative Director of Operations? Yu Ranran. Chapter 34, The Fox Takes Advantage of the Tiger. I've checked your performance in the department. Although your overall ranking is average, it's not as good as the best, but it's better than the worst. Or are you dissatisfied with the low salary offered by the company and can't wait to leave Longton? Fu Jingshan lowered his eyes and looked at Yu Ranran, his eyes flashing. Yu Ranran immediately shook her head to deny it. How is it possible to leave Longton? Longton is where I can realize my personal value. I will never give up. Fu Jingshan curled his lips and smiled. That's good. Your current base salary is 6k plus commission. How about raising it to 30k? Yu Ranran's eyes widened. Okay, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. After saying that, Fu Jingshan lowered his head and continued to look at the documents in his hand. Okay, I still have to work. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Yu Ranran came out of the office. He was still in a daze and didn't utter a word until he came out. After she walked into the elevator and was completely alone, it took her a long time to slowly come back to her senses. The corners of his mouth, which usually had no expression, suddenly twitched imperceptibly. It's her business to refuse or not, and it's his business to refuse her refusal. Where is her right to choose? So, after all he said, the final meaning is he determined to have her? This man is really. Yu Ranran shook her head with amusement. The elevator stopped, and she walked out. On the other side. Operations Group Office Area. Longting's operations department consists of 3 groups, each with hundreds of people. So just adding up the number of people, this office is very huge. Ever since Yu Ranran was called away by Li Ran, colleagues have been talking about it. Hey, what's going on? Why would the president ask Yu Ranran to go to the office? Could it be that they found out that her performance review this month was too bad and fired her directly? Not really. The HR department can handle the layoffs. There's no need for the president to step in. Hey, I just remembered. Didn't I hear them say that Zhao Deng and Yu Ranran have known each other for a long time? Do you think these two are having an affair? I don't know, but my colleagues in the office are talking about it. I don't know whether it's true or not. I think it's probably true. It's because Zhao Deng and Yu Ranran are having an affair that Zhao Deng changed his mind and gave the spot to Yu Ranran. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many things going on. So I think this is the fundamental reason why Yu Ranran was called to the office. Besides, I heard that Jin Tinghai has a cousin who works in the Human Resources Department. Maybe he was the one who reported it. Yu Ranran is in big trouble now. A few people were discussing in a low voice. When they looked up, they saw Yu Ranran returning to her workstation in a somewhat absent-minded manner. Hey, I'm back. Look, Yu Ranran is back. Yu Ranran's mind was still in a mess. A lot of things to do, including confession of love and promotion and salary increase. There is also the combined management of 3 operations groups and 3 planning groups. Alas, the road to management from now on is going to be long. Yu Ranran frowned, thinking seriously about what to do next. This seemingly disoriented expression was instantly misunderstood by colleagues. Ranran, what did the president say to you? Are you talking about layoffs? Were you fired? Of course she is. Look at her expression. She must have been fired because of Jin Jijia's incident. Hey, who told you to be so close to Zhao Deng every day? It is said that Jin Jijia has a good background. Colleagues in the company are just colleagues and cannot be true friends. We are in the same department and we are all competitors. In the company, no matter how big the problem is, it is not as satisfying as seeing the distraught expression of a colleague when he is fired. Several colleagues who had a good relationship with Yu Ranran also came over to comfort her. Say, what? Yin Jinjing was the first to rush over. Ranran, how could you possibly be fired? Yes, Ranran, what happened? Why did the president call you specifically? Yeah, what happened? Ranran, don't be sad. If you are really fired because of Jin Jijia's matter, the worst that can happen is that I will quit. Let's find a job again. Yin Jinjing had a determined look on her face and patted Yu Ranran's shoulder in a very righteous manner. Yu Ranran responded with a smile. Don't worry. Actually, this is what happened. Yu Ranran was about to explain when the HR team leader, Jin Herguan, swaggered over with two of his men and started yelling at the office area in dissatisfaction. What are you doing? I just heard that your operations team was having the most fun chatting. You guys are not going to work, right? You really think the company is a vegetable market, right? Come when you want, leave when you want. Everyone, go back to your workstations. Jin Herguan naturally also knew that Yu Ranran had just been called to the president's office. How could a small employee in an operations group receive special care from the president? It must be because Yu Ranran snatched the spot from Jin Jijie, who had the highest performance in the operations group, that she was called over for questioning. It just so happens that I was just wondering if I had any reason to kill you and that Zhao Deng. This time, I'll wipe you all out. It's your fault for being so blind and offending Jin Jijie. Next time when you look for a job, you should open your eyes. Yu Ranran. Look at yourself. Your performance last month was average. You didn't come up with many plans. Not only are you not active at work, but you're also slacking off at work. Most importantly, I've been observing you for a long time. You go to and from get off work on time every day. Look at you, Yu Ranran. You've been in the company for almost a year. What else can you do every day except eating and waiting to die? Yu Ranran sat back at her workstation and ignored him. Jin Herguan is just a small boss in the human resources department. He likes to show off his power and has been bullying in the company for a long time. Yu Ranran had long been immune to these words. After all, Jin Herguan was only good at talking. In fact, I have no ability at all. Seeing Yu Ranran's indifferent expression, Jin Herguan became even angrier. Yu Ranran, what's the matter? Are you becoming more and more shameless now? I can't persuade you anymore, can I? Why were you called into the president's office just now? Don't you know why? Do you need me to convey this to other colleagues? Jin Herguan looked at Yu Ranran with a sneer, waiting for her to panic and make a fool of herself by hearing these words. In the end, Yu Ranran just smiled faintly. Of course I know the reason. However, since team leader Jin is so kind, why don't you tell me why I was called to the president's office? Chapter 35. Does a slap in the face hurt? Yu Ranran deliberately provoked Jin Herguan. Based on her understanding of Jin Herguan, this guy is extremely lazy and only announces things through emails and company broadcasts. I will never patrol the office area around 12 noon. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Sure enough, after Yu Ranran said this, Jin Herguan immediately sneered. Okay, Yu Ranran. You are really a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. Jin Jijie is the performance champion of the entire operations team. The spot for the business matchmaking meeting should have belonged to her. I don't know what method you used to snatch someone else's quota. Someone reported you to me before, but I didn't believe it. I didn't expect you to be called to the president's office so soon. Why, are you happy now? Oh, other colleagues in our company, please don't learn from Yu Ranran. It's because of her passive resistance and dirty thinking of relying on connections to get promoted that she really brings shame to the entire operations team. Also, I'm telling you, don't think you can get away with this today easily. The higher-ups have spoken. If you don't want to leave today, you must leave now. Xiao Li, call Zhao Deng over here. Someone from the general manager's office just greeted me. They said that the company will send someone over to announce important changes and arrangements to Yu Ranran's position. Yu Ranran, if you know what's best for you, pack your things now. Oh, yes, it just so happens that we can take advantage of this opportunity to let Zhao Deng and Yu Ranran, their Mandarin ducks, fly together. Yes. The man next to him, whom Jin Herguan called Xiao Li, nodded respectfully. As soon as Jin Herguan finished speaking, Xing Yubing from the general manager's office came over with documents. This time, she was also accompanied by the HR manager who smiled like Metria Buddha, and Zhao Deng, whom Jin Herguan had just asked to find. As soon as Jin Herguan saw Zhao Deng behind HR manager Liu Ming, his eyes widened instantly. Zhao Deng. Didn't he tell him before that he would be fired? Why, not only was he not feeling uncomfortable, but he was also smiling. Still following manager Liu. Manager Liu and manager Xing also had a smile on their faces. Isn't it about punishment? Jin Herguan, what are you doing? Liu Ming narrowed his eyes. Jin Herguan's back instantly tightened, and cold sweat broke out. He quickly raised a flattering smile. Manager Liu, I'm sorry. Ranran from Operations Group 1 has had poor performance this month and her attitude is not right. Manager Liu, I was just about to follow your instructions and fire both Ranran and Zhao Deng. Black sheep like them are really not suitable to stay in our company. Expelled. Who? Ranran. Zheng Yubing was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at Liu Tong next to him meaningfully. Liu Tong's face turned green instantly. My heart is full of excitement. Jin Herguan, you idiot. He always fails at critical moments. It's bad enough that you're stupid, but you're also dragging me down with you. Then he quickly explained to Zheng Yubing, Zheng Li, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Jin Herguan must have made a mistake. I clearly said that we should prepare well for the promotion of Director Yu from the operations group. Okay. Zheng Yubing raised his hand and gestured for silence. She didn't want to hear these useless excuses. In the workplace, people only care about results. I hope you can take good care of your people. If you can't manage it well, I can find someone else to help you. Manager Liu, what do you think? Yes, yes. Liu Tong didn't even dare to breathe, he just kept nodding. At this point, Jin Herguan, who had been standing aside and talking nonsense, finally realized the seriousness of the matter. I was completely dumbfounded. Ranran, promoted to creative director of the operations department? Isn't that the position prepared for Miss Liu? How? He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and looked at Ranran, who looked calm. I seemed to understand something in an instant. It turns out she knew it a long time ago. It turned out that Ranran was called in by the president just because of this matter. No wonder she was so confident just now. Jin Herguan's mind is now blank. The only thing he could think of now was, it was over. Screwed it. The person he offended now was not just Ranran, a clerk in the operations team. But it's the creative director of the entire operation framework, Ranran. Jin Herguan's face was pale and his whole body was trembling slightly. And Liu Tong's cold eyes that could kill him kept reminding him how stupid the thing he had just done was. Not only did he offend the creative director of operations, but he also directly offended his immediate superior. Jin Herguan took 2 steps back dejectedly. It's over. It's all over now. As for Zhao Deng, he felt very happy. He was now extremely grateful in his heart, because of the special instructions from Special Assistant Li earlier, which enabled him to not stand on the wrong side today. Otherwise, he might end up like Jin Herguan. Thinking of this, Zhao Deng made up his mind secretly. Anyone who can be promoted by the president himself is definitely not an ordinary person. But that level of relationship was not something that a small team leader like him could guess. Therefore, he will have to hold on to Ranran's thighs even more tightly in the future. In this way, he could at least live a more carefree life in this world. Just as he was thinking about it, Zheng Yubing had already extended his right hand cordially and shook hands with Ranran. Congratulations, Director Yu. At such a young age, you have such great potential. Your future must be limitless. From now on, not only the operations team, but also the planning team will be merged with the operations team. When the time comes, Director Yu, you may have to work harder. I will be managing 2 departments at the same time. However, Team Leader Jin and Team Leader Zhao will be there to assist you. Or, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me directly. Zheng Yubing smiled very kindly. In fact, logically speaking, the appointment of a mere creative director of operations was not enough for her to make a personal trip. Others may not know, but she knows it very well. This employee named Ranran is definitely not an ordinary person. Because, just now at the high-level meeting, President Fu specifically mentioned Ranran from Operations Group 1. In front of all the senior executives of the group, he praised Ranran for her extraordinary abilities. Although the performance ranking is not high, each plan is done very well. The thinking is also very advanced. It just so happens that the position of operations director is vacant now, so why not let Ranran take the position? Zheng Yubing has been in the group for decades. Since the new president took office, she has almost never seen him praise anyone, let alone mentioning an employee personally. Moreover, he said in person that he wanted to promote me. According to normal practice, promoting an employee to become a director requires going through layers of screening by the company. This is incomparable to the difficulty of being a team leader in the department. At the same time, it also proves the different importance of each position in Longtan. And now, Chapter 36, Becoming a Director. Jin Herguang was dumbfounded. Zheng Yubing thought while looking at Yu Ranran calmly. From this perspective, this little girl is indeed very good looking, with delicate features and a good temperament. I just don't know, she is the president's relative. Still. Anyway, no matter what, it will definitely do you no harm to have a good relationship with her. Director Yu, we are superiors and subordinates, but we both serve the company. From now on, you will be the person in charge of the entire operations team. You will have to make the decisions on the company's external operations strategy to improve the efficiency of Longtan. Zheng Li, you're welcome. Compared to you, I am just a junior. I will need your guidance in the future. Yu Ranran took over the conversation naturally with a smile on her face. It was in stark contrast to Jin Herguang's embarrassment and awkwardness. After exchanging a few words of greeting, Liu Tong and Zheng Yubing left. Jin Herguang followed behind dejectedly, not daring to even fart. The official appointment letter from the Human Resources Department was soon sent out on the company's announcement mailbox. The news that Yu Ranran was promoted to Operations Creative Director is a foregone conclusion. The colleagues around were all shocked by this sudden news. I thought that since Jin Herguang was so aggressive just now, Yu Ranran would really leave in disgrace with Zhao Deng. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he got promoted. Those people who were gloating just now immediately changed their expressions when they heard the news. A group of people surrounded Yu Ranran. Look, I was just telling them that Yu Ranran is obviously a good candidate to be a director. How could he have an affair with Zhao Deng? That Jin Herguang is a very arrogant person and his words are out of control. Ranran, no, Director Yu, you must not bother with that kind of person, otherwise you will lose your reputation. That's it. That's it. Although Ranran's performance is not as good as Jin Jijie's, she is smart. It doesn't matter how well you write your plans, the most important thing is to seize the opportunity. What's the old saying? Gold will always shine. Look, isn't this opportunity here? Yeah. Hey, my left eyelid was twitching this morning. I was wondering if something good would happen today, but to my surprise, Ranran got a promotion. Ranran, you are really my lucky star. We're so happy to have you managing the operations department from now on. Congratulations. Ranran. Congratulations. What are you talking about? Ranran is already a director, why is she still being called Ranran? You should change your name and call me Director Yu. That's right. Congratulations, Director Yu. The group of people who had been gloating over the fact that Yu Ranran was going to be fired suddenly changed their expressions. In the workplace, people tend to seek profit and avoid harm. Yin Jinjing looked at the faces of this group of people, her eyes filled with incomprehension and contempt. What a bunch of hypocritical people. Just now, when Jin Herguang came over and said he wanted to fire Ranran, they didn't do that. Just now, they were gloating, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into flattery. These people are simply hypocritical monsters. Lan Qianqian stood aside holding her coffee, took a sip elegantly, looked at the crowd in front of her who were anxious to offer their cups and Yu Ranran who had a cold face, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. After a long while, he slowly said, Xiao Jing, you are still young. You will understand these things later. Yin Jinjing looked unconvinced. Sister Lan, I'm not young anymore. I'm 23 years old this year. There are some things I understand. I just feel that, these people are so mean. Don't they have any sense of shame? They were saying bad things about Ranran just a second ago. Lan Qianqian said calmly, in the workplace, your colleagues and leaders will only pay attention to the results of your work, not what you really think. In today's society, the cheapest thing is shame, because it is only used to restrain yourself. Have you forgotten what Longtan is? Look around you. Those employees who came here based on their own abilities and worked very hard, if they were not exceptionally talented, how many of them would be promoted within 3 years? The rest are just unknown screws. And what about those who obviously have no ability but can successfully rise to the top by relying on their connections? What do you say? Life is a matter of choice, and everyone wants to make the right choice and take the shortcut. When filth becomes the norm, innocence becomes a sin. The most important thing is the change in your own mentality. This world is not black and white. It's just that your own eyes have changed. Yin Jinjing didn't say anything, thinking thoughtfully. His eyes flickered. Everyone surrounded Yu Ranran and complimented her for a long time. When it was almost noon and time to get off work, everyone left reluctantly. Zhao Deng, who was standing by, saw the right opportunity, and when he saw that everyone was dispersing, he shamelessly moved forward. Congratulations, Director Yu. You finally won the first battle. Actually, there is something I haven't told you. Zhao Deng saw that Yu Ranran still looked indifferent, and her expression was somewhat unnatural. After all, when he was in the department before, he often yelled at the people in the operations group. Among them, Yu Ranran is also included. Although, because Yu Ranran had a low presence in the department, he had never paid much attention to her before. However, who can guarantee that an employee who has been bullied by you will not have some resentment towards you after becoming a leader? Won't he take the opportunity to make things difficult for you? So, Zhao Deng still had a smiling face and said, "It's like this. Director Yu, I'm really sorry. We offended each other a lot when we worked together before. You are so generous, please forgive me. Don't worry, in the future in Operations Group 1. Oh no, in the Operations Department, if you need my help, just let me know. I, Zhao Deng, will go through fire and water for you, even if it means sacrificing my life." Zhao Deng spoke so passionately that even he was moved. However, before he could finish, he heard a clear laugh. After a moment of hesitation, he saw Yu Ranran looking at him meaningfully. Team Leader Zhao. Why? Zhao Deng blurted out the answer without even raising his eyelids. With that kind of respectfulness, it's no exaggeration to say that he was the Emperor's personal eunuch. Chapter 37 Grandma delivered meals. I'm not the type to remember the past. No matter before or after, you and I are colleagues, and this relationship has never changed. It's just that, Captain Zhao, you are my man now, and I hope your position is as sound as your words. Otherwise, if something goes wrong and that Jin guy bothers you again, I won't be able to protect you. Before, no matter what, you were the one who promoted me. I will remember this favor. Take care of yourself, Team Leader Zhao. Having said that, Yu Ranran patted Zhao Deng on the shoulder, turned and left. Zhao Deng was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed very naturally. Don't worry, Director Yu. Zhao Deng waved his hand and responded readily. The flattery in his eyes disappeared and his body straightened slightly. He put his hands around his waist and pulled at his bloated suit. His expression returned to its previous arrogance and domineering look. He also walked with his feet turned outward, and each step was very solid. From flattery to recovery, every expression on her face changed as smoothly as dove. There were still a few employees left at their workstations. When they saw this scene, they all began to envy Zhao Deng. Hey, Jin Herguang used to say every day that Yu Ranran and Zhao Deng were having an affair. Now, it turns out that they are really having an affair. Yes, Zhao Deng is really lucky. Because of his sudden change of mind, Yu Ranran was willing to recruit him. Hey, you guys think, is it true that Yu Ranran is having an affair with Zhao Deng? How is that possible? If she really had an affair with that loser Zhao Deng, she would have left long ago. Didn't you see how Jin Herguang treated Zhao Deng before? You all know how important Zhao Deng is in the company. How could he have helped Yu Ranran achieve such success? I heard from a friend in the Human Resources Department that it was Special Assistant Lee who personally came to call Yu Ranran over. You mean? It must be right. Besides Assistant Lee who has such great power, who else can directly promote Yu Ranran? Oh my god, I never realized that Yu Ranran seems to be very low-key on the surface, but in fact, she is quite resourceful. Assistant Lee, who is so cold, can handle it. I really admire him. TSK, so what? You're no better than the cabbage that got promoted by connections. Yu Ranran has been in the operations team for more than a year, but her performance has been mediocre. If she hadn't been lucky enough to get close to Assistant Lee, where would she have gotten the opportunity? Several people were silent for a moment. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Then someone spoke. Don't be jealous of others' good deeds. Yu Ranran's success may not be entirely due to Li Ran. If she doesn't have the ability, it will be useless even if Li Ran praises her to the sky. Look at Zhao Deng, he is a living example. His father spent millions to send him to Longtan. Millions of dollars almost emptied the family's savings, and only then did Zhao Deng barely get a job as the leader of an operations team. Moreover, he has neither status nor fame. How about comparing it with you, Ranran? Liu Tong, the head of the HR department, is such a shrewd person. He says different things to different people. In the office, he didn't say a single bad word about you, Ranran. He only praised her. Also ask the other people in the human resources department to take good care of you, Ranran. Isn't that enough to explain? Or maybe you, Ranran, has an excellent family background and is quite capable. Either he has outstanding abilities, or Li Ran can be considered to be going with the flow. No matter which one, we can't compare to it. And the man looked at the girl who had just spoken with a meaningful look in his eyes. Shui Dantong, I remember that you and Yu Ranran were in the same group, right? You said bad things about Director Yu in front of so many people. Aren't you afraid that someone will spread it? If Yu Ranran really heard it, think about it, would your days in the operations department be difficult? He is the director now, not the team leader Zhao Deng. Your stay or departure is up to him. Hearing this, Shui Dantong's expression changed immediately. His lips moved but he said nothing. He just glared fiercely at the person who had just spoken. Then he stood up and left, his steps somewhat unsteadily and hurriedly. After seeing the people walk away, the few people who remained in their seats spoke cautiously. Brother Yu, what happened to you today? Yuzhen's friend clicked his tongue twice and sneered, You Ranran, I know that too. Isn't she just a director who got promoted through connections? Why are you speaking for her like that? What's wrong? Did you Ranran cause you trouble? Don't talk nonsense. Yuzhen was still smiling just now, but after hearing what he said, his face immediately darkened and he warned, Who do you think Yu Ranran is? The person behind her is not ordinary. Don't be too frivolous when you meet her next time. Isn't it just Li Ran? Brother Yu, why are you so nervous? That's right, Brother Yu. Others may not know, but how can we not know? Your wealth is no less than that guy named Li. That is. Oh. You are still too naive. Without that person's order, do you think Li Ran really has such great power? He's the director of a department after all. Besides, this position was originally reserved for the young lady of the Liu family. Does Li Ran have the guts to touch the position of his master's woman? Crap, no way. Yuzhen's friend opened his mouth and stammered, Brother Yu, you mean? The person behind Yu Ranran is the Fu family. Yuzhen sighed softly and said with sympathy, Do you understand now? Several people looked dazed. He didn't want to talk anymore and left his seat with light steps. In a blink of an eye, it was time to get off work at noon. Yu Ranran pressed the elevator button. She and Lan Qianqian had made an appointment to have lunch together at noon. It's a Japanese food store just downstairs from the company. That Japanese restaurant has been open for 10 years and the food is pretty good. Yu Ranran had eaten there several times with Lan Qianqian before. However, at this moment, a crisp telephone ring sounded. Caller ID. Is it, Grandma? Why would Grandma call her at this time? Yu Ranran was stunned and pressed the answer button. The old lady's joyful voice instantly came out from the microphone. Ranran Tilder. Where are you now? I'm downstairs at your company. Go downstairs to the company? Grandma, what are you doing in the company? Could it be, it's Fu Jingshan side? Without time to think about it, Yu Ranran quickly said, Okay, Grandma, I'm in the elevator now, I'll be down right away. Chapter 38 The Old Lady with Extraordinary Temperament. After saying that, she walked out of the company's door gracefully in high heels. On the other side, Lan Qianqian and Yin Jinjing were already sitting in the restaurant downstairs in the company. She handed the menu to Yin Jinjing. Xiao Jing, look, is there anything you want to eat? This Japanese restaurant is pretty good. Ranran and I have been here a few times before and the taste is pretty good. Yun Zheng took the menu, her eyes shining, and nodded. Well, okay, I'll take a look. This is my first time eating this kind of food since I was a child. Sister Lan, you are such a nice person. You even took the initiative to invite me and Ranran to eat Tilder. When I get my salary this month, I will treat you to a meal, too. Come back. Lan Qianqian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, but if you want to treat me to a meal, Xiao Jing, you have to be prepared to have your wallet emptied Tilder. I'm a very picky eater. Yin Jinjing waved her hand and patted her chest proudly. Lan, sister, don't worry. How much do you want to eat? I can afford it. Please don't be polite to me. As the two were chatting, they heard their colleagues next to them talking secretly. Hey, guys, guess what I saw when I went downstairs just now? What? Pretty girl. Or their hot sister. Go away, what are you talking about? I haven't divided this one yet. We have a pretty good relationship. We have been together for 3 months and it is very stable now. So what did you see? I saw a Mercedes 8 Series parked downstairs of our company. This year's limited edition. Oh my god, so grand. Isn't this normal? How many people working at Longting have no money? But it's really interesting that someone can afford to drive this car. Yes. I just don't know who the owner of this car is. The man slapped his thigh, with a wonderful expression on his face. This is the point I'm going to talk about next. At first, I thought the owner was a pretty girl, or at least a sister, or a supervisor. But I didn't expect that when the person got off the car, I found out that she was an old lady who looked to be in her 60s. Also, even though she is an old lady, her temperament is very extraordinary. You can tell at a glance that she is not an ordinary person. Hey, are people so rich these days? Even grandmas can afford a Mercedes-Benz 8 Series. That's not necessarily true. According to what you said, this old lady should be someone of high social status. Being able to come to our company means that he must be someone who knows our company. He drives a Mercedes 8 Series. With this amount of money, I guess he must be a relative of a senior executive of Longting Group, right? Har, that's right. I think so too. I can't think of any other identity for an old lady who can afford a Mercedes-Benz 8 Series, except for someone from a wealthy family. Yes. Hey, you see, the rules of this world are really strange. The rich are extremely rich. Even an old lady is a hidden rich woman, but what about people without money? They can only sit here and eat these Japanese food to fill the emptiness and helplessness in their hearts. The people nearby heard this and sneered. Hey, look, Brother Cheong, the head of our technical team, has been put on emo. Not at all. Who hasn't had a time to struggle when they were young? Rich people also came this way step by step. Besides, we are employees of Longting Group and the Technical Development Department. With 16 salaries a year, we earn a lot. At least if you're a married person, it should be easy to support your family, right? Not to mention, golden bachelors like us can live a happy life. Yeah. We are no worse than others. Although we earn less now, we are still young after all, right? If we work hard for another 10 or 8 years, we can also. Har, you're right. Come, let's toast to our youth and struggle. Lan Qianqian and Yin Jinjing sat aside. The dishes had been served. They poked their forks back and forth in the plates, eating absent-mindedly. But his ears were quietly pricked up and he listened attentively. Old lady? He has an extraordinary temperament and you can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. Lan Qianqian was thinking in her heart, her eyes flickering. Longting has at least 10,000 employees, and at most over 20,000. Although she was in the operations department, she had met countless people during her years at Longting thanks to her second uncle's powerful network in the human resources department. She also glanced at the Mercedes-Benz and found the license plate was unfamiliar. But the numbers are particularly eye-catching and high-profile. 8 zeros. It's still the Jing brand. If such a high-profile car had really been parked in the garage of a Longting employee, it would most likely be remembered. Moreover, let alone being remembered by others, even if no one remembered, such a profound background could not be hidden. Longting is a big melting pot, where you can either rely on your strength or your parents. If there really was such a powerful person with connections, he would have been famous long ago. Otherwise, a second uncle like Zhao Deng, who relied on the human resources department like her, wouldn't be so famous. After all, apart from a few high-ranking executives in the company, few people below, from supervisors to employees, have heard of people with such a background. Therefore, it can also be ruled out that she is a relative of those senior executives of the company. So, oh, Lan, Sister Lan, why isn't Sister Ranran here yet? This udon noodles are cold. They will clump together soon. If they clump together, they won't taste good. Lan Qianqian was still thinking when Yin Jinjing interrupted her. Looking at the bowl of noodles in front of him, he felt regretful. Lan Qianqian suddenly came back to his senses and thought for a moment. When she opened the screen of her mobile phone, sure enough, there was a message on WeChat from Ranran telling her that she had something urgent to do at noon and would not be eating together. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes flickering, and then she said to Yinjinjing, "Xiao Jing, Ranran may not eat with us at noon." Yinjinjing was stunned, with a look of regret on her face. Such a good noodle. Lan Tiantian looked at Yinjinjing's reaction and smiled. "Heir, wouldn't it be a pity if no one eats such delicious noodles? Xiao Jing, why don't you solve it?" Yun Zhongzhong is a foodie and doesn't like to see food wasted. However, she felt a little regretful and embarrassed because she didn't know how to say it out loud. Unexpectedly, Lan Tiantian took the initiative to speak, and Yin Jinjing was naturally very happy. She was so happy that she spoke more fluently. "Then Sister Lan, I won't be polite." Lan Tiantian curled her lips helplessly. "If I had known what you were thinking, why would I be polite to you, Sister Lan? Look at you, these are all yours, I won't fight with you for them, just eat slowly." Chapter 39, Turbulence Resurfaces. Yin Jinjing stuffed a mouthful of noodles and muttered contentedly, "Yeah, got it. I knew that Sister Lan was the best to me." Downstairs of the company, next to the Mercedes-Benz 8 Series. As soon as Ranran walked out of the company building, she immediately saw the very conspicuous Mercedes-Benz in front of her, and the elegant and dignified Mrs. Fu who was standing next to it. As soon as the old lady saw Ranran, her frown immediately relaxed. She was so happy that she stepped forward and said with concern, "Ranran, oh my precious granddaughter-in-law Tilda. Are you tired from work? How are you? Haven't eaten yet?" "Ranran, don't worry, Grandma knows everything about today. How dare that little bastard Jingshan bully you? Granny will never let him go. Don't be angry." Ranran was stunned. Today's events. Could it be that Grandma was referring to what happened between her and Fu Jingshan in the office this morning? At that time, it was indeed very embarrassing. However, that was just a misunderstanding on her part, and it was a misunderstanding. How did Grandma know about this thing? Ranran hurriedly said, "Grandma, I'm not unhappy." "Silly child, how can Grandma not know whether you are happy or not?" The old lady still looked angry and distressed. "Ranran, Grandma understands you. This incident was an accident. If Jingshan still doesn't listen to you in the future, you can tell Grandma in the group, or chat with Grandma privately, or send a message, and Grandma will definitely help you teach him a lesson. Oh, by the way, this is what your uncle and aunt made especially for you at noon. I asked Grandma to bring it over for you to try. After eating the meal made by Grandma, you will have energy in the afternoon and go to work full of energy. That's how your grandfather coaxed me back then. We are family. If you have any unhappy things, don't keep them in your heart. You must tell Grandma." As she spoke, the old lady took Ranran's hand and walked out. She continued to nag as she walked. "Besides, young people like you are at the age of striving. Grandma also went through the same experience as you. I understand. But health is the capital. Without a healthy body, no matter how strong a person is, he or she will not be able to bear it." Ranran listened to these words silently, her lips moved, and she felt a little moved. She just stayed at the Fu family for a weekend, and her grandmother treated her like this. You can see that Grandma really cares about her. For Ranran, this is the first time in this world that someone other than her parents cares about and loves her. He cares so much about her emotions, even such a trivial matter. So, the explanation that was clearly on the tip of her tongue was silently suppressed by Ranran. She couldn't bear to hurt the old man's heart. Whether out of selfishness or other reasons, she just wanted to quietly enjoy this hard-earned warmth at this moment. The other side. President's office. Ranran knocked on the door of his CEO's room carrying a lunch box. "Enter." A minute later, a clearly deep and hoarse voice slowly sounded. Ranran walked in cautiously. Looking at the slightly tired man sitting on the swivel chair, she gently placed the lunch box in front of him. With just a small movement, the man opened his eyes sharply. At that moment, his pupils were extremely sharp. "It seems to be cold and profound." Ran's back immediately tensed up, and he said respectfully, "Mr. Fu. Leave it there. Is Grandma here?" Fu Jingshan took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his nose. "Yes, but it seems that the old lady is waiting for Miss Yu. The two of them have already started chatting. It seems that they are going to have lunch together at noon." When Ranran said this, there was also a sense of obvious disbelief in his expression. He never expected that Miss Yu had known the old lady for a long time. I heard from Liu Tong, who was eating downstairs, that judging from the intimate posture of the two people, the old lady must like Yu Ranran very much. He even personally took Yu Ranran's hand, and his expression was clearly doting. Li Ran now had a sense of enlightenment. No wonder the president was so caring towards Yu Ranran. It turned out that she had already been the old lady's chosen grandson's daughter-in-law. It is possible that the Yu family and the Fu family were old friends. At this moment, Li Ran really admired his own alertness. When it came to Yu Ranran, he did everything perfectly. Look at how the old lady likes Yu Ranran, and the president's attitude. It seems that Yu Ranran may really become the president's wife in the future. Now, if he serves Yu Ranran well, he is also serving the president's wife well. Even if it fails at that time, the Yu family is still a good family and can maintain its dignity, and have the opportunity to become a cooperative partner with the Fu family. No step is a loss. The man hummed softly and closed his eyes again. Li Ran looked at his CEO's tired expression and sighed. For now, Yu Ranran's problem has been resolved. But the Liu family's affairs have just begun. Speaking of which, Liu Junming, chairman of Liu Group, is also a well-known figure in the business circle. He has also made outstanding contributions to the internet technology industry. But greed is insatiable. Liu Ruyan perfectly inherited her father's vanity and greed. And the endless hypocrisy. Liu Junming took advantage of the relationship between his daughter Liu Ruyan and Mr. Fu to get involved in Fu's project. Under the pretext of cooperation, he invested several hundred million in Fu's company and became one of its shareholders. It would be fine if it were just in the name of cooperation. However, Liu Junming felt that his hand was not long enough, and under the pretext of being a shareholder of Fu Group, he wanted to squeeze his daughter, Liu Ruyan, in as well. Find a job in Longtan. It is said to be a certain position, but in fact, it is just an extra person to monitor Mr. Fu. To some extent, Liu and Fu are also competing companies. However, Liu Junming is very cunning and is good at using this seemingly harmless method to obtain other parties' business secrets, and then use them on his own company to gain benefits. The means are so sophisticated that they use every possible means. It's astonishing. Moreover, not to mention, Liu Ruyan has long admired President Fu. I have been pursuing her since college and I refuse to let go. If it weren't for her, Mr. Fu wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now because of the misunderstanding that happened overseas earlier. If it wasn't for the purpose of stabilizing the current situation, President Fu wouldn't have asked Liu Ruyan to come to Longtan to be the director of the operations department. However, it is not easy to become the director. Liu Ruyan was too clever for her own good and even devised a scheme to trick the employees in the operations department, thinking that Zhao Deng got in through connections and therefore had weaknesses that could be easily exploited. Unexpectedly, he has a low-key and talented employee like Yu Ranran under his command.